Weekday afternoons on GB News, we've got the whole of the UK covered. From 12 to 3, it's GB Newsday with me, Mark Longhurst.
And me, Gloria De Piero. You'll get the very latest on everything that's been going on across our great nation.
And from 3 till 6, watch out for GB News Live with me, Patrick Christie's. I'm not here to mess around. With all the biggest topics and guests, you will always be up to date. GB Newsday and GB News Live from 12 p.m.
Only on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello there, it's Eamon Holmes here from Breakfast on GB News. We're not just on your television and your screens, you know.
We're on DAB plus digital radio, so you can listen to your favourite shows on the move.
If you've not yet listened to GB News Radio, it's very simple. We're on your radio player and TuneIn apps, on your smart speaker, phone or tablet, or online at gbnews.uk.
Take us with you wherever you go. GB News Radio.
You never have to miss a moment of the People's Channel.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch.
You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh, my goodness me. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hello, I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m, where I'll be joined by two of the country's top comedians as we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight. If it's a big story, we'll be covering it, I guarantee, but we'll also have some fun along the way. That's GB News Headliners at 11 p.m. We won't put you to sleep, unlike some of the other paper review shows out there. So join us, 11 p.m, 7 nights a week.
Hello and a very warm welcome to GB Newsday with me, Mark Longhurst, and Gloria, who'll be live from the Conservative Party conference in Birmingham to bring us all the latest reaction from there. Because it's another Conservative government, it seems, another screeching U-turn as the Chancellor, Kwasi Kwarteng, dumps his 45p income tax cut, saying it had become a distraction from the government's plans to achieve higher growth. Well, the Chancellor was defending the full reversal of policy announced just 10 days ago, remember, in that mini-budget. He added that he gets how it looks too after it emerged he'd attended a champagne reception with City of London financiers on the very day of that mini-budget. Well, it's all added to a febrile atmosphere in Birmingham as the Conservatives now face one of their most tense party conferences in years. So we'll be covering the latest events live full for you, but for that, let's get the latest news headlines with Rosie.
Well, good afternoon. It's just 1 minute past 12. I'm Rosie, keeping you up to date today on GB News. The Chancellor, Kwasi Kwarteng, has abandoned plans to scrap the 45p rate of income tax for the highest earners. The Prime Minister and the Chancellor have admitted the plan to abolish the top tax rate had become a distraction. After a tumultuous week in the markets and intervention from the Bank of England, the PM and the Chancellor say, "We get it and we've listened." Mr Kwarteng will defend his plans when he addresses the party conference this afternoon. The Chief Secretary to the Treasury, Chris Philps, told us that the 45p tax cut was just a small part of a huge package of measures.
The government is a government that listens. It's taken the temperature, and it's, you know, we are a democracy and we're a parliamentary democracy. So listening both to the public and, of course, to members of Parliament is very important. That's what they've done. This had become a distraction from what is a really good plan. There are many bits of this plan that haven't even been reported in the last week and a half. What we now need to do is get on and implement it to make sure that people's wages can increase. And, of course, it contains tax cuts for everybody. It contains tax cuts for all 30 million of the United Kingdom's working people, which is really important.
Well, Parliamentary Secretary at the Cabinet Office, Brendan Clark-Smith, told us the timing of the tax cuts wasn't right.
Of course, we do want low taxes, but you've also got to bring people with you. You've got to do it at the right time. And we just felt that really it was, again, distracting people from actually all the other good stuff that we're actually doing that we want to be talking about at party conference as well. And the Chancellor said that he's listened to colleagues. Some of them had raised concerns about it, and he said, well, I'm going to change.
Well, what's the view of the opposition? The Shadow Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, says so much damage, though, has already been done.
it was obvious they weren't going to get this through the House of Commons. They were forced into this screeching U-turn, but so much damage has already been done with higher government borrowing costs and huge worries for people about how they're going to afford their mortgages.
Well, the pound's bounced back to levels similar to before the announcement of the mini-budget. Sterling surged during overnight trading as reports emerged of the Chancellor's plans for a U-turn. The pound hit $1.13 at one stage, but has since dipped again to 1.12. The Northern Ireland Minister, Steve Baker, has apologised for what he called his ferocious stance during Brexit negotiations with the EU. The Conservative MP said he was sorry that he and his colleagues had not always acted in a way that encouraged Ireland and the EU to trust the UK. He's now calling on MPs to act with humility to restore relations with Ireland, admitting they're not where they should be. A 34-year-old man has appeared at Liverpool Magistrates' Court charged with the murder of Olivia Pratt-Corbell. Thomas Cashman is accused of fatally shooting the 9-year-old inside her home in Liverpool in August. He'll now appear at Liverpool Crown Court later this afternoon. He's also charged with the attempted murder of her mother, who was injured in the incident. Some international news now, and Brazil's presidential election is heading for a runoff vote after neither of the two candidates secured 50% in the first round. The incumbent president, Jair Bolsonaro, will now face off again to the former president of Brazil, Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, who had been anticipated to win. Voters will now go to the polls again in 4 weeks' time. Ukraine's president says his forces have made advances in the south of the country, liberating a number of besieged cities in the Kherson region. Volodymyr Zelensky's comments come after the UK's defence secretary says it's highly unlikely that Vladimir Putin would use nuclear weapons in Ukraine, but warned the Russian leader is not rational. Putin has previously warned the West that he'll use all means at his disposal if his country's threatened. Well, Major General Tim Cross doesn't think the West should take Putin's threats lightly.
This guy has got the capability of causing serious strategic damage, not just through nuclear weapons. I mean, everybody's been talking about nuclear weapons, understandably, but he's also got chemical weapons and biological weapons. He's used both of those. He's used biological weapons against us in Salisbury, but more importantly, in one sense, he's used chemical weapons in places like Syria.
Hundreds of residents in Dunfermline in Fife have gathered to welcome the King and the Queen consorts. Well, the pair are visiting to mark the former town gaining city status. It's their first joint public engagement since the royal mourning period ended. Dunfermline is one of the 8 places that won city status as part of the late monarch's Platinum Jubilee celebrations. You're now up to date on GB News. I'll bring you more as it develops. Now, let's head back to Mark.
Rosie, thank you very much indeed. So, this morning, Prime Minister Liz Truss and Chancellor Kwasi Kwarteng announced they would scrap their plans to abolish that top rate of income tax cut for the highest earners, 45 pence, just a day after announcing they would push on with those plans. Well, it follows a growing revolt by Tory MPs, including senior figures such as Michael Gove and Grant Shapps. Just 10 days on from the Chancellor's mini-budget, Kwasi Kwarteng wrote the following on Twitter. It is clear that the abolition of the 45 pence tax rate has become a distraction from our overall mission to tackle the challenges facing the country. As a result, I'm announcing we are not proceeding with the abolition of the 45 pence tax rate. We get it, and we have listened. So, promising to build a high-growth economy, he's expected to enforce his other economic plans when addressing the Conservative Party conference later today. Let's go live now to Birmingham. Our economics and business editor, Liam Halligan, is there. Liam, looking at his words of we have listened and we get it, is the same going to be true of bankers' bonuses? What are you hearing there about what might happen about those?
I suggest that policy may stay in place. It's not as high profile as the cut in the 45p rate of income tax to 40%, but to be absolutely clear, this is a pretty damaging state of affairs. This has queered the pitch, if you like, of the earliest weeks, days even, of Liz Truss's premiership and Kwasi Kwarteng's stay at number 11. Look, Mark, the policy in and of itself is not particularly radical. The top rate of tax was 40% during the entire period that Tony Blair was Prime Minister and almost all of Gordon Brown's time in office too. If you lower a tax rate from 45 to 40%, you may end up even getting more money for the Treasury. That's certainly what happened when George Osborne lowered the top rate of tax from 50 to 45% in 2012. But the timing was politically tin-eared. The optics of lowering the top rate of tax for the top 2% of earners, those people who earn more than £150,000, as the cost of living squeeze is getting tighter, as the nights are getting longer and winter is drawing in and people are concerned about making ends meet. So while the policy in and of itself is a completely reasonable policy, the timing was completely wrong. And Mark, in politics, timing is everything.
That, we're hearing both from Kwasi Kwarteng and Chris Philp, Chief Secretary to the Treasury, that they're declining to say whether benefits will rise in line with inflation, which is the other part of the equation, of course.
It is. Rishi Sunak, back in his budget in the spring, it seems like a long time ago, he raised benefits across the board by 3.1%, because that was roughly the rate of inflation last September. And that's a tradition. You raise benefits in the spring by the rate the previous September. During that time, of course, inflation rocketed. Inflation's still at 9.9%, the headline consumer price index measure, which is coming down, but it's still very, very high. And I think it will be almost impossible for ministers not to raise benefits to some degree, on top of course, the energy price cap they're bringing in, which could cost tens, maybe hundreds of billions of pounds. That depends on the price of wholesale gas, how much that actually costs implementing that cap. And of course, other measures, the headline measures, which they did want to be talking about, like lowering the rate of national insurance, reversing Rishi Sunak's intention to increase corporation tax. That would ordinarily be very, very popular at a Conservative Party conference, given how much that helps, particularly smaller businesses. But you're right, Mark. This has been a distraction, this top rate of income tax. And it strikes me that there will be a blame game now going on in government. Liz Truss mentioned over the weekend this was the Chancellor's policy. Kwasi Kwarteng's Treasury is now saying there was a paper written by Chris Philp, the Chief Secretary to the Treasury, advocating lowering the top rate of income tax. So, as in any hierarchy, blame for bad things cascades down. It will be interesting to see if heads finally roll. But for ordinary folk listening and watching to GB News, I think what's worth saying is that the financial markets have calmed, mortgage rates have come off a little bit, though they are significantly higher than they were before this mini budget. On the other hand, Mark, that is the long-term global trend. Interest rates are going up, and there's no way that any politician, anyone at all, can stop that happening.
Yeah, it's interesting that Gerard Lyons, who you know well, who's been advising the Trust team on economic policy. I mean, on one hand, he's saying that he had warned Kwasi Kwarteng about this, but also indicating that the markets last week were in a pretty febrile state already. So it's not necessarily that the mini-budget pushed them over the edge, if you like.
Well, that's completely right. Gerard Lyons is a co-author of mine, known him for many years, as you say. He was himself a candidate to become Governor of the Bank of England. He used to advise Boris Johnson officially when he was Mayor of London, and he has been working with the Trust campaign. Look, let's just do something that journalists don't often do and really look at the numbers briefly. The truth is that borrowing costs were spiking or going up quite strongly a long time before this mini-budget. The truth is that there's a long-term trend of rising interest rates away from the ultra-low levels that have been with us since the global financial crisis. There's a trend away from the endless money printing by central banks, including our own central banks, that have helped to keep those interest rates low. So, of course, we can all be caught up in the theatre, the pantomime, the madness sometimes of politics and personalities, and we report that as we must report it. But we also need to look here at long-term economic trends, and the long-term economic trends are far greater force than what anyone says or does. The long-term trend is that interest rates are going to rise, and the UK is by no means immune from that.
Yeah, and of course we've got to wait and see what the Bank of England does now in November. But one other thought before we leave you for the moment. There are indications that what really pushed both Liz Truss and Kwasi Kwarteng was that Conservative Party backers, the big money people, really sort of said, this is going too far. We're a bit alarmed about this higher rate tax cut.
That's exactly right. And since I've been here in Birmingham, I've been talking to a lot of those people too. And just to reverse slightly, you're right about the Bank of England, but look, when interest rates on financial markets are going up, the Bank of England is following. The Bank of England is not leading. The Bank of England is following what's happening on global bond markets, where those interest rates are going. And you're right, the big money backers, the financial business leaders who donate money to the Conservative Party, they could see it. We could all see it, Mark, that this lowering of the top rate of income tax at a time like this was politically inept. It just was. And it will be interesting to see when he stands up and gives his speech this afternoon in a slot that's slightly later than it was going to be. The party managers here have shifted it slightly later, maybe so it's a bit nearer the tea time news. When he stands up, it will be very interesting to see the extent to which Kwasi Kwarteng is personally willing to take the blame and the extent of the contrition he shows to say to ordinary people across the UK, we got this wrong, we've listened, and we really do get it.
And maybe no more rabbits out of the hat, as we remember that phrase from the mini-budget 10 days ago. Liam, for the moment in Birmingham, thank you. Back to you and Gloria a little later, of course, to get the latest from there. Well, let's reflect on what voters across Britain think of what's been happening and how the government has indeed responded to the cost of living crisis. Well, the East Yorkshire town of Beverley is a safe Conservative seat. Our reporter Anna Riley went there to test the political temperature.
Conservative since the seat was created in 1997, Beverley and Holderness is a safe blue constituency. There's been a Conservative club in Beverley town for more than 130 years, with members seeing many different prime ministers come and go. But what do people here think of the new party leader and the rising costs of living?
Bring back Boris. Be better than the other lot. That's my opinion.
I don't trust one of them. They've never done nothing for me. I've never had anything off anything. And what I have had, I've had to buy for.
You're pretty worried about your energy bills and what's going on. And quite honestly, it's a bit frightening at times. And as far as the government goes, it's chaos, as far as I can see.
The government could have done a lot more for people on lower incomes and the retired, to be honest. You know, it seemed to be aimed at the people, and the people that are going to benefit most from the tax cut really are the well-off.
Down the road, shoppers in the centre of town have mixed opinions on the government, but shared worries about the economy.
Same as everybody else, the cost of living impact is obviously with food and energy. Energy, I don't see what more they can do. It's a world crisis, isn't it? And they give us some money, how much can they give us?
As a pensioner, I'm worried about our future now because our pension pot is going to be affected big time. So that will affect us and my children as well. The interest rates, I worry for the old and the young.
I just think they're going about it the wrong way. Just tax the people who are earning extortionate amounts of money and reduce the bills.
Yes, there have been these little handouts regarding fuel payments to help with the cost of living. But however, what's the long term? What are they actually going to do? Can we actually trust them?
Businesses here have also been feeling the pinch and fear closure if the financial shake-up fails.
Energy cost is about 17p per kilowatt hour, which now is gone up to 92p, which is a massive, rise.
With the Conservatives taking a shot at the economy, one thing people can agree on is they hope the government will keep their eyes on the ball. Anna Riley, GB News, Beverley.
Nice shot. Well, that's the view in Beverley. What about the view in Birmingham? Let's head back there because Gloria is waiting for us at the Conservative Party conference. And Gloria, we heard that term shock and awe in the mini-budget. Perhaps it's emerged with not quite the way they were hoping for.
Well, let's find out from one of the Red Wall MPs, Lee Anderson from Ashfield. Lee, my goodness, what a 24 hours it has been. Perhaps what a fortnight it has been. Do you ever wish Boris Johnson was still your leader?
No, it's not dull being a politician, Gloria. You know that yourself, being an MP for many, many years in Ashfield. They say a week's a long time in politics. I think it's 24 hours now that's a long time in politics. Look, I think it was the right decision to have a change in direction, as we say. Look, I think if the PM's got it wrong and the Chancellor's got it wrong, hold your hands up, say I've got it wrong, make that change as quickly as possible, and let's crack on with this conference and roll out what we should be talking about, which is the economy, which is the cost of living, etc.
Lee, why do you think it was the wrong decision, that decision to cut the income tax rates for those earning more than £150,000?
I'll tell you why it was wrong, Gloria, because an MP can pretty much judge the mood of his constituency or her constituency by their inbox. And I've never, since being an MP in nearly 3 years, had one single email from anybody on 150 grand saying, please cut my taxes. So that's how I know it was the wrong decision.
Have you ever, and to be honest, it's a little unfair because you all have bankers in your constituency, but do you think any MP is getting an email from a banker saying, can you uncap my bonuses so they can be higher?
No, but what I would say is that most people earning that sort of money are probably responsible capitalists. They believe in fairness, they believe in social cohesion, they believe in paying their way. Look, if you're on 150k a year, like some of these GB news presenters at this place, then there are ways and means where you are creative with your tax returns. So I don't buy that, Gloria.
Okay, but I put it to you that just as people in your party have made moves to reverse that income tax cut for the highest earners, they'll make a move on the decision or the suggestion that bankers' bonuses should be uncapped next, won't they?
I think that's slightly different to the income tax. But let's not forget, Gloria, that the 40% rate which we wanted to cut it to, which the Chancellor did, it was 40% under Labour for many, many years. So we're only going back to how it was, and we're not.
Well, they increased it though. The Labour government increased it during the global financial crisis, which arguably we're in something similar now.
I'm not defending it in any way, but remember, this is about giving people. I'm not against tax cuts. This is about giving people back their own money. We're not giving them money. We let them keep more of their own money, but it's a little bit distasteful, I think, the cut to 40% on the high-end earners, when I've got people in my constituency really struggling to make ends meet.
The suggestion is that in order to balance the books, because obviously this is all funded by borrowing, the suggestion is in order to balance the books, public spending cuts may be next. Now, I think that would go down badly in the Red Wall, wouldn't it?
Well, look, we had austerity for many, many years in Ashfield. And I know the Labour group, the Labour Council complained, vigorously for over 10 years about the austerity, but it actually made no difference at all to our council services. In fact, they got better at delivering services, and I know our police got better. So I think there's savings to be made, but the people in this country want value for money. When they're spending their hard-earned taxes on public services, they want to see that their money is being spent wisely. And I think in some situations, like the NHS, I know the NHS very, very well with my dealings with them. I see a lot of waste in the NHS. I see a lot of waste in the police force, in the criminal justice system, and I see waste in local government. So we need to start there.
Yeah, do you think? Because you have been in government for 12 years, and if there was loads of waste around, you'd have thought you'd have nailed it by now.
Well, this is it. I mean, we try and be a small government and let the NHS run itself, but I think sometimes government's got to step in. I see massive waste in my local hospital, Kingsmill, wasting money hand over fist. I see nationally. I see some of these jobs they're recruiting for, these diversity officers on 80, 90 grand a year. They've got trust managers on 250 grand, 100 grand more than the Prime Minister. Why are we doing this? Why are we paying these people this sort of money?
Let's talk about Kwasi Kwarteng, because the finger is being pointed at him for the reverse, for the suggestion that the policy should happen in the first place, and now the reversal of that policy. Is he safe in his job? Would you like him to be safe in his job?
Well, I mean, with Kwasi's job, I mean, it's probably the most important job in the country. He spends the money, he rakes the money in, so he's got a tough gig, Gloria, to try and balance the books. He's inherited not a good hand, should we say.
From yourselves?
Yeah, from ourselves. But, you know, we've had a tough time in the country over the past couple of years with the pandemic. Now the war in Ukraine, we've got the cost of living, we've got fuel prices. So I know it's a tough gig. Hats off to him for taking the job, but it's a tough one.
What would you like him to say when he gets up and addresses conference? Because actually it's not really just addressing you guys, he is addressing the country. Yeah. I'm thinking about your voters. What do your voters need to hear from the Chancellor when he speaks today to ensure that you keep Ashfields blue?
I want to see a sense of fairness, Gloria, across the board. You know, people in Ashfield earning 20, 25 grand a year, they haven't got a lot of disposable income. They see the reduction to 40%, they see that as unfair. I want the people of Ashfield to think that we've got a fair Chancellor who gets it, who understands. And that really is the job of some of us Red Wall MPs, to make sure that our constituents have got that voice and we're knocking on that Chancellor's door as often as we can. And make no bones about it, I'll be knocking on his door next week.
Will you?
Yes, definitely. So be fair to my people.
And what does that look like?
Well, that means that, you know, realise that there are people out there that, you know, there's people at this place, there's people in Parliament, in all parties, has never had to worry about paying a gas bill, electric bill, the council tax. They don't have to worry about getting the kids to school uniform. I've been there, I've been that person, I know what I'm talking about. Most of the people in my constituency know what it's like to struggle to make ends meet. It's about time some of these politicians had a dose of that.
Lee Anderson, pleasure to talk to you as ever. Thank you for coming on GB News. Coming up, more reaction to Kwasi Kwarteng's 45p tax U-turn this morning. I'll be speaking with Government Minister Mark Spencer. Before that, it's time for your weather.
Hello, I'm Alex Deacon with your latest weather update. Dry and a bright day for most today. There is thicker cloud across western Scotland and Northern Ireland, where there will be some rain at times. That's being created by this little weather feature, this tangle of weather fronts, but taking a glancing blow towards this area of high pressure, which will continue to dominate for most, and hence why most places are going to have a fine, bright day. There's a fair bit of cloud around, but we're seeing some sunny spells over northeastern Scotland, central and eastern parts of England, much of Wales too. But that thicker cloud still bringing a little bit of rain through the afternoon over the west coast of Scotland, perhaps turning a little drier in northern parts of Northern Ireland. Temperature-wise, well, above average for the time of year, most places in the mid to high teens. Bit of sunshine across East Anglia could see temperatures close to 20 degrees. The rain is going to continue across western Scotland, could cause a few issues, certainly a lot of spray and surface water on the roads here as that rain continues through the night, and we'll see the rain returning to Northern Ireland overnight as well and spreading towards Glasgow. Elsewhere, by the odd shout, most places across England and Wales having a dry night and a pretty mild night too. On to Tuesday, and that rain at first across much of Scotland, but the western coast of Scotland should at least turn drier quite quickly through the day. It'll take a while before that rain clears away from Belfast and from the central belt of Scotland. Quite a damp day for northwest England, and a good part of Wales seeing rain on and off throughout Tuesday. Some of that rain may get to southwest England, but much of the East Midlands, East Anglia and the southeast dry and bright again, and a little warmer as well. We're likely to reach 20 Celsius on Tuesday afternoon. That zone of wetter weather continues to affect a large chunk of the country as we head through Tuesday evening, and it's tied back into a deepening area of low pressure. Now, this needs watching. Tuesday night and into Wednesday, going to bring a spell of rain across the country, but also for some very, very gusty winds. As I said, one to watch for Wednesday.
Weekday afternoons on GB News, we've got the whole of the UK covered. From 12 to 3, it's GB Newsday with me, Mark Longhurst.
And me, Gloria De Piero. You'll get the very latest on everything that's been going on across our great nation.
And from 3 till 6, watch out for GB News Live with me, Patrick Christys. I'm not here to mess around. With all the biggest topics and guests, you will always be up to date. GB Newsday and GB News Live from 12 p.m.
Only on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello there, it's Eamon Holmes here from Breakfast on GB News. We're not just on your television and your screens, you know.
We're on DAB plus digital radio, so you can listen to your favourite shows on the move.
If you've not yet listened to GB News Radio, it's very simple. We're on your radio player and TuneIn apps, on your smart speaker, phone or tablet, or online at gbnews.uk.
Take us with you wherever you go. GB News Radio.
You never have to miss a moment of the People's Channel.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh my goodness me.
And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hello, I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m, where I'll be joined by two of the country's top comedians as we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight. If it's a big story, we'll be covering it, I guarantee, but we'll also have some fun along the way. That's GB News Headliners at 11 p.m. We won't put you to sleep, unlike some of the other paper review shows out there. So join us, 11 p.m, 7 nights a week.
Welcome back to GB Newsday. Live back to Birmingham in a moment to get the latest at the Tory party conference. But let's bring you some reaction we're getting to the U-turn announced by Kwasi Kwarteng earlier. We've now got the Institute of Fiscal Studies, which is the independent tax watchdog, saying that Kwasi Kwarteng will still need to consider cuts to public spending unless he performs further U-turns. Paul Johnson, the director, said the direct impact of the abolition of the additional 45p rate is of limited fiscal tax significance. At around £2 billion a year, represents only a small fraction of the mini-budget announcement. His £45 billion package of tax cuts is now become a £43 billion package, a rounding error. The Chancellor still has a lot of work to do if he has to display a credible commitment to fiscal sustainability. Well, also the Shadow Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, has spoken on the government abandoning that top rate of income tax cut, saying that the government's so-called mini-budget should be reversed and that Parliament should now be recalled.
I wrote to the Chancellor yesterday and said that when the OBR give the Prime Minister and the Chancellor their forecast this Friday, that should be available to everybody else as well. We should have got the OBR forecast when the Chancellor delivered his fiscal statement. One of the reasons why the markets then became so volatile was because that failure to produce a forecast, along with the sacking of the permanent secretary at the Treasury, along with the undermining of the Bank of England, all of these things undermine confidence that investors who saw Britain as a safe place, a reliable place to invest. The Prime Minister and the Chancellor are doing so much damage to our country's reputation. The OBR have said that they had a forecast ready for when the Chancellor did his fiscal statement a week and a half ago. We can't afford to wait until the 23rd of November, which is what the Prime Minister and Chancellor currently say. When the OBR present their forecast this Friday to the Prime Minister and the Chancellor, that should also be presented to Parliament and should be presented to the British people. It is wrong that the Chancellor did a fiscal statement without any sort of independent forecast. The government now need to get a grip. They should reverse their budget, recall Parliament to do so, and rethink their whole approach, which is doing such damage to ordinary working people and businesses across our country.
Rachel Reeves, the Shadow Chancellor, with plenty more reaction to come from Birmingham, of course, for the Tory party conference. We'll be back live with Gloria, but first let's get an update on the news headlines with Rosie.
Good afternoon, 12:31 now. I'm Rosie Wright, keeping you up to date on GB News. The new Chancellor's abandoned plans to scrap the top rate of income tax for the highest earners. Liz Truss and Kwasi Kwarteng have admitted the plan to abolish the 45p tax rate, only made public 10 days ago, has become a distraction from their mission to grow the economy. After a tumultuous week in the markets and intervention from the Bank of England, the Prime Minister and Chancellor say, "We get it and we've listened." Well, the Chief Secretary to the Treasury, Chris Philp, says the 45p tax cut was a small part of a huge package of measures.
The government is a government that listens, it's taken the temperature, and it's, we are a democracy and we're a parliamentary democracy, so listening both to the public and, of course, to members of Parliament is very important. That's what they've done. This had become a distraction from what is a really good plan. There are many bits of this plan that haven't even been reported in the last week and a half.
The Shadow Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, says so much damage, though, has already been done.
it was obvious they weren't going to get this through the House of Commons. They were forced into this screeching U-turn, but so much damage has already been done with higher government borrowing costs and huge worries for people about how they're going to afford their mortgages.
The pound's bounced back to levels that it had before the announcement of the mini-budget 10 days ago. Sterling surged during overnight trading as reports emerged of the Chancellor's plans for a U-turn. The pound hit $1.13 at one stage, but has since dipped again to 1.12. Almost £150 million will be taken off customers' water bills after 11 companies received financial penalties. The water regulator, Ofwat, says that utility companies have been fined for missing targets. Thames Water and Southern Water performed the worst. They'll have to return almost £80 million to their clients. Hundreds of residents in Dunfermline in Fife have gathered to welcome the King and the Queen consorts. They're visiting to mark the former town gaining city status. Dunfermline is one of 8 places that won the status as part of Queen Elizabeth's Platinum Jubilee celebrations. We're on your TV, we're online and on your DAB Plus radio. It's GB News. Don't go anywhere. Shortly, we'll be back with Mark.
Weekday afternoons on GB News, we've got the whole of the UK covered. From 12 to 3, it's GB Newsday with me, Mark Longhurst.
And me, Gloria De Piero. You'll get the very latest on everything that's been going on across our great nation.
And from 3 till 6, watch out for GB News Live with me, Patrick Christys. I'm not here to mess around with all the biggest topics and guests. You will always be up to date. GB Newsday and GB News Live from 12 p.m.
Only on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello there, it's Eamon Holmes here from Breakfast on GB News. We're not just on your television and your screens, you know.
We're on DAB plus digital radio, so you can listen to your favourite shows on the move.
If you've not yet listened to GB News Radio, it's very simple. We're on your radio player and tune-in apps, on your smart speaker, phone or tablet, or online at gbnews.uk.
Take us with you wherever you go. GB News Radio.
You never have to miss a moment of the People's Channel.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh my goodness, brilliant.
And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hello, I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m, where I'll be joined by 2 of the country's top comedians as we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight. If it's a big story, we'll be covering it, I guarantee, but we'll also have some fun along the way. That's GB News Headliners at 11 p.m. We won't put you to sleep, unlike some of the other paper review shows out there. So join us, 11 p.m, 7 nights a week.
Welcome back to GB Newsday. Well, a dramatic start, of course, to the Tory party conference in Birmingham as it reacts to the news of Kwasi Kwarteng's about turn or U-turn on tax policy. Let's get the latest now with Gloria, who's waiting for us. Gloria, it's dramatic stuff. Plenty of reactions still coming through.
Absolutely, and I'm delighted that I'm now joined by a former Chief Whip. Mark Spencer was Chief Whip of the government under Boris Johnson's premiership. My goodness, Mark Spencer, you're a DEFRA minister now.
Yeah.
But your successor as Chief Whip, your party is ungovernable.
No, I don't. I mean, I think, you know, let's just put things into context here. New Prime Minister came in. She's got this huge challenge of the upheaval in the global markets of energy and in terms of food spikes because of the war in Ukraine. She was under huge pressure to come forward with a package. My constituents are genuinely concerned about paying their energy bills. She had to take action. So, a very short time scale, she's brought this new package forward. There's obviously been a wrinkle in that. She's acknowledged that that's a mistake, and now we've changed our mind and U-turn on that. Now, it doesn't surprise me that given the timescales involved and the huge pressure she was under, that we made a small mistake.
Why? Why do you think the government, this new government, made that what you call small mistake?
Well, I think it's because of the pressures of time and the pressure of that. We genuinely want to help people. You know, people are genuinely concerned.
Yeah, but not people who are earning more than £150,000 a year. Whoever would have thought that was a good idea, Matt?
So there is a political argument, if you like, that if a banker is going to receive £1 million bonus, then abhorrent as that may feel to normal people like you and I, they're going to get £1 million bonus. Are they going to get that bonus in New York, Hong Kong or London? I actually would rather them get it in London, because then we get £400,000, thank you very much, into the Exchequer. Now, I think the difficulty is when that comes into contact with politics and, if you like, my constituents,
reality.
They feel that it's just completely unfair that what they hear is you're giving 60,000 quid tax break to the banker. Now, the actual argument, I suppose, is do we want the £400,000, or do we want the £460,000, or do we want nothing? So you can make an economic argument, if you like, to say that we should be giving tax breaks to those people to encourage them to live in London, not Hong Kong. But in politics, it's much more difficult than that. And I think they've acknowledged that politically that's too hard to sell.
Is Kwasi Kwarteng safe in his job?
Yeah, I mean, I think Kwasi, let's give him time to set out his stall. The same with the new Prime Minister. You know, the huge international challenges that we're facing, and we've got to give them time to set out their stall and tell us how
What should he
it.
say when he addresses conference at about 4 o'clock today? Because your constituency, just to explain to our viewers, it's more sort of swing seat rather than red wall. It's sort of it's Labour when Labour are sensible, and it's Conservative when Labour are not sensible. In shorthand,
it's hard-working families who are going out, busting their backside, frankly, to pay their mortgage and to pay their bills. Now, you know, they're very sensible people, and we need to communicate to them, A, that we're on their side, B, that we've got a plan to deal with the challenges that we face, and C, that they can have confidence within us.
you know, there's been these terrible opinion polls of late. I mean, quite sort of dramatic numbers for Labour in terms of an opinion poll lead. When you are talking to people and knocking on doors, do you think those opinion polls, they're nonsense, or do you feel some of what is being shown by those national opinion polls? Are you feeling it on your own doorstep?
So what I'm hearing on the doorstep is we're pretty grumpy. We're very worried about the future. We're not quite sure whether you as a Conservative government are on our side at this moment in time, but we're willing to give you a moment to prove you are. And we don't feel at this moment we can leap to Keir Starmer because he's not the credible option. So we're fortunate in that Labour don't look as though they're electable at this moment in time.
Oh, come on, that opinion poll lead, it was off the scale.
No.
So you don't think that's right, that opinion poll lead?
The actual wording of the question they were asked was, who do you think will form the next government? That is different to who will you vote for? It was a different question, so that skewed the outcome.
So you have lost no voters since that 29 historic result.
I haven't, because there hasn't been a general election.
No, but I mean, you know, when you're talking to people, you can sense it, you can feel it. I knocked on doors in that 2019 election.
Yeah.
I knew Labour were screwed.
Yes. So we are not screwed, but we have a moment where we can still recover this, but we have to make sure the electorate know we're on their side. And I think we've got a way to go to prove that to them.
Is there a particular thing that Kwasi Kwarteng or Liz Truss could do to show the people of Sherwood, the people across this nation, that they are on your side? Because, you know, to be fair to them, they've reversed national insurance, they're cutting people's income tax, they're helping with energy bills. What more could they do?
Yeah, so they can do a lot of that, but I think we've got to communicate that on a regular basis as a team. Politics is a team game. We've got to stick together. We've got to get behind the Prime Minister, give her that opportunity to set out a stall and you know, drive this through the House of Commons and prove to the electorate that we are on their side and we're doing our best for them.
You say your party needs to be, and it is, a team. Listening to Michael Gove, very senior cabinet minister during many years of this Conservative government, does he get the team message?
No. So Michael said he thought politically, it was the wrong thing to do to give that tax cut to the very rich.
Is he now in charge of government policy, or is Kwasi Kwarteng?
I think now what we've seen is that there's been an acknowledgement that that was a political mistake. They've U-turned very quickly. So, you know, fair enough. If you get something wrong, then admit you got it wrong and change your mind. I think that's the honourable thing to do and the right thing to do, rather than dig in and push on. So I think that demonstrates actually that the conversation within the Conservative Party is on the side of the electorate. That's a good place to be.
So, as I said earlier, you are a former chief government whip. How do you reinstall? Because it seems to me, looking at from the outside, that the discipline necessary in any party, whether you're in government or not, it seems to me that that is fracturing. Well, how do you get it back so
I'm not
people
sure that's true. I'm not sure. Let's see how the votes go when it comes to this stuff. You know, I think it's one thing to say that there are voices who are expressing concern.
But they shouldn't be on the telly doing that. That shows a lack of discipline when you've got people from your own party feeling willy-nilly that they can go on the telly and go, well, I don't like that bit of our policy, I don't like this bit of our policy.
We've not had, the House of Commons has not been, you know, so people need a forum to express those and have those discussions. With the sad death of the Queen, we've had this huge fall, so we've had a new leader elected. She's then had to have this interregnum where we've had to stop for the death of the monarch. Now we're into the party conference season. There hasn't been that opportunity for the Conservative Party and the government to get together to discuss these things in private.
Okay, final question. People are now asking whether, in order to show that the government is serious about getting borrowing down, that public services and public spending are now going to come under the microscope, and we may see a return to what used to be called austerity. What would the people of Sherwood, your constituency, say if there were any cuts to public spending, or indeed cuts to working, because people in work get some of those benefits, to enable their wage to be topped up through those benefits? If they were under threat, if they didn't rise at the same rate as prices, what would they say if your government...
So my constituents genuinely understand that government can waste money and does waste money. They would want us to be as efficient as possible.
But hasn't all the efficiency savings been done in 12 years? And if not, why not?
I don't think they have. I think actually there are lots of public services where we can be much more efficient.
Go on, give me some examples. Come on, Mark.
I think the NHS is very bureaucratic and very managerial, top-heavy. You know, I think we should give more responsibility, frankly, to those people who are at the coalface. You know, to doctors, to nurses, to head teachers, to give them the control of their own budget so they can spend that money as efficiently as possible. You know, I think there are lots of ways in which we can save taxpayers' cash.
Mark Spencer, pleasure to talk to you. Thank you. Back to you, Mark.
Gloria, thank you very much. And of course, all the latest from Birmingham throughout the afternoon. But let's update you on some other news now. And a 34-year-old man has appeared at Liverpool Magistrates Court, charged with the murder of 9-year-old Olivia Pratt-Corbell. Well, Thomas Cashman is accused of fatally shooting Olivia inside her home in Liverpool in August. He's also been charged with the attempted murder of a mother who was injured in that incident and a man named as Joseph Nee. Well, Cashman's due to appear now at Liverpool Crown Court later this afternoon. Let's get the latest with our North West England reporter Sophie Reaper, who was at the Magistrates Court this morning. Sophie, is this going to be a second tier, if you like? It goes up from the Magistrates to the Crown Court now.
That is indeed the case. This morning at Magistrates, we heard the first hearings for the two men who've been charged in relation to the murder of 9-year-old schoolgirl Olivia Pratt-Corbell. Last Thursday, we heard that a 34-year-old man from West Derby had been arrested on suspicion of her murder. And over the weekend, the Crown Prosecution Service confirmed that Thomas Cashman had indeed been charged with that offence. Now, Cashman has also been charged with the attempted murder of Olivia's mother, Cheryl, and of convicted burglar Joseph Nee, as well as 2 counts of possession of a firearm. Now, as you say, that case has now been passed over to Liverpool Crown Court, and Cashman is expected expected to appear there at around 2 o'clock this afternoon for that trial to continue. This morning, we also heard about the case of Paul Russell, the other man who's been charged in relation to Olivia's murder. He's been charged with assisting an offender. He took Cashman away from the scene, drove him away from the scene after the incident, and also disposed of Cashman's clothing. Now, his defence didn't apply for bail, and therefore he'll remain in custody until his trial, which has been set for the 31st of October.
And Sophie, I gather Olivia's parents were in court for that hearing at the Magistrates' Court. How are they doing at the moment?
Well, we did see Olivia's mum, Cheryl, and she looked visibly upset throughout. We've seen her around, and I imagine she will appear at Crown Court as well this afternoon. She did look visibly upset, but she also looked very strong, I must say. So I would say, in my opinion, she looks very strong.
And in terms of the police operation, the investigations, they continue outside this particular court appearance as well?
Yes, over the weekend when we heard from Merseyside Police, they told us they believe that there are still a number of people who were involved in this incident, and they say they're going to continue to work until they have every single one of them. Of course, this comes as part of a wider crackdown on crime in the Merseyside region. They say they want no more guns on the streets of Liverpool, and that they will continue to work until they have every single criminal involved, not just in the case of Olivia Pratt-Korbel, but any criminal case in the whole Liverpool region.
OK, well, Sophie, for the moment, thank you. And I gather that next hearing is due to start at 2 o'clock. We'll be back to you, of course, get the latest there in Liverpool. Thanks very much indeed. Well, let's reflect on dramatic political events of the day, of course, with this screeching U-turn, as it's been described by the Chancellor and the Prime Minister on that 45p higher rate tax cut. It's obviously got you talking. Let's reflect on some of your views. Paul, first of all, been in touch to say for most of the last Labour government's period in office, the top rate was 40p. Yet when the Conservatives tried to do it, Labour and all the other usual suspects spin all the facts to suit their cause, which may not be in the country's best interest. Labour are just opportunistic, he said. Ronnie says, no more U-turns. A 45p tax cut would bring high investment. What is wrong with making the UK a tax haven off the coast of Europe? At this rate, we will lose the next election and be destroyed by Labour or a combination of Greens, Lib Dems and other parties. All the world's economies are struggling. Stand strong and we will come out great. We'll keep those views coming. Don't forget gbviews at gbnews.uk, and we'll have the very latest from you from the Tory party conference in Birmingham throughout the afternoon. But the story dominating that conference has been that U-turn, as we said, to scrap or to reverse that top rate cut for highest earners, 45p rate, remember. The Chancellor conceded that the scrapping of that rate had become a distraction, he said, from the government's mission to grow the economy. Then earlier today, the Prime Minister tweeting, "We get it and we have listened." It follows criticism from economists, the Labour Party, Tory MPs themselves, and, of course, that turmoil on the markets, although we have to say the pound has come back today to about 1.12 against the dollar. But let's get more now with our political reporter, Catherine Foster, who's in Birmingham for us. Catherine, what are you learning there about why this happened when it did? I mean, perhaps we look at what the MP said, particularly, of course, Michael Gove, Grant Shapps, but there are reports, I gather, that it was the Tory party donors who also rang the alarm bells.
Yes, it became clear that this was not going to fly and that they absolutely did not have the numbers to get this through Parliament. Obviously, Michael Gove's intervention, Grant Shapps, but also talking to a couple of Red Wall MPs I was speaking to earlier, and they were saying none of the higher rate taxpayers are actually asking for this. People in the city are saying, we don't want this. And so the government really did back themselves into a corner. One of them was saying it was obvious from the minute it was announced that it was never going to get through. Another one was saying, well, you know, there is a case for it. This is a political decision, not an economic decision, but the messaging had been bad. I spoke to the Secretary of State for Work work and pensions, Chloe Smith, a little bit earlier. And I asked her, given that Liz Truss and Kwasi Kwarteng had been saying last night, and very clearly the Prime Minister said yesterday on TV that there would be no backtracking on the cut in 45 rate of tax. This is what she had to say when I asked her what had changed.
Been able to listen to some of the opinions that have been expressed here at the conference, and to be fair, there has been a clear and I think actually constructive debate going on. So I think they've listened, and I think they understand that this was a distraction, or becoming a distraction, this particular measure, the 45p rate point. And I think they have acknowledged that, and then therefore announced this morning that they will be making that change in order to be able to deliver the rest of the really important programme that is all about growth and helping people towards opportunities and prosperity.
So that was Chloe Smith speaking a little bit earlier. But make no mistake, although there is obviously relief here that the government has changed course, there is also a lot of unhappiness as well. Some people feel that they should have held firm, that this looks like weakness. They'd gone all out saying this was the right policy, and now they've done a massive U-turn. Also, unhappiness about the way this was handled, in that the full cabinet had not been consulted about this measure before it was announced in the Fiscal event a week and a half ago last Friday. And then also, again, that they made this change and didn't brief the cabinet, didn't brief MPs, didn't let them know in advance. So quite a lot of anger, really, that MPs feel they're wheeled out to support a policy, and then there is a change. And also, obviously, the rebels are delighted that this change has come. But if Liz Truss and Kwasi Kwarteng think that things are going to improve dramatically soon, I think they've got another think coming, because already MPs not happy about some of these policies that have in their sights. We don't know as yet, with the benefits up rating. Rishi Sunak, the former Chancellor, of course, had promised that benefits would be uprated in line with inflation, but it's reported that the government is considering uprating them only in line with average earnings at about 5%. So that would be a real terms cut. Many MPs are not happy about that either.
Chris Philp, the Chief Secretary of the Treasury, and Kwasi Kwarteng declining to give that assurance, bearing in mind, inflation running 10% or even more, perhaps. So that could be seen as a real cut in benefits. What's that likely to do for the party, particularly that what we used to call the One Nation Tories there?
Yes, exactly. So much unhappiness because they think that this is playing in to the image that Labour will now try to portray of the Conservative Party as there to help the people at the top. Obviously, that was a message that was sent out by that top cut of tax that obviously has had to be ditched. But again, with the benefits, the people at the bottom, if they don't uprate those in line with inflation, the people at the very bottom are going to be, as a consequence, worse off. Now, Labour are already running attack ads this morning and saying that the Conservative Party have trashed the economy, that Labour are the party of sound money, and that they can undo the damage. So, difficult times ahead.
Catherine, thank you very much indeed. Plenty of activity going on there behind you in Birmingham. We'll have the very latest for you throughout the afternoon here on GB Newsday. Stay with us.
Hello, I'm Alex Deacon with your latest weather update. Dry and a bright day for most today. There is thicker cloud across western Scotland and Northern Ireland, where there will be some rain at times. That's being created by this little weather feature, this tangle of weather fronts, but taking a glancing blow towards this area of high pressure, which will continue to dominate for most, and hence why most places are going to have a fine, bright day. There's a fair bit of cloud around, but we're seeing some sunny spells over northeastern Scotland, central and eastern parts of England, much of Wales too. But that thicker cloud still bringing a little bit of rain through the afternoon over the west coast of Scotland, perhaps staying a little drier in northern parts of Northern Ireland. Temperature-wise, well, above average for the time of year. Most places in the mid to high teens, bit of sunshine across East Anglia. Could see temperatures close to 20 degrees. The rain is going to continue across western Scotland. Could cause a few issues. Certainly a lot of spray and surface water on the roads here as that rain continues through the night. And we'll see the rain returning to Northern Ireland overnight as well and spreading towards Glasgow. Elsewhere, by the odd shout, most places across England and Wales having a dry night and a pretty mild night too. On to Tuesday, and that rain at first across much of Scotland, but the western coast of Scotland should at least turn drier quite quickly through the day. It'll take a while before that rain clears away from Belfast and from the central belt of Scotland. Quite a damp day for northwest England, and a good part of Wales seeing rain on and off throughout Tuesday. Some of that rain may get to southwest England, but much of the East Midlands, East Anglia and the southeast dry and bright again, and a little warmer as well. We're likely to reach 20 Celsius on Tuesday afternoon. That zone of wetter weather continues to affect a large chunk of the country as we head through Tuesday evening, and it's tied back into a deepening area of low pressure. Now, this needs watching. Tuesday night and into Wednesday, going to bring a spell of rain across the country, but also for some very, very gusty winds. As I said, one to watch for Wednesday.
Weekday afternoons on GB News, we've got the whole of the UK covered. From 12 to 3, it's GB Newsday with me, Mark Longhurst.
And me, Gloria De Piero. You'll get the very latest on everything that's been going on across our great nation.
And from 3 till 6, watch out for GB News Live with me, Patrick Christys. I'm not here to mess around with all the biggest topics and guests. You will always be up to date. GB Newsday and GB News Live from 12 p.m.
Only on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello there, it's Eamon Holmes here from Breakfast on GB News. We're not just on your television and your screens, you know.
We're on DAB plus digital radio, so you can listen to your favourite shows on the move.
If you've not yet listened to GB News Radio, it's very simple. We're on your radio player and TuneIn apps, on your smart speaker, phone or tablet, or online at gbnews.uk.
Take us with you wherever you go. GB News Radio.
You never have to miss a moment of the People's Channel.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh my goodness me.
And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hello, I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m, where I'll be joined by two of the country's top comedians as we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight. If it's a big story, we'll be covering it, I guarantee, but we'll also have some fun along the way. That's GB News Headliners at 11 p.m. We won't put you to sleep, unlike some of the other paper review shows out there. So join us, 11 p.m, 7 nights a week.
Very good afternoon, it's 1 o'clock and you're watching on TV and listening on radio to GB Newsday with me, Mark Longhurst, and Gloria De Piero, who's live at the Conservative Party conference in Birmingham for us. So we'll be getting the very latest reaction to Chancellor Kwasi Kwarteng's U-turn on abolishing that 45p tax cut. Following a bruising media round this morning, he's now expected to focus on his big speech in the conference hall this afternoon. So throughout the next 2 hours, we'll be bringing you the latest from the conference in Birmingham with our reporters and MPs as we wait for the Chancellor's speech. That's expected at around 4 o'clock. Right now, the latest news headlines with Rosie.
Good afternoon, it's 1 o'clock. I'm Rosie Wright, keeping you up to date today on GB News. An economic think tank says the Chancellor's tax U-turn will do little to ease the pressure on the UK's public finances. The Institute for Fiscal Studies says abandoning plans to cut the 45p tax rate for the highest earners is the smallest part of the mini-budget. They estimate it represents £2 billion out of the £45 billion tax-cutting budget. Mr Kwarteng will defend his plans this afternoon when he addresses the party conference. Well, Chief Secretary to the Treasury, Chris Philp, has already been defending them. He told us the plan to abolish the top tax rate had become a distraction.
The government is a government that listens, it's taken the temperature, and it's, we are a democracy and we're a parliamentary democracy, so listening both to the public and, of course, to members of parliament is very important. That's what they've done. This had become a distraction from what is a really good plan. There are many bits of this plan that haven't even been reported in the last week and a half.
Parliamentary Secretary at the Cabinet Office, Brendan Clark-Smith, told us the timing of the tax cuts wasn't right.
Of course, we do want low taxes, but you've also got to bring people with you. You've got to do it at the right time. And we just felt that really it was, again, distracting people from actually all the other good stuff that we're actually doing that we want to be talking about at party conference as well. And the Chancellor said that he's listened to colleagues. Some of them had raised concerns about it, and he said, well, I'm going to change.
What do the opposition make of it? The shadow Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, says so much damage, though, has already been done.
It was obvious they weren't going to get this through the House of Commons. They were forced into this screeching U-turn. But so much damage has already been done with higher government borrowing costs and huge worries for people about how they're going to afford their mortgages.
The pound bounced back to levels similar to what it was before the announcement of the mini-budget. Sterling surged during overnight trading as reports emerged of the Chancellor's plans for a U-turn. The pound hit $1.13 at one stage, but has since dipped again now to 1.12. Northern Ireland Minister Steve Baker's apologised for what he called his ferocious stance during Brexit negotiations with the EU. The Conservative MP said he was sorry that he and his colleagues had not always acted in a way that encouraged Ireland and the EU to trust the UK. He's now calling on MPs to act with humility to restore relations with Ireland, admitting they're not where they should be. A 34-year-old man's appeared at Liverpool Magistrates' Court charged with the murder of Olivia Pratt-Corbell. Thomas Cashman is accused of fatally shooting the 9-year-old inside her home in Liverpool in August. He'll now appear at Liverpool Crown Court this afternoon. He's also charged with the attempted murder of her mother, who was also injured in the incident. In international news now, and Ukraine's president says his forces have made advances in the south of the country, liberating a number of besieged cities in the Kherson region. Volodymyr Zelensky's comments come after the UK's defence secretary says it's highly unlikely that Vladimir Putin will use nuclear weapons in Ukraine. But he also warned the Russian leader's not rational. Putin has previously warned the West that he will use all means at his disposal if his country is threatened. Major General Tim Cross doesn't think that the West should take Putin's threats lightly.
This guy has got the capability of causing serious strategic damage, not just through nuclear weapons. I mean, everybody's been talking about nuclear weapons, understandably, but he's also got chemical weapons and biological weapons. He's used both of those. He's used biological weapons against us in Salisbury, but more importantly, in one sense, he's used chemical weapons in places like Syria.
Hundreds of residents of Dunfermline in Fife have gathered to welcome the King and the Queen consorts. They're visiting to mark the former town gaining city status. It's their first joint public engagement since the period of royal mourning ended. Dunfermline is one of the 8 places that have won city status as part of the late monarch's Platinum Jubilee celebrations. You're now up to date on GB News, and I'll bring you more as the day develops. Now let's head back to Newsday.
Rosie, thanks very much indeed for that. Well, all eyes and ears on Birmingham this afternoon, of course, and that Tory party conference. Let's get the very latest now with Gloria, who's there for us. And Gloria, what's the atmosphere like? Has Kwasi Kwarteng now got a job in his hands with this speech to regain credibility and indeed perhaps authority with his own party?
I've been speaking to lots of Conservative MPs this morning, actually. What's the atmosphere like? I think if there was an emoji to describe the response that you get from Conservative MPs, it would be a raised eyebrows, to be honest, at the events of the last 24 hours. I'm joined now by another Red Wall MP, Marco Longhi, the MP for Dudley North.
Hi, Gloria.
Hello, Marco. Great to see you on the show as ever. When you woke up this morning and heard about the U-turn on tax cuts for those earning over £150,000, what was your reaction?
My reaction was one that, OK, we have a Prime Minister that's looked at the situation, listened to the parliamentary party, and realised that there was perhaps not enough time to have consulted the parliamentary party with all of the measures that came into place on that Friday mini-budget.
Sorry.
No. So what we had, don't forget, was a leadership election that took up a long time. And we knew that would happen when people decided to remove Boris. And there was a criticism there that we weren't getting on top of the agenda for the cost of living. So the government was immediately under pressure to react very quickly to the cost of living, hence that fiscal event on Friday. So it all happened very quickly and in a rushed way.
Yeah.
So there wasn't enough time to consult MPs such as myself and others on a number of the measures that were proposed.
But would it ever have been sensible, Marco, to sit in a room, no matter how much time you have, and go, I know what the answer is. It is to give tax cuts to those earning over £150,000. Because if that is the answer, I have no idea what question you would be asking.
So when that announcement was made, I thought, oh dear, I'm going to have to try and sell this to my constituents.
And you're very loyal, and you're a very loyal member of this party, and you take them for the team.
That is correct, and I will continue to be like that, and because people want to see teamwork, and there is strength in teamwork. What I will say is that I went door knocking, I met community groups, and I spoke to a number of people, many of them who'd voted Conservative for the first time, and we eyeballed each other. And they said to me, look, Marco, we don't quite get this. Our initial reaction isn't really one that we're happy with what's happened. Explain it to us. And when I explained it to them, they got it. And they said, well, OK, I'm still not completely convinced, but fine. And Marco, you're doing a great job locally. Please carry on. So I wasn't triangulating with those polls that looked absolutely dreadful for the Conservative Party. And I felt much more easy with the proposals. They get the fact that we need to move away from a policy that is very slow in terms of growing the economy, and that Liz's proposals to grow the economy, they understand that. But selling that high rate of tax to 62,000 residents for me was going to be a very big ask for me. So am I happy that that has now changed? Yes, I am. Did I see it as a distraction internally to the Conservative Party? Yes, I did. Don't forget, the Conservative Party is a party of government, and by its very nature, it's a very broad church, and therefore MPs of very different opinions. And because things were rushed through so quickly, the Prime Minister and Kwasi have shown leadership by listening and actually reversing that position, and that takes courage.
What do they need to do then in terms of party management to enable decisions which are not approved by their MPs? What do they need to do before they make a radical decision like this next time? I mean, public spending is now being mooted. Are they talking to you about that? Public spending cuts, I should say.
Absolutely. Well, what normally happens, I don't want to make a mountain out of a molehill of this, because it is more of a molehill than a mountain. And I know that the media generally, and of course not GBNews, present company accepted, tends to make a massive issue out of these things. It's actually not a big deal.
Can you imagine Boris Johnson making a mistake like this? Do you miss him?
Of course I miss him. Who wouldn't miss Boris? Come on. Everybody loves Boris. But look, I'm sure that moving forwards, the Prime Minister, the Chancellor and other Secretaries of State are going to be consulting, as they normally do, as they normally would, all of the parliamentary party with the proposals that are coming forward. I keep coming back to the point. We had a pressure with the cost of living building up over the summer, people already emailing me saying, I can't afford to pay my bills. Businesses contacted me saying, what am I going to do? I'm going to have to close down. So there had to be a quick reaction. And the Chancellor did that very, very quickly. It didn't give time to the OBR to do its normal forecasting. It didn't give time to actually have the normal consultation.
Would you like to see the OBR forecasts sort of sooner rather than later, because the sort of Independent Office of Budget Responsibility say they can provide them, but your Chancellor saying, well, no, we don't need them till the 23rd of November. That's an awful long time away. Maybe it would calm everybody if we could see the books, see how the working out's done, see what the scale of borrowing is.
Sure. So there is going to be an update from the OBR in October. Forgive me, I can't remember the exact date. And then there's going to be the medium-term fiscal plan happening in November, where the OBR will give the full impact on the proposals that were put forward on Friday. So it's not as if anyone's trying to hide anything here. Those OBR impacts and forecasts are going to happen.
Do you wish they had been published, though, at the time of the so-called mini-budget? There were lots of people, including Mel Stride, a member of your party, who was chair of the cross-party Treasury Select Committee. He said it should be published at the time of any economic statement.
It's the fact that if we wanted the OBR, there was nothing to hide here. If we wanted the OBR to be published, we'd have had to have waited another couple of months before bringing in the fiscal measures to support people. This is the problem.
But arguably, you might not have made the mistake if you had have seen all the working out, and if people had been able to see the working out, you might not have borrowed more for unfunded tax cuts, paid for by borrowing, which you've now gone back on when it comes to those tax cuts for the richest.
For that one small element of it, don't forget we are still supporting individuals and businesses to the tune of several billion pounds. So we are committing to what Liz has said. This government is going to stand by you as an individual and stand by you as a business, as it did through the COVID pandemic. We are also, don't forget, having to deal with a war in Europe at the same time. She's had to deal with the passing of our beloved monarch, and then she decided to move quickly to help people where it was hurting them, and that was in terms of getting those bills paid. So, you know, could things have been handled better? Well, then maybe, but it might have meant waiting even longer for those remedies to be in place.
Let me put this point to you. 2019, the election where you got elected, you won that seat from Labour, where all of those formerly lifelong Labour voters switched to the Conservatives. I put this to you. It was an incredibly exceptional election. You had Boris, you had Brexit, you had Corbyn. None of those three things are available to you come the next election. How central to your election victory were Boris, Brexit and Corbyn? I say pretty huge.
Huge, massively so. And of course, my job is on the line. And any decision that the current administration, or as things evolve in the next couple of years, will have a massive impact on my job prospects. I get that. All I can do is be accountable to my residents in Parliament and in the local area that I live in, and I'm working the patch as hard as I can, and I'm there for everybody. And I think they know that. I hope they know that.
Marco Longhi, Member of Parliament for Dudley North. Always a pleasure to talk to you on the show and on the channel. Well, Mark, that gives you a flavour of the atmosphere down here in Birmingham, up here in Birmingham.
Yeah, and we'll be watching out for those raised eyebrows, as you said on the emojis, that maybe some of those MPs will be adopting this afternoon. Gloria, for the moment, thank you. Back to you, of course, as we head towards that speech, 4 o'clock, as we were saying, expecting the Chancellor to take to the stage there. Let's move to royal news now, because King Charles and the Queen Consort in Dunfermline in Scotland this morning for their first joint public engagement since the Queen's funeral and, of course, the ending of that official period of royal mourning. Well, the crowds cheered the couple as they visited Dunfermline Abbey and saw the resting place of Robert the Bruce, no less. Then King Charles formally conferring city status on Dunfermline at an earlier ceremony. The royal couple being greeted by First Minister Nicola Sturgeon and Scottish Secretary Alistair Jack. Well, joining us now in the studio, our royal correspondent Cameron Walker. And Cameron, particularly poignant, I suppose, for the King, in that the city status was conferred, of course, as part of that Platinum Jubilee celebration.
Yes, it's wonderful having this lasting legacy of Her Majesty the Queen. Dunfermline, one of 8 cities which has been granted city status to kind of celebrate Her Majesty the Queen's Platinum Jubilee, 70 years of service, of course. And he formally conferred Dunfermline as a city, and it's been dubbed actually by the provost of Fife, who's kind of like a mayor figure for the area, that it's a very royalist city, and he was greeted by crowds cheering outside the city chambers where he took part in that ceremony, as well as on his walk down to the Abbey, which has a long association with royals, including Robert the Bruce, of course, who, as you've just mentioned in your link there, is buried in the Abbey.
Yeah, and significance that, again, it's something taking place north of the border in Scotland. Should we read anything into that?
Perhaps, and I think the crowd's reaction to First Minister Nicola Sturgeon arriving to greet His Majesty the King there was quite something.
Oh, really?
Many were booing. Many were booing.
Interesting.
Granted, there were a few cheers, some from both sides here, but it was very clear that a lot of people were booing. Whether that was deliberately staged remains to be seen. But there was a lot of love and support for the King and the Queen Consort.
And he does appear to be taking great comfort from the warmth that he's getting from these crowds, and the fact that he's managing to speak to people, to shake hands, and this sort of very personal link that he seems to be trying to establish with people.
Yes, and the fact he spends a vast majority of his time in Scotland following the death of his mother and the national mourning period, as well as choosing this as his first public engagement following royal mourning with his wife, Queen Consort Camilla, I think just shows perhaps the power the monarchy has in strengthening the union between England and Scotland. And we see them do two engagements here. This afternoon, a bit later on this afternoon, they'll both be travelling to Edinburgh, where they're going to be hosting a reception at Holyrood House for the British Asian community within Scotland, celebrating their service to Scotland in the NHS and arts, media, from all walks of life. So they're trying to meet as many real people, local people, as possible.
Yeah, and again, reflection perhaps, of course, that when we had the period of mourning, that the Queen's coffin was in Holyrood House for a time as well. That may obviously be quite difficult for him. But looking at the other side of the royal coin, if you like, Harry and Meghan now back in the United States, we understand.
We understand.
What's the latest with all this froth, some people have described it as, about the book and the documentary and so on? I mean, it must be causing the King some discomfort.
I'm sure the royal household are trying best to ignore it, but you're right. According to reports, we know that this book, this tell-all autobiography, which Prince Harry is expected to publish, is meant to be published by the end of the year. But roughly a week after royal mourning ended, there were reports started to emerge that Prince Harry was desperately trying to make last-minute changes to this autobiography. Perhaps there's been some suggestion that following the outpouring of grief for Her Majesty the Queen, for the public support of the King and Queen Consort, he wanted to perhaps tone down some of the alleged criticism he's going to be saying in this book.
Because we saw, obviously, that both Harry and Meghan saw that firsthand in Windsor with those extraordinary pictures that we saw.
They did, and they undertook a public engagement with the Prince and Princess of Wales, the new Prince and Princess of Wales, greeting crowds. But it might be too late for Prince Harry. The book, if the publishers want it out in time for Christmas or out in time for American Thanksgiving, it may already be at the printers. We simply don't know.
Right. So obviously commercial pressures, as they say, may actually dictate that. And just looking ahead now, are we going to be seeing more of the King and the Queen Consort? Will there be a number of engagements now that we'll see them out and about?
Yes, so today we have confirmation that he will be hosting his first state visit to the United Kingdom at Buckingham Palace next month with the President of South Africa and his wife. That will be at Buckingham Palace. The first, of course, he has conducted as King. From my understanding from speaking to royal sources, this was actually in the early stages of planning before Her Majesty the Queen died, but clearly now we've got a new King, so he will be the one hosting rather than the late Majesty.
Yeah. Cameron, as ever, thank you very much indeed for all your insight, and of course we'll follow those events with interest. Thank you very much indeed. Let's just remind you that coming up we'll have the latest from Birmingham, where it seems the man's returning at least. What made the Chancellor Kwasi Kwarteng change his mind on that plan to scrap the higher 45p tax rate and reverse it? All we'll be talking about that coming up after this break.
Hello, I'm Alex Deacon with your latest weather update. Dry and a bright day for most today. There is thicker cloud across western Scotland and Northern Ireland, where there will be some rain at times. That's being created by this little weather feature, this tangle of weather fronts. But Taking a glancing blow towards this area of high pressure, which will continue to dominate for most, and hence why most places are going to have a fine, bright day. There's a fair bit of cloud around, but we're seeing some sunny spells over northeastern Scotland, central and eastern parts of England, much of Wales too. But that thicker cloud still bringing a little bit of rain through the afternoon over the west coast of Scotland, perhaps staying a little drier in northern parts of Northern Ireland. Temperature-wise, well, above average for the time of year, most places in the mid to high teens. Bit of sunshine across East Anglia could see temperatures close to 20 degrees. The rain is going to continue across western Scotland, could cause a few issues. Certainly a lot of spray and surface water on the roads here as that rain continues through the night, and we'll see the rain returning to Northern Ireland overnight as well and spreading towards Glasgow. Elsewhere, by the odd shout, most places across England and Wales having a dry night and a pretty mild night too. On to Tuesday, and that rain at first across much of Scotland, but the western coast of Scotland should at least turn drier quite quickly through the day. It'll take a while before that rain clears away from Belfast and from the central belt of Scotland. Quite a damp day for northwest England, and a good part of Wales seeing rain on and off throughout Tuesday. Some of that rain may get to southwest England, but much of the East Midlands, East Anglia and the southeast dry and bright again, and a little warmer as well. We're likely to reach 20 Celsius on Tuesday afternoon. That zone of wetter weather continues to affect a large chunk of the country as we head through Tuesday evening, and it's tied back into a deepening area of low pressure. Now, this needs watching. Tuesday night and into Wednesday, going to bring a spell of rain across the country, but also for some very, very gusty winds. As I said, one to watch for Wednesday.
Weekday afternoons on GB News, we've got the whole of the UK covered. From 12 to 3, it's GB Newsday with me, Mark Longhurst.
And me, Gloria De Piero. You'll get the very latest on everything that's been going on across our great nation.
And from 3 till 6, watch out for GB News Live with me, Patrick Christys. I'm not here to mess around with all the biggest topics and guests. You will always be up to date. GB Newsday and GB News Live from 12 p.m.
Only on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello there, it's Eamon Holmes here from Breakfast on GB News. We're not just on your television and your screens, you know.
We're on DAB plus digital radio, so you can listen to your favourite shows on the move.
If you've not yet listened to GB News Radio, it's very simple. We're on your radio player and TuneIn apps, on your smart speaker, phone or tablet, or online at gbnews.uk.
Take us with you wherever you go. GB News Radio.
You never have to miss a moment of the People's Channel.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh my goodness me.
And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hello, I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m, where I'll be joined by two of the country's top comedians as we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight. If it's a big story, we'll be covering it, I guarantee, but we'll also have some fun along the way. That's GB News Headliners at 11 p.m. We won't put you to sleep, unlike some of the other pay-per-review shows out there. So join us, 11 p.m, 7 nights a week.
Welcome back to GB Newsday. Just to remind you, the latest live from Birmingham coming up with Gloria there at the Tory party conference. But let's tell you now about one of the last surviving links to that great escape from that German prisoner of war camp. Captain Charles Vivian Howard has died at the age of 102. He was a Royal Naval pilot and became a prisoner of war at the camp, made famous by the 1963 film. But tasked with the important responsibility of distracting the guards using his fluent German, he helped 76 men to escape via those tunnels. But he remained himself at the camp for another 2.5 more years. His son spoke to our reporter Ellie Costello about his father's life.
Vivian Howard's life was nothing short of remarkable. When war broke out in 1939, 19-year-old Vivian volunteered to join the Royal Navy as a pilot. In 1941, his plane was shot down. He was captured and held at the German Stalag Luft III camp in modern-day Poland.
I have had the pleasure of knowing quite a number of British...
The camp was made famous as the location of the Great Escape.
There were 3 tunnels that were called Tom, Dick and Harry. The tunnel called Tom started in Dad's hut, which was the Polish hut. He elected to go in with the Poles and he learned Polish. And then they discovered that one, but there were 2 others. Or 76, I think it was, escaped. His job in that was to, because he was fluent in German, was to distract the guards and converse with them. But he wasn't one of the escapees, luckily, because Hitler had 50 of them executed. You know, he just got on with things at the time. They were all in it together. I mean, the film The Great Escape was not entirely accurate. There were no Americans involved in it.
What are you doing over here by the wire?
Well, like I told Max here, I was trying to get my gun.
They felt it was their duty to escape, to take up the time of Germans, the enemy.
Towards the war's end, Vivian survived the death marches when prison camps in eastern Germany were emptied as the Red Army advanced.
Dad told me there was a chance remark from a Polish colleague, which probably saved his life. They said, look, when you're on a march like this, never take your boots off, because your feet will swell and you never get them back on again. And if you couldn't walk or keep up, they would shoot you. So they said, loosen them, but don't take them off. And that probably saved his life.
Vivian ended up in a camp in Germany, which was liberated when the war ended. He went on to have 3 children with his wife, Bernadette, and died at the age of 102 on the 14th of September 2022.
He was a friend and a supporter. He taught me how to do cryptic crosswords, and we used to do a lot of that together, and that was great fun. I used to really enjoy that. So a supportive and kind man who taught me a lot. And I think it was, you know, a good life well lived. So he had a good life, and I remember the good times.
Captain Charles Vivian Howard will be remembered for his remarkable life and his great sacrifice for freedom. Ellie Costello, GB News.
Extraordinary story about an extraordinary man. As we say, a good life well lived. Can't ask for better. Now, let's just bring you the latest we're getting on this story about the U-turn has been called on the government's tax cuts. We're just learning the Business Secretary, Jacob Rees-Mogg, has said that the U-turn had to happen out of political reality, saying this in an interview with the Daily Telegraph, but added that the Chancellor, Kwasi Kwarteng, should not resign. He said that there'd be no point in sticking stubbornly to policies amid opposition, but insisted it was a tax-cutting government. One tax cut of all of these, the smallest in terms of money to the Exchequer, has not been followed through. This has been a sound and fury that signifies nothing. However, others, of course, don't quite agree with that. The Shadow Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, speaking on the government abandoning those plans, said that the government's so-called mini-budget should now be reversed and that Parliament should also be recalled.
I wrote to the Chancellor yesterday and said that when the OBR give the Prime Minister and the Chancellor their forecast this Friday, that should be available to everybody else as well. We should have got the OBR forecast when the Chancellor delivered his fiscal statement. One of the reasons why the markets then became so volatile was because that failure to produce a forecast, along with the sacking of the Permanent Secretary at the Treasury, along with the undermining of the Bank of England, all of these things undermine confidence that investors who saw Britain as a safe place, a reliable place to invest. The Prime Minister and the Chancellor are doing so much damage to our country's reputation. The OBR have said that they had a forecast ready for when the Chancellor did his fiscal statement a week and a half ago. We can't afford to wait until the 23rd of November, which is what the Prime Minister and Chancellor currently say. When the OBR present their forecast this Friday to the Prime Minister and the Chancellor, that should also be presented to Parliament and should be presented to the British people. It is wrong that the Chancellor did a fiscal statement without any sort of independent forecast. The government now need to get a grip. They should reverse their budget, recall Parliament to do so, and rethink their whole approach, which is doing such damage to ordinary working people and businesses across our country.
Rachel Reeves, the Shadow Chancellor, and more reaction to come. Just to remind you, back live to the Conservative Party conference as Kwasi Kwarteng is due to make his speech from the conference dais at about 4 o'clock. First, let's get an update on the news headlines with Rosie.
Good afternoon, it's 1:31. I'm Rosie Wright, keeping you up to date on GB News. An economic think tank says the Chancellor's tax U-turn will do little to ease the pressure on the UK's public finances. It's the Institute for Fiscal Studies who say abandoning plans to cut the 45p tax rate for the highest earners is the smallest part of the mini-budget. They estimate it represents £2 billion out of the £45 billion tax-cutting budget that was announced. Mr Kwarteng will defend his plans when he addresses the party conference this afternoon. The Chief Secretary to the Treasury, Chris Phil, already has been doing so. He told us the plans to abolish the top tax rate had become a distraction.
The government is a government that listens, it's taken the temperature, and it's, we are a democracy and we're a parliamentary democracy, so listening both to the public and, of course, to members of Parliament is very important. That's what they've done. This had become a distraction from what is a really good plan. There are many bits of this plan that haven't even been reported in the last week and a half.
The Shadow Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, says so much damage, though, has already been done.
It was obvious they weren't going to get this through the House of Commons. They were forced into this screeching U-turn, but so much damage has already been done with higher government borrowing costs and huge worries for people about how they're going to afford their mortgages.
The pound has bounced back to levels seen before the announcement of the mini-budget 10 days ago. Sterling surged during overnight trading as reports emerged of the Chancellor's plans for a U-turn. The pound hit $1.13 at one stage, but has since dipped again to 1.12. Almost £150 million are going to be taken off customers' water bills after 11 water companies received financial penalties. The water regulator, Ofwat, says that utility companies have been fined for missing targets. Thames Water and Southern Water performed the worst. They'll have to return almost £80 million to their clients. Hundreds of residents of Dunfermline in Fife have gathered to welcome the King and the Queen Consort. They're visiting to mark the former town gaining city status. Dunfermline is one of 8 places that won the status as part of Queen Elizabeth's Platinum Jubilee celebrations. We're on your TV, we're online and on your DAB+ radio. It's GB News. Don't go anywhere. Newsday will be back in a moment.
Weekday afternoons on GB News, we've got the whole of the UK covered. From 12 to 3, it's GB Newsday with me, Mark Longhurst.
And me, Gloria De Piero. You'll get the very latest on everything that's been going on across our great nation.
And from 3 till 6, watch out for GB News Live with me, Patrick Christys. I'm not here to mess around with all the biggest topics and guests. You will always be up to date. GB Newsday and GB News Live from 12 p.m.
Only on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello there, it's Eamon Holmes here from Breakfast on GB News. We're not just on your television and your screens,
We're on DAB plus digital radio, so you can listen to your favourite shows on the move.
If you've not yet listened to GB News Radio, it's very simple. We're on your radio player and TuneIn apps, on your smart speaker, phone or tablet, or online at gbnews.uk.
Take us with you wherever you go. GB News Radio.
You never have to miss a moment of the People's Channel.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club. Oh my goodness me. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. Over a drink, we have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hello, I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m, where I'll be joined by two of the country's top comedians as we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight. If it's a big story, we'll be covering it, I guarantee, but we'll also have some fun along the way. That's GB News Headliners at 11 p.m. We won't put you to sleep, unlike some of the other paper review shows out there. So join us, 11 p.m, 7 nights a week.
Welcome back to GB Newsday. Well, it's another dramatic day in politics following the government U-turn over its tax cut. Let's bring you some more reaction we're getting from Nadine Dorries, of course, former Culture Secretary, saying there's been widespread dismay at Liz Truss for ditching key parts of Boris Johnson's administration's agenda, basically saying that if Liz wants a whole new mandate, she must take to the country, i.e. calling for an election. She, in particular, pointed to the Channel 4 sale, online safety, BBC licence fee review, all signed off by the Cabinet, all ready to go, all stopped. An indication, perhaps, of growing unease in the party. Let's go live back now to Birmingham and the party conference. Gloria is there for us. Gloria, clearly, this party's a little bit rattled.
And we're going to talk to our reporter, Catherine Forster, about that, who's been testing the mood. You've been talking to Conservative MPs this morning. How are they?
Very mixed feelings. I think a lot of relief that in the short term a decision has been made. Obviously, the people that pushed for it, Michael Gove, Grant Shapps, the rebels, if you want to call them, very, very happy and now thinking about what's next. But still a lot of unhappiness because many MPs feel that these are really unforced errors. Some of them feel, I was talking to a couple of Red Wall MPs earlier who were broadly supportive of Liz Truss, but even they were saying, one of them was saying, it is the right thing to do, but this was not the time, you have to take people with you. Another was saying, this was never going to fly, it was obviously politically impossible, why did they ever put it forward, why did they not talk to people? I think a lot of unhappiness that basically it's clear that the Cabinet had not been consulted about this tax rate cut before it was announced. And then again, with the U-turn, they weren't told. A lot of MPs weren't told. They were being wheeled out to be supportive. And then lo and behold, just before 7:30 this morning, suddenly there's this huge about turn. And I think a lot of MPs feel that really they've been left in the dark. And Liz Truss came to be Prime Minister off the back of the Conservative membership. Her base of support within MPs was never that strong, and I think a lot of real unhappiness that they have been high-handed in the way they've gone about things, high-handed with their own MPs, thinking they could just do what they liked, high-handed with the Bank of England, with the OBR, and that these are mistakes that didn't need to be made and have been made. Also, I was talking to a Conservative donor just before we came on air, and he was saying he actually hadn't voted for either Rishi Sunak or Liz Truss, but he had hosted dinners for both of them. And he was saying they didn't have to do this in the first place, but now that they've backtracked, he wasn't happy either, because he was saying, well, this looks like weakness. You know, if you're going to have a policy, if you're going to say, as she did at the top of the Empire State Building, I am prepared to be unpopular, to do the right thing because this is what the country needs, then when you U-turn on that a week and a bit later, it makes you look weak. It makes people think, well, what else is going to go?
Well, exactly, because actually it was only 24 hours ago that she was saying that budget, I absolutely stand by the policies set out in that budget. But we've learned that when big figures in the party, not even big figures, but when there's sort of echoes and voices of discontent within the party, the policy changes.
Yeah.
Now, what's next?
What's next? Well, exactly, because, and of course, tax rate cut that's now not going to happen was only going to save £2 billion.
It's the politics of it, isn't it? Because it would only, it'd have been a tax cut for people earning over £150,000 a year. Not many of them about.
Exactly. And Labour, of course, are completely making hay with this. Why wouldn't they? But the next thing, what is it going to be next? Because, of course, the rebels will feel emboldened now. They think she's backed down once. What do we want to stop next? Now, the benefits, there's been lots of talk, hasn't there, about Rishi Sunak, the previous Chancellor, had promised to uprate benefits in line with inflation of about 10%.
We should say that lots of those benefits go to people in work.
Most people on benefits are, in fact, working. So it's not the case that they can just set, just for people who are not working at home. Not at all. But Kwasi Kwarteng has been asked again this morning about, it's rumoured that the government is only going to uprate those in line with average earnings of about 4 to 5%. Now, clearly, that means quite a significant real terms cut for the people at the bottom. And he's been asked about this repeatedly, and he won't be drawn on it. I also asked the Secretary of State for Work and Pensions, Chloe Smith, earlier, and again, she was just like, we're looking at it, we're not going to announce. But the government can make announcement when it suits them. So Liz Truss yesterday was asked about the triple lock, and both her and Kwasi Kwarteng have said that's absolutely guaranteed to go ahead. So they're selective, aren't they? And of course, as was suggested by somebody earlier, they realise that older people, pensioners, tend to vote Conservative, and that people claiming benefits do not. One Red Wall MP that I was talking to said, if we do uprate benefits with inflation, we won't get a single extra vote because of it.
God, I would contest that, but that's not what we
are here to do. The optics are very difficult, aren't they? Because it's still, Labour are going to say, look at them, they're out to benefit the rich, and they are going to cut the benefits of people at the bottom of the heap. And so it's very, very difficult.
And just briefly, new political leaders, particularly prime ministers, they always get a honeymoon. What's gone wrong? Maybe she can get a honeymoon in the future?
I think the honeymoon days are gone, Gloria, don't you? I mean, first impressions matter, and they made this bold plan. It's sort of disintegrating, parts of it certainly, but people could say, well, she sticks to what she believes in, they're strong, they're going to go ahead. They used to call Boris Johnson the trolley, but she is purposeful, and now that's changed. So obviously they were in an impossible position, but the question is, have they done this to themselves? Was it foreseeable? And I think the best that they can do is get through this and try to build back, because as another MP said this morning, with the polls the way they are, the only way is up.
Mark Longhurst, Catherine Forster quoting a Conservative MP saying the only way is up. Well,
yes, not sure about honeymoon, maybe separation and divorce is on the cards, who knows, but we'll be back to you to get the latest, of course, Chancellor's speech at 4 o'clock. Gloria, thanks very much indeed. Now, let's bring you some more on the international news front now, with footage of a freight train moving specialist equipment associated with a nuclear arms division of Russia's defence ministry being seen on the move. It comes amid fears that Russia could use what are called tactical nuclear weapons in the conflict with Ukraine. On Friday, Russia's President Vladimir Putin announcing that Russia was annexing 4 regions in Ukraine, then to be incorporated into Russia. Well, as the war carries on, France has come under fire from some of the country's top strategic thinkers after recent analysis that's shown that the French share of foreign arms deliveries less than 2%, behind even the United States, currently supplying 49%, Poland 22%, and Germany supplying 2%. So why is France's contribution to the war effort so small? Let's now get the views of Olivier Vedrine, who's a French political scientist who has previously worked in Russia and indeed has been in Ukraine as well. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Olivier. Is this Macron addressing domestic political problems?
No, I want to underline the fact that Macron believed before that with the diplomatic way it can solve the crisis. And now we change in France, big change. That means before we believed that maybe that was possible to solve this crisis by diplomatic way and discussing with Putin, and now we are more in favor to give weapon to Ukraine. But why we before and why we are not very efficient? Yes, 2% is nothing. Why? Because during several months we really strongly believe that everything was possible by diplomatic way.
Is this because Macron felt he had a special relationship with Putin?
I think no. Definitely, Macron was not naive with Putin. He has no special relationship with Putin. He's more friend with Zelensky, not with Putin. But the history of France is to be like in the middle of the bridge, like during De Gaulle period. That's been between US and Soviet Union. And we still believe in this position, like we can do, like to be in the middle of the bridge to speak with US, with the Soviet Union, and that's why during months we did the same. This is our tradition, but that was wrong because we had no result, and now we will start to help more efficiently Ukraine with weapons.
I'm just reading that the latest is that Ukrainian forces are now advancing along the Dnipro River in Kherson region, and it appears that they are actually advancing in 3 of these 4 areas that Putin has declared as now part of Russia. Do you think that will encourage both France and perhaps Germany to actually start delivering more hardware because they can see the Ukrainians do have a chance of succeeding?
First of all, I think Ukraine has a chance to succeed to take back Kherson. And yes, I think Germany and France will give more weapons because they really want to support Ukraine. But I explained to you the French point of view. For the German point of view, I spoke with a friend of mine, with a former German diplomat, and he said to me that Germany will choose always the economy, the business, and that's why Germany was not very active also, because they thought that business with Russia was very important for them, and that's why they also helped not a lot Ukraine. But now and France and Germany will do more effort to help Ukraine, and you know that now we will give more equipment, like our Cannon Caesar, like our armor vehicles for French part, and also I think this is a turning point in our French policy and also in German policy.
Okay. Now, you were the editor of the Russian version of the French National Defence Review. What is your view about these reports about this specially equipped train which may be able to serve tactical nuclear weapons? Do you believe that Putin really will go nuclear?
You know, I gave a lot of interviews on French TV channels, and my point of view was that with Putin everything is possible, include a tactical nuclear weapon. And I believe that's possible. That will be a nightmare, but that's possible because he has no choice. He's losing the war on the ground, and only a tactical nuclear weapon can give to him a chance to go to some negotiation, because he's losing the war. And the tactical weapon is a political weapon who can make him stronger to go to negotiation. But I think that will be the end, because you know that the reaction of the West and the reaction of US will be very strong if Putin will use a tactical weapon. But I am afraid that he can.
Olivia in Paris, thank you very much indeed for your time. It sounds as if your kids want their lunch. We'll let you get back to them. Thank you very much indeed for your time.
Merci. Au revoir.
Merci beaucoup. Now, let's just move on to other matters and cross back live to Birmingham, not to the conference itself, but outside. Our news reporter Jack Carson is outside there. And Jack, of course, we saw problems for both Jacob Rees-Mogg and I think it was also Michael Fabricant when they were trying to get into that conference, with the police having to escort them yesterday. What's the position there now?
So there's not as many protesters here at Centenary Square outside the ICC where the Tory conference is taking place today, but there have been a few protest groups. One of those groups is the Royal College of Nursing for the West Midlands, and I'm joined by a nurse who's been at that protest today, Chris Barber, who joins me now. Now, Chris, one of the things you're protesting today is pay. Tell me about that.
Yes, the government has offered nurses 3% pay rise, which is not enough. And by the government, I mean the previous government of Boris Johnson. The current government has not yet offered us a pay increase.
Now, it was 3% that Boris Johnson offered you. You're looking for inflation plus 5%, which is 16%.
Yes. It sounds a lot, but if you pay nurses properly, you will attract more nurses into the profession.
And one of the things as the government's aim from the manifesto in 2019 was those 50,000 extra nurses. Earlier in the year, they said it already reached that target and that halfway mark. Have you seen that impact at all?
Not a bit. Nurses are tired, exhausted, demoralised. They're leaving in droves. So any increase in nursing is going to be met by nurses leaving the profession.
And so what solutions do you suggest that the government can take forward to keep those staff on and recruit more?
Pay nurses what we need, what we deserve, what we have a right to. If you pay nurses properly, you will attract more nurses to the profession. And more nurses to the profession means more and better care to you, the patient.
Okay, Chris, thank you very much for joining me. So that's the view of one of the protesters here at in Centenary Square at the ICC. There are a bunch of other protests going on today at the Tory party conference, but back to you, Mark.
Jack, thank you very much indeed for bringing us the picture there in Birmingham outside the conference centre. What's happening inside the Conservative Party conference? Well, let's join Gloria there because they're going to be waiting to see and hear, of course, from the Chancellor a little later.
Absolutely, and I'm now joined by Douglas Lumsden, Conservative member of the Scottish Parliament. What do you want Kwasi Kwarteng to say when he gets to his feet about 4 o'clock today?
Yeah, what I want him to say is just to give us the reassurance that the plans that they set out last Friday, we've now know where we're going with that. We heard that the top tax rate there was a U-turn on that. So I think we need a bit of stability now, and we need a clear vision of where we're going as a country, because as a country we're facing huge issues just now with the cost of living crisis. In Scotland we've got huge issues with the SNP, holding them to account. So we just need that clear direction from Kwasi, and I'm sure we'll get that this afternoon.
What spooked you more? The announcement of tax cuts for those earning more than £150,000 or the U-turn on them this morning? Or did both spook you in equal measure?
No, I think I think what we had is the government listening to people. There has been a big reaction over the last week since that the tax rate was announced. So we've actually I'm actually encouraged that we've got a government that listens to people, listens to the outcry that was there, and seen it as a big distraction. So I'm actually pleased that this U-turn has taken place, and now we can move forward with there was a lot of good stuff come from that that statement we had just last Friday, and that was, a lot of it was being lost. So now we need to get back on track. We need to get Britain moving again, and set a clear vision for growth that we've seen from Kwasi and Liz.
What about bankers' bonuses? Is the removal of the cap on how high those bonuses can be, I mean, that's going to go down in Scotland like... I won't finish. I'm trying to think of an appropriate metaphor. Not that well. We'll just stick with that.
I would rather see earnings made in the UK, and then we get taxed from that, then bankers being paid bonuses in New York or Frankfurt. So surely it's better to have that bonuses paid in the UK. And the more they earn,
that may be the rational argument. That may be the rational argument, but doorsteps, they're instinctive, it's emotional. And that's not an argument that people say, yeah, good point, on the doorstep. Or am I wrong, that you think you can convince people on the doorsteps that while they are struggling, I know what our priority is, let's remove the cap on bankers' bonuses?
But it is a message we can say that,
it is.
The more somebody earns, then the more tax they're going to pay in this country, which is surely a good thing for this country. I do agree sometimes it's difficult to sell that argument, and obviously they'll have the Labour opposition, we try and spin it the best they can. But it is an argument we should be making, that the more you earn, the more tax you'll pay in this country.
Well, on that basis, we can't continue this, but on that basis, you're just stuck with the removal of the 45p tax rate. If that principle is so great, then you wouldn't have U-turned on the tax cuts for the wealthiest.
Yeah, but of course, it's back to again, the government was listening to the people, listening to the outcry, and changed that policy, because there was a lot of good stuff that came out last Friday, and that was all being lost due to this part of it. So
thanks for joining us, Douglas. It's good to have you on the show. Stay with us as we bring you the latest. But let's get the weather for now.
Hello, I'm Alex Deacon with your latest weather update. Dry and a bright day for most today. There is thicker cloud across western Scotland and Northern Ireland, where there will be some rain at times. That's being created by this little weather feature, this tangle of weather fronts, but taking a glancing blow towards this area of high pressure, which will continue to dominate for most, and hence why most places are going to have a fine, bright day. There's a fair bit of cloud around, but we're seeing some sunny spells over northeastern Scotland, central and eastern parts of England, much of Wales too. But that thicker cloud still bringing a little bit of rain through the afternoon over the west coast of Scotland, perhaps staying a little drier in northern parts of Northern Ireland. Temperature-wise, well, above average for the time of year, most places in the mid to high teens, bit of sunshine across East Anglia. Could see temperatures close to 20 degrees. The rain is going to continue across western Scotland, could cause a few issues, certainly a lot of spray and surface water on the roads here as that rain continues through the night, and we'll see the rain returning to Northern Ireland overnight as well and spreading towards Glasgow. Elsewhere, by the odd shout, most places across England and Wales having a dry night and a pretty mild night too. On to Tuesday, and that rain at first across much of Scotland, but the western coast of Scotland should at least turn drier quite quickly through the day. It'll take a while before that rain clears away from Belfast and from the central belt of Scotland. Quite a damp day for northwest England, and a good part of Wales seeing rain on and off throughout Tuesday. Some of that rain may get to southwest England, but much of the East Midlands, East Anglia and the southeast dry and bright again, and a little warmer as well. We're likely to reach 20 Celsius on Tuesday afternoon. That zone of wetter weather continues to affect a large chunk of the country as we head through Tuesday evening, and it's tied back into a deepening area of low pressure. Now, this needs watching. Tuesday night and into Wednesday, going to bring a spell of rain across the country, but also for some very, very gusty winds. As I said, one to watch for Wednesday.
Weekday afternoons on GB News, we've got the whole of the UK covered. From 12 to 3, it's GB Newsday with me, Mark Longhurst.
And me, Gloria De Piero. You'll get the very latest on everything that's been going on across our great nation.
And from 3 till 6, watch out for GB News Live with me, Patrick Christys. I'm not here to mess around with all the biggest topics and guests. You will always be up to date. GB Newsday and GB News Live from 12 p.m.
Only on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello there, it's Eamon Holmes here from Breakfast on GB News. We're not just on your television and your screens, you know.
We're on DAB plus digital radio, so you can listen to your favourite shows on the move.
If you've not yet listened to GB News Radio, it's very simple. We're on your radio player and TuneIn apps, on your smart speaker, phone or tablet, or online at gbnews.uk.
Take us with you wherever you go. GB News Radio.
You never have to miss a moment of the People's Channel.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club. Oh my goodness me. And then for the last 15 minutes, Talking Pints over a drink, we have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hello, I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m, where I'll be joined by two of the country's top comedians as we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight. If it's a big story, we'll be covering it, I guarantee, but we'll also have some fun along the way. That's GB News Headliners at 11 p.m. We won't put you to sleep, unlike some of the other paper review shows out there. So join us, 11 p.m, 7 nights a week.
Very good afternoon. It's 2 o'clock and you're watching on TV and listening on radio to GB Newsday with me, Mark Longhurst, and with Gloria De Piero, who's live for us at the Conservative Party conference in Birmingham. We'll be getting more reaction from there to Chancellor Kwasi Kwarteng's U-turn on abolishing that 45p tax cut. Following a bruising media round this morning, he's now expected to focus on his big speech in the main conference hall coming up in a couple of hours' time. He'll be trying to win back the confidence of his own party. We'll also be looking at how the new Home Secretary, Suella Braverman, is planning a crackdown on UK immigration laws to end what she claims are out-of-control channel crossings. Before that, the latest news headlines with Rosie.
A very good afternoon to you. It's coming up to 2 minutes past 2. I'm Rosie Wright, keeping you up to date on GB News. An economic think tank says the Chancellor's tax U-turn will do little to ease the pressure on the UK's public finances. It's the Institute for Fiscal Studies. They say abandoning plans to cut the 45p tax rate for the highest earners is the smallest part of the mini-budget. They estimate it represents £2 billion out of the £45 billion tax-cutting budget. Mr Kwarteng will defend his plans when he addresses the party conference this afternoon. Already defending them is Chief Secretary to the Treasury, Chris Philp, who told us the plan to abolish the top tax rate had become a distraction.
The government is a government that listens, it's taken the temperature, and it's, we are a democracy and we're a parliamentary democracy, so listening both to the public and, of course, to members of parliament is very important. That's what they've done. This had become a distraction from what is a really good plan. There are many bits of this plan that haven't even been reported in the last week and a half.
Parliamentary Secretary at the Cabinet Office, Brendan Clark-Smith, told us the timing of the tax cuts wasn't right.
Of course, we do want low taxes, but you've also got to bring people with you. You've got to do it at the right time. And we just felt that really it was, again, distracting people from actually all the other good stuff that we're actually doing that we want to be talking about at party conference as well. And the Chancellor said that he's listened to colleagues. Some of them had raised concerns about it, and he said, well, I'm going to change.
The Shadow Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, says so much damage has already been done.
It was obvious they weren't going to get this through the House of Commons. They were forced into this screeching U-turn. But so much damage has already been done with higher government borrowing costs and huge worries for people about how they're going to afford their mortgages.
The pound bounced back to levels similar to before the announcement of the mini-budget. Sterling surged during overnight trading as reports emerged of the Chancellor's plans for a U-turn. The pound hit $1.13 at one stage, but has since dipped again to 1.12. A 34-year-old man has appeared at Liverpool Magistrates' Court charged with the murder of Olivia Pratt-Corbell. Thomas Cashman is accused of fatally shooting the 9-year-old inside her home in Liverpool in August. He'll now appear at Liverpool Crown Court this afternoon. He's also charged with the attempted murder of her mother, who was injured in the incident. The EU's Food Safety Agency says the UK and Europe has experienced its worst bird flu crisis ever this year. Almost 50 million poultry were culled this summer during the largest outbreak of avian flu on record. In the UK, 161 cases were detected in poultry and captive birds, leading to the culling of 3.2 million birds. Ukraine's president says his forces have made advances in the south of the country, liberating a number of besieged cities in the Kherson region. Volodymyr Zelensky's comments come after the UK's defence secretary says it's highly unlikely that Vladimir Putin will use nuclear weapons in Ukraine, but warned the Russian leader is not rational. Putin has previously warned the West that he'll use all means at his disposal if his country's threatened. Well, Major General Tim Cross told us he doesn't think the West should take Putin's threats lightly.
This guy has got the capability of causing serious strategic damage, not just through nuclear weapons. I mean, everybody's been talking about nuclear weapons, understandably, but he's also got chemical weapons and biological weapons. He's used both of those. He's used biological weapons against us in Salisbury, but more importantly, in one sense, he's used chemical weapons in places like Syria.
Quality Street is axing its famous bright plastic wrapping on its chocolates and introducing recyclable packaging instead. As a result, almost 2.5 billion individual wrappers will be removed from Nestlé's supply chain globally. The orange crunch and the green triangle, though, will remain in their existing foil, as they can already be recycled. The move is expected to be finalised in time for Christmas. This is GB News. I'll bring you more as it develops. Now, let's head back to Newsday.
Does that mean all our chocolates are going to melt for Christmas, I wonder? We shall see. So, a dramatic day for the government as it's announced that U-turn on its budget plans. Will it now be counting the political cost of that? Let's get the very latest from Birmingham and join Gloria once more.
With our political editor, Darren McCaffrey. Right, let's be fair to the government, Darren.
Yes.
They wanted to introduce a policy. The reaction to that policy, the tax cut for people earning over £150,000, that went down really badly. Today, they said, OK, we won't do it.
Yeah, and they would argue, we have listened. In fact, this is what they're saying, we have listened and we are changing that policy. But let's be very frank about this. They are doing it because of the political reality of the situation. In fact, Jacob Rees-Mogg, who's been speaking in the last hour, recognised that there was no way that 45p tax cut was ever going to get through the Commons. There was clearly going to be a massive Tory rebellion about it. They did not have the numbers. They're not doing this, scrapping this, like the Chancellor having to eat a hell of a lot of humble pie because they wanted to. They're having to do this because, frankly, the Conservative Party were not on site. And this is immensely politically damaging, not just for Kwasi Kwarteng, having to essentially U-turn on the most kind of eye-catching initiative in his mini-budget, 10 days ago, but also, frankly, for the new government. This government literally been in office for a couple of weeks. Liz Truss is the new Prime Minister. This is normally the honeymoon period.
Exactly.
When governments get to do what they want to do, and yet they're having to, as I say, change one of the key parts of that budget. It is humiliating. It's politically very, very difficult, and it is a sign, actually, of the fact that Liz Truss is now handcuffed to the Conservative Party. She is going to have to do whatever she does in future. She is going to have to be very aware of what the Conservative Party wants. She is not a Prime Minister who's in many ways in control of a party.
And she'd made a big thing of saying, I'm strong, I will take unpopular decisions if I think they're in the right interest of the country. Your point is that actually Tory MPs will have to be consulted on everything because they hold a lot of cards and they just won't vote for something they don't like.
They won't, and they look at this proposal, they didn't see it coming. Clearly Liz Truss admitted yesterday, didn't she, that she didn't prepare the ground properly, and there was a communications issue as well. But for lots of Conservative MPs, particularly those in red wall seats, they couldn't genuinely justify to the voters that they were getting rid of a banker's bonus cap and they were cutting tax, essentially for millionaires, and at the same time going to have to make really tough decisions probably in the weeks to come when it comes to benefit increases. That to them, and we heard this from Michael Gove yesterday, just doesn't politically work. It is not something they felt they could sell to the voters. The problem, I think, for Liz Truss is, aside from all of this, as you say, where does this leave her going forward? She has promised some really, really tough decisions on supply side, which is essentially potentially changing employment law when it comes to the 48-hour week, changing rights and conditions for animals. All this sort of stuff is going to be really, really unpopular. Is she going to be able to do it if lots of the Conservative Party do not want it, even if she think it is the right thing to get Britain growing again? And I think that must be the real concern, not just in the government, but also amongst Conservative members here, is we're 2 years out from an election, we've got a new Prime Minister, but in the end, she already looks pretty impotent.
Are we 2 years out from an election? Because some people argue that actually the 2019 manifesto is is the manifesto with a mandate from the country, but she's pursuing things, actually, as Nadine Dorries has tweeted out about an hour ago, which she has no electoral mandate for. And of course, Labour and the opposition parties want a general election now.
Yeah.
Is there any chance, Darren, of us having an earlier general election so she can go to the people and say, give me a mandate?
I think it's really, really unlikely. I mean, first of all, Nadine Dorries is saying this morning, for example, she's dumping kind of the review of the BBC licence fee and indeed the privatisation of Channel 4. I mean, I have to say, neither of those things were in the Conservative manifesto in 2019, so I'm not entirely sure what Nadine Dorries is talking about. But at the same time, the government would turn around and they would say, well, actually, we are going to keep the triple lock on pensions, which was in the manifesto. We're going to scrap that new national insurance tax, which, of course, was not in the manifesto because they promised not to introduce or increase national insurance. In saying that, yes, I mean, Liz Truss is determined to do some very, very radical things. There is no mandate for it. Actually, as Laura Kuenssberg on the BBC appropriately asked her yesterday, who voted for this? And in the end, it's quite difficult to say who did. I mean, clearly about 80,000 Conservative members, but that is it. In terms of the election, I just don't see how an election comes about. I really don't. I mean, at the end of the day, looking at all the polls, the Conservative Party is massively behind. Now, I don't think that's necessarily going to translate into an actual electoral reality, but are turkeys really going to vote for Christmas? I don't know, you're an MP. I mean, would you vote? You were an MP. Would you vote to lose your job? I just don't think Conservative MPs are going to do that.
No, that's true. Now, all her motivations, her foundations for every decision that she wants to take and has taken is about growth. Now, obviously, no politician would sit here and say, I don't want the economy to grow. But actually, a growing economy, I mean, higher wages, better jobs, the things that we associate with a growing economy, that's not a light you can switch on and it's sort of, nirvana overnight, is it? That's a long-term thing, but it has to happen before a general election, which at the most is a couple of years ago.
Yeah, I think that, Liz Truss' main argument here is entirely valid. We've had anemic growth in this country for the best part of 12, 15 years. I mean, it must be said, most of the time the Conservative Party have been in power, but it's been pretty anemic. We are not seeing growth levels that we should be seeing in a G7 country. And in order to get there, difficult decisions, whether you actually agree with the Labour Party or the Conservative Party, difficult decisions need to be made. But these are, you're right, long-term, medium to long-term stuff. It's about education. It's about connectivity. It's about train tracks and internet. It's about trying to bump up productivity. None of these things happen overnight. Now, tax cuts, in theory, the government would argue, help things along a little bit. They get people to invest a bit more money, spend a bit more money. But in the end, that is only a short-term solution to what is a very long-term rooted problem. And I just don't think, as you've rightly pointed out, that even if the election is 2.5 years away, because I think the latest can be held is weirdly in January 2025, is the runway, is the pathway for Liz Truss long enough to demonstrate that she's got things on the right track? At the moment, you'd have to conclude probably not, but that is their hope. Their hope is that in 2024, they can turn around and say, you know what, things are starting to grow, Ken. We have turned that corner. Stick with us. The big question is that going to happen? Are we going to see that growth in 2024?
Kwasi Kwarteng, let's have a look at the time. Oh, so about an hour and 3/4 before he gets to his feet. I don't know if this is a fair question. I was going to say, what does he need to do to get his party back on board? But is that unfair? Are the party largely with him?
At the moment, there are people calling for him to go within the Conservative Party.
Privately?
Yeah, I mean, privately, yes. But, I mean, they see what's happened today as a complete humiliation, And that's one of the things that people have noted over the last couple of days or so is actually one of the reasons the market was jittery last week was not necessarily because of these kind of, in part, clearly because of the spending commitments, not least the taxation one, though it must be said the 45p tax thing fiscally was very small. It's only £2 or £3 billion, which in a budget of 900 billion is not actually that much. But actually, the reason the markets took fright was confidence in the Chancellor and in the Prime Minister. And in the end, there's a thought process that actually, if the Prime Minister does want to get back some of the trust of the markets, maybe it is time for the Chancellor to go. But for the time being, clearly, he is quite useful in taking the hit on all these big decisions they're having to U-turn on. I think what he's going to have to do today, though, is essentially what he should have done a couple of weeks ago, is to set out the big picture agenda. Now, we got a part of that, of course we did during the summer with Liz Truss campaign, but frankly, since, and it's been difficult because obviously the Queen's death, but the government has not really fleshed out the big picture idea about what they're trying to do. It's been a communication problem, and I suspect that's what we'll see in this speech later on today, an attempt by the Chancellor to demonstrate why are they cutting these taxes, why are they doing the energy policy, why did he suggest, which he did last weekend, about wanting to go
more
further.
taxes, yeah, more
That's what we're going to have to hear this afternoon.
We look forward to it, all of us here for now. Back to Mark Longhurst in the studio.
Gloria and Darren, thanks very much indeed. Back, of course, to Birmingham throughout the afternoon. But what happens next? Well, let's get the views now of Michael Jacobs, who's Professor of Political Economy at the University of Sheffield and a former Special Advisor to Prime Minister Gordon Brown. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. And just to sort of reflect, Gordon Brown, a controversial figure in himself with all those stealth taxes. But what do you believe Kwasi Kwarteng should be doing now to dig himself out of this hole?
Well, if he really wants to dig himself out of the hole, he needs to reverse more of the so-called mini budget. The problem with the 45p tax cut, as Darren was just saying, is that it's a very small amount of the total package, 2 billion probably of revenue that would be lost from that. But the whole borrowing package that he announced a couple of weeks ago was well over 100 billion. So although this might get him out of his immediate problem with Conservative MPs, and Darren was absolutely right, the reason for this is clearly that those MPs on his own side were not going to vote for this. And it might get him out of a bit of the public reaction. Obviously, one of the things that people really objected to in the mini budget was the top rate of tax being cut and the bankers' bonuses being cut at the same time as so many people are struggling. But it won't get him out of the problem he has with the markets. The reason that the pound went down, the price of government bonds went up, mortgages have gone up, and the Bank of England then had to step in with a rescue package for pension funds is because of the total sum of unfunded spending, tax cuts. And that has not changed because he's removed the very smallest item from that bill. And until there is a plan for plugging the black hole, as it's sometimes called in the public accounts, the markets will remain very jittery and interest rates, mortgage rates, and so on will remain higher than they would have been otherwise. Inflation will be higher because the pound has fallen, and so on. So he hasn't really got himself out of the real economy hole. He may have got himself out of his immediate political one.
I think 112 today, but nowhere near, of course, its previous relation to the dollar. But I'm just looking at what the Institute of Fiscal Studies says, as an independent tax watchdog, to follow up on what you said, indicating that he's still got to find 43 billion rather than the 45 billion with the 45 pence rate. And indications both from Chris Philp and Kwasi Kwarteng himself that they declined to say whether benefits will be uplifted in line with inflation. I mean, is that the way that they're going to try and balance the books, is effectively to have a cut in spending?
Well, the IFS isn't right about that. It's 45 billion of tax cuts. But of course, on top of that, there's the 60 billion or so per year, in fact, 60 billion for 6 months, on the energy support package. So the black hole, the unfunded commitments that were made, is much larger than just the tax cuts. And it's that has alarmed the markets because they can't see where this is coming from. And when you're looking at how to fill a black hole, the obvious thing you're expected to look at is how can we cut spending? The problem is that after 12 years of austerity, there is very little to cut of public spending that won't be very, very painful, of which benefit cuts, which are always reached for quickly and early because the public think that, or Conservative MPs tend to think that benefit claimants are not very popular and they won't complain because they don't vote. That's not going to be easy in a cost of living crisis when people are very aware of just how much they are struggling. The idea that you would cut the incomes of people who are even poorer, including pensioners, of course, and of course many working people for whom tax credits are a crucial top-up to their very low wages. Yeah. That's not going to be easy either, and I think there'll be plenty of Tory MPs, as of course MPs in the rest of the House of Commons, who won't accept either.
OK, well, let's put you in the hot seat. Let's make you special advisor to Kwasi Kwarteng instead of Gordon Brown. What do you do? Because clearly there is an argument that cutting tax or actually trying to put money into the system will actually grow the economy, even though the payoff is perhaps extra inflation.
Well, it might. There are very few economists, as you people in the media have noticed over the last couple of weeks, who think that it will. Yeah. Tax cuts as a means of generating growth we have almost no experience of that, and there's almost no bit of economic theory that will give you that result. So it might work, but it certainly won't happen quickly. And that's the problem, which is that the hole in the public accounts needs to be filled over the next 3 or 4 years. And nobody thinks that the kind of growth rate which the Chancellor is keen to talk about, but has much less evidence that he can generate, is going to occur in that short period. So I'm afraid, I think that the Chancellor really has to rescind some of the other tax cuts, and then he has to find taxes from elsewhere. Now, there's an obvious tax that all the other parties in Parliament are committed to, which is a higher windfall tax on the oil and gas companies and on the electricity generators who are making a lot of money out of the very high gas price. We have a bit of that because that was introduced earlier, but it could be higher. And that would obviously be a way of getting more revenue in without hitting ordinary members of the public. And indeed, it would be hitting windfall profits, which those companies didn't do anything to generate themselves. So that would be an obvious mechanism. There's also quite a lot of richer people in British society who could pay a bit more in tax. In general, the tax system is meant to put the most cost onto the broadest shoulders, onto the richest people, and we don't really do that. The 45p rate may have now been retained, but there's a lot of wealth, there's a lot of capital gains, there's a lot of dividends which are earned, which are taxed less at lower rates than the tax on work. So if I were Chancellor, I would be looking not at cutting spending, certainly not on cutting benefit spending. I'd be looking on finding taxes from the companies and from the wealthier people who can afford to pay them.
OK, maybe more popular with Gordon Brown than Kwasi Kwarteng, I suspect. But Professor Michael Jacobs, thank you very much indeed.
If that's true. I think you will find that there are very many Conservative supporters who would agree with that.
OK, we'll see what the reaction is in Birmingham. Thank you very much indeed for your time, because we'll be heading back after the break to hear what the latest is in Birmingham. Stay with us.
Hello, I'm Alex Deacon with your latest weather update. Dry and a bright day for most today. There is thicker cloud across western Scotland and Northern Ireland, where there will be some rain at times. That's being created by this little weather feature, this tangle of weather fronts, but taking a glancing blow towards this area of high pressure, which will continue to dominate for most, and hence why most places are going to have a fine, bright day. There's a fair bit of cloud around, but we're seeing some sunny spells over northeastern Scotland, central and eastern parts of England, much of Wales too. But that thicker cloud still bringing a little bit of rain through the afternoon over the west coast of Scotland, perhaps staying a little drier in northern parts of Northern Ireland. Temperature-wise, well, above average for the time of year, most places in the mid to high teens. Bit of sunshine across East Anglia could see temperatures close to 20 degrees. The rain is going to continue across western Scotland, could cause a few issues. Certainly a lot of spray and surface water on the roads here as that rain continues through the night, and we'll see the rain returning to Northern Ireland overnight as well and spreading towards Glasgow. Elsewhere, by the odd shout, most places across England and Wales having a dry night and a pretty mild night too. On to Tuesday, and that rain at first across much of Scotland, but the western coast of Scotland should at least turn drier quite quickly through the day. It'll take a while before that rain clears away from Belfast and from the central belt of Scotland. Quite a damp day for northwest England, and a good part of Wales seeing rain on and off throughout Tuesday. Some of that rain may get to southwest England, but much of the East Midlands, East Anglia and the southeast dry and bright again, and a little warmer as well. We're likely to reach 20 Celsius on Tuesday afternoon. That zone of wetter weather continues to affect a large chunk of the country as we head through Tuesday evening, and it's tied back into a deepening area of low pressure. Now, this needs watching. Tuesday night and into Wednesday, going to bring a spell of rain across the country, but also for some very, very gusty winds. As I said, one to watch for Wednesday.
Weekday afternoons on GB News, we've got the whole of the UK covered. From 12 to 3, it's GB Newsday with me, Mark Longhurst.
And me, Gloria De Piero. You'll get the very latest on everything that's been going on across our great nation.
And from 3 till 6, watch out for GB News Live with me, Patrick Christys. I'm not here to mess around with all the biggest topics and guests. You will always be up to date. GB Newsday and GB News Live from 12 p.m.
Only on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello there, it's Eamon Holmes here from Breakfast on GB News. We're not just on your television and your screens, you know.
We're on DAB plus digital radio, so you can listen to your favourite shows on the move.
If you've not yet listened to GB News Radio, it's very simple. We're on your radio player and TuneIn apps, on your smart speaker, phone or tablet, or online at gbnews.uk.
Take us with you wherever you go. GB News Radio.
You never have to miss a moment of the People's Channel.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh my goodness me.
And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hello, I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m, where I'll be joined by two of the country's top comedians as we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight. If it's a big story, we'll be covering it, I guarantee, but we'll also have some fun along the way. That's GB News Headliners at 11 p.m. We won't put you to sleep, unlike some of the other paper review shows out there. So join us, 11 p.m, 7 nights a week.
Welcome back to GB Newsday. Just to remind you, we'll be back live to Birmingham for the very latest on this dramatic day once again in politics. But let's reflect now on sad news that one of the last surviving links to the Great Escape in World War II has died at the age of 102. Captain Charles Vivian Howard, a Royal Naval pilot who became a prisoner of war at the infamous camp, which of course featured in that 1963 film, The Great Escape. Well, he had the task of an important responsibility indeed, distracting all the guards by using his fluent German. Well, he actually helped 76 men to escape via those tunnels, but Vivian remained at the camp for another 2.5 more years. His son has been speaking to our reporter Ellie Costello about his father's remarkable life.
Vivian Howard's life was nothing short of remarkable. When war broke out in 1939, 19-year-old Vivian volunteered to join the Royal Navy as a pilot. In 1941, his plane was shot down. He was captured and held at the German Stalag Luft 3 camp in modern-day Poland.
I have had the pleasure of knowing quite a number of British...
The camp was made famous as the location of the Great Escape.
There were 3 tunnels that were called Tom, Dick and Harry. The tunnel called Tom started in Dad's hut, which was the Polish hut. He elected to go in with the Poles and he learned Polish. And then they discovered that one, but there were 2 others. Or 76, I think it was, escaped. His job in that was to, because he was fluent in German, was to distract the guards and converse with them. But he wasn't one of the escapees, luckily, because Hitler had 50 of them executed. You know, he just got on with things at the time. They were all in it together. I mean, the film The Great Escape was not entirely accurate. There were no Americans involved in it.
What are you doing over here by the wire?
Well, like I told Max here, I was trying to get my gun.
They felt it was their duty to escape, to take up the time of Germans, the enemy.
Towards the war's end, Vivian survived the death marches when prison camps in eastern Germany were emptied as the Red Army advanced.
Dad told me it was a chance remark from a Polish colleague, which probably saved his life. They said, look, when you're on a march like this, never take your boots off, because your feet will swell and you never get them back on again. And if you couldn't walk or keep up, they would shoot you. So they said, loosen them, but don't take them off. And that probably saved his life.
Vivian ended up in a camp in Germany, which was liberated when the war ended. He went on to have 3 children with his wife Bernadette and died at the age of 102 on the 14th of September 2022.
He was a friend and a supporter. He taught me how to do cryptic crosswords, and we used to do a lot of that together, and that was great fun. I used to really enjoy that. So supportive and kind man who taught me a lot. And I think it was, a good life well lived. So he had a good life, and I remember the good times.
Captain Charles Vivian Howard will be remembered for his remarkable life and his great sacrifice for freedom. Ellie Costello, GB News.
Remembering a very special man and an extraordinary story, of course. Well, let's reflect on the political situation, of course, with the government facing, counting the political cost today of its reversal of the mini-budget tax plans. All the latest coming up from Birmingham in a moment, with the Chancellor due to give his speech at 4 o'clock. But you've been giving us your views on the political situation. First of all, Susan has sent us this to say, with the sad loss of Queen Elizabeth, Kwasi Kwarteng actually had a good amount of time to plan his budget because all eyes were off the government and on the royal family. What on earth was he doing all these 10 days, she asks? Having a lay-in every day and socialising? Question mark. Well, he did go to a champagne reception, of course, but indicating about that was a mistake. Gerard, meanwhile, saying it's the backbenchers, backstabbing MPs who are at fault with the party at the moment. The same as with Boris. Liz is a bit different than Boris, and they are still backstabbing. I still think it more to do with the ones who did not want Brexit. Reg, there must have been a very large amount of Tory MPs that said they would not give support for the tax reductions, which is very bad news for the taxpayers and the finances of the country. I bet lots of ordinary workers were looking forward to large tax cuts and more money to spend on goods and services. They're very unlikely to vote Tory next time, he says. Well, keep those coming in. GB Views at gbnews.uk. We'll reflect them, of course, throughout the afternoon. And coming up, we'll have the very latest from Birmingham and that Conservative Party conference as the time draws ever closer for the Chancellor's much-anticipated speech. First, though, news headlines with Rosie.
It's 2:32. I'm Rosie Wright. Good afternoon. Let's get you up to date. An economic think tank says the Chancellor's tax U-turn will do little to ease the pressure on the UK's public finances. It's the Institute for Fiscal Studies. They say abandoning plans to cut the 45p tax rate for the highest earners is the smallest part of the mini-budget. They estimate it represents £2 billion out of the £45 billion tax-cutting budget. Mr Kwarteng will defend his plans when he addresses the party conference shortly this afternoon. Well, the Chief Secretary to the Treasury, Chris Philp, has already been defending the plans. He told us the plan to abolish the top tax rate had become a distraction.
The government is a government that listens. It's taken the temperature, and it's, we are a democracy and we're a parliamentary democracy. So listening both to the public and, of course, to members of Parliament is very important. That's what they've done. This had become a distraction from what is a really good plan. There are many bits of this plan that haven't even been reported in the last week and a half.
The Shadow Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, says so much damage has already been done.
It was obvious they weren't going to get this through the House of Commons. They were forced into this screeching U-turn. But so much damage has already been done, with higher government borrowing costs and huge worries for people about how they're going to afford their mortgages.
The pound has bounced back to levels seen before the announcement of the mini-budget 10 days ago. Sterling surged during overnight trading as reports emerged of the Chancellor's plans for a U-turn. The pound hit $1.13 at one point, but has since dipped again to 1.12. Quality Street is axing its famous bright plastic wrapping on its chocolates and introducing recyclable packaging instead. As a result, almost 2.5 billion individual wrappers will be removed from Nestlé's supply chain globally. The orange crunch, though, and the green triangle will remain in their existing foil, as they can already be recycled. The move is expected to be finalised in time for Christmas. We're on your TV, we're online and on your DAB Plus radio. It's GB News. Don't go anywhere. Newsday, we'll be back in a moment.
Weekday afternoons on GB News, we've got the whole of the UK covered. From 12 to 3, it's GB Newsday with me, Mark Longhurst.
And me, Gloria De Piero. You'll get the very latest on everything that's been going on across our great nation.
And from 3 till 6, watch out for GB News Live with me, Patrick Christys. I'm not here to mess around with all the biggest topics and guests. You will always be up to date. GB Newsday and GB News Live from 12 p.m.
Only on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello there, it's Eamon Holmes here from Breakfast on GB News. We're not just on your television and your screens, you know.
We're on DAB plus digital radio, so you can listen to your favourite shows on the move.
If you've not yet listened to GB News Radio, it's very simple. We're on your radio player and tune-in apps, on your smart speaker, phone or tablet, or online at gbnews.uk.
Take us with you wherever you go. GB News Radio.
You never have to miss a moment of the People's Channel.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh my goodness me.
And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hello, I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m, where I'll be joined by two of the country's top comedians as we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight. If it's a big story, we'll be covering it, I guarantee, but we'll also have some fun along the way. That's GB News Headliners at 11 p.m. We won't put you to sleep, unlike some of the other paper review shows out there. So join us, 11 p.m, 7 nights a week.
Welcome back to GB Newsday. All eyes and ears on Birmingham this afternoon, of course, with the Tory party conference with the Chancellor Kwasi Kwarteng expected to make that speech at about 4 o'clock. Gloria is there for us. And Gloria, it's going to have to be some speech now to steady the ship.
Oh, Mark, I couldn't quite hear you there, but I think you've crossed over to me. I am with the Education Secretary, Kit Malthouse. Kit Malthouse, the 5th Education Secretary in a year. How long are you going to last?
Well, I hope a little bit longer than some of my predecessors. Look, I mean, we've been going through a period of political turmoil, instability, pretty much since I got elected back in 2015. But, you know, we'll just have to wait and see. I mean, I hope that there'll be a period of stability now, that I can get on with what is a really fantastic job. I mean, education over the last 10 years, notwithstanding the number of people who've been in my job, is one of the big success stories. Our schools are in a much better place than they were 10 years ago. 86-87% of them now good or outstanding. Our literacy is rising up the international league table. So it's a good story, built off a lot of other people, and I hope to continue that.
I suppose some people would say you got teachers burnt out, stressed, underpaid, leaving. Do they deserve a pay rise?
Well, obviously they're going to get a pay rise, so we've agreed...
Like an inflation pay rise?
We've agreed a pay rise of overall 5%, but getting on for 9% for junior teachers. We still have a manifesto...
Those are new starters, aren't they?
Yeah, we still have a manifesto commitment to get to a 30,000 starting salary for new teachers, so there's lots of good stuff in there. But look, you know, the economics of the whole country, not just schools, are challenging at the moment. And that's why the Prime Minister was very keen to step into, for example, the energy situation with a big support package for homes and businesses. Schools are included in it. You know, we worked quite hard with Treasury to make sure that even rural schools who are on heating oil, that they were included as well, recognising the pressure that people are under. But I don't think anybody can accuse the Prime Minister, or indeed me over the summer, of saying it's not going to be challenging. It is. And we have to work together, schools, teachers, the department, to get through it in good shape.
Have you been asked to provide any, inverted commas, efficiency savings or cuts for your department?
Not thus far, no. As I say, we had a discussion about the impact of the energy price on schools, and we managed to get some schools included in that support package. But look, we're in ongoing discussions all the time with the Treasury about squeezing the maximum amount that we can out of our budget, and we owe that to the children who are in our care, and that's what we'll continue to do.
Right, let me just ask you a question. I want to talk more about schools because I'm sure that's what people at home are interested in, what our new Education Secretary is going to be like. But let me just ask you about the story of the day. The Cabinet, which you are a member, were not consulted on the decision, now reversed, to cut taxes for people earning over £150,000. That's now been reversed. Do we need to see the return of Cabinet government?
Well, obviously, I can't talk specifically about what we discussed in Cabinet. You have to wait, I think it's now 20 years before the minutes are released. It was 30, reduced by a decade, so not long. But in truth, right, it's routinely been the case that economic policy is essentially the remit of the Chancellor in conjunction with the Prime Minister. And they're given the sensitivity from a market point of view, and boy oh boy did we learn about that last week, that actually it's for them to make that decision. Now, indications are given, but not specifics. And I've been party to some quite robust conversations in Cabinet in the past. I'm sure that will continue in the future. But we do, you're right, have a Cabinet government in this country, and I'm sure the Prime Minister will be promoting that in the future.
OK, good to hear. Right, let's talk about Liz Truss said during the leadership election that she'd like to see more grammar schools. Are we going to have more grammar schools under your leadership?
So we're discussing that with Number 10, what that pledge means. She definitely made a pledge on the leadership campaign that she wants to, I think, lift the ban on grammar schools. And we need to understand how we can bring that into effect and what that actually means, because just lifting the ban is not a simple thing to do. We'll need legislation. We have to understand what our colleagues think and what colleagues in the House of Lords think. But she's fundamentally speaking to a desire from quite a lot of parents to have a choice for themselves and for their...
Well, is it a choice? Because you see, I want to put to you the chair of the Government Social Mobility Commission, Catherine Birbalsingh, a head teacher who you appointed as chair of the Social Mobility Commission. And she says the problem with grammar schools is that because there's such an industry around preparing children to get into grammar schools, if you don't have the resources or wherewithal to prepare your child, basically, private tuition to get them in, then you can be left out. I mean, those are the words of your social mobility czar.
Yeah, well, I guess Catherine's pointing to some of the complexities about the implementation of the policy. And look, I have to be clear with you, grammar schools do divide opinion. They divide opinion in the House, they divide opinion in the country. But there is a strong desire from a lot of parents to have a certain kind of education that speaks to what grammar schools provided to lots of people, including my mum, back in the 50s and 60s. They were a vehicle in lots of people's mind for social progression, and we need to speak to that and understand why people feel so strongly. There are some parts of the country that still have grammar schools.
Yes.
And we need to understand how that impacts on the wider community. But we'll be bringing things forward in the months and weeks to come.
What sort of school did you go to, out of interest? You mentioned your mum's schooling. What sort of school did you go to?
I went to a state primary in Liverpool, and then I went to the kind of rather eccentric local private school, which is now an academy in Liverpool.
How are they different? So you experienced both sides really of our education system. One paid for by the state, and another paid for privately. Did you feel was there a different ethos, a different experience, smaller class sizes? You must have been.
No, I mean I have to say the school. I loved my primary school. It's a totally lovely school, and I was very lucky with my secondary school. The main difference was secondary school was all boys. Primary was obviously mixed. But actually, the school at the time benefited quite a lot from the assisted play scheme. So it was very mixed in terms of the types of boys that came into the school. And as a result, it didn't feel particularly posh or privileged. It was just a good, fun school. It was a bit eccentric. We did a lot of sport, a lot of religion, a bit of learning here and there. And, we had a nice time. But as I say, it was a sort of old-fashioned hangover from Liverpool's past, a bit of a relic.
Okay.
And sort of slightly dusty and old-fashioned in its ways, but it did me okay. And others. There's 3 of us now in the house. Me, Jake Berry and Stephen Parkland all went to the school.
Well, that has a good record of people getting on. Last week, Labour at its conference said if they were elected to government, they would introduce breakfast clubs at every primary school in England to give mums and dads choices and help them to work if they want, because it's the argument that it's not just for kids to get a meal and learn more, but actually it frees up parents to be able to get to work. Good idea?
Yeah, so we do already do this in quite a lot of schools.
But would you like it to be every primary school?
But that is a particular part of a wider challenge that we are looking at, which is about childcare. And we know that the current childcare system is not really working for parents in the way they want it to. There's not enough availability. It's a bit rigid in its inflexibility. The price is too high. And so one of the missions the Prime Minister set for is to have a look at our childcare system, not just tinker with it, but just say, right, if we want a system that's going to work, and that includes some wraparound care at school, right? Whether that's extending the school day, morning, evening, right? What would the system look like, and how would you put it into place? And so you'll be hearing more from us over the weeks to come about that, because if we want to play our part as a department in this growth story, one of the critical things we can do alongside our work on skills is to give parents the opportunity to get back to work or take on more hours in a way that is popular and feasible and reasonably priced.
We look forward to hearing more about those details. Come back and tell us about them when you're set to announce them. Kit Malthouse, new Education Secretary, newish Education Secretary, thank you for your time. It's been a wide-ranging interview. Very much enjoyed it. Mark, back to you in the studio.
Gloria, thanks very much. More from Birmingham, of course, as we head towards that speech from the Chancellor. But let's just bring you some breaking news we're getting from the energy regulator Ofgem, which ties into the whole bailout by the government for energy prices. We're learning now that Ofgem has warned of a significant risk of gas shortages this winter. It's a letter that's been obtained by the Times newspaper. Clearly, we knew there were going to be problems in the gas supply market, but they're basically saying that due to the war in Ukraine and gas shortages in Europe, Ofgem now saying there's a significant risk that gas shortages could occur in the winter, and a possibility, and this is the key phrase, that Great Britain could enter a gas supply emergency. More than 8 in 10 households, of course, using gas to heat their homes, and as well as electricity being generated by gas. And analysts are saying that liquid natural gas can make up the difference, but the capacity only just covers us, and warning of massive price spikes as an indication that we could be facing significant problems in the winter ahead. More on that, of course, as we get it. But let's move to other stories now, with the Home Secretary planning a crackdown on UK immigration laws to end what she claimed were out-of-control channel crossings. Well, Suella Braverman will make it harder for those migrants to claim that they are victims of human trafficking by requiring them to provide hard evidence to support their cases. She'll also bar last-minute applications to avoid being deported as part of a package of measures to reform the Modern Slavery Act. The announcement expected tomorrow. But let's get the reaction now. Kevin Saunders, former Chief Immigration Officer at the UK Border Force at Calais. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Kevin. First, just to ask you, this appears another political solution when many are saying that it actually needs to be a policing or criminal investigation, bearing in mind the evidence of all these organised criminal gangs, Albanians in particular, getting people across from France.
Well, you're quite right. We are seeing huge numbers of Albanians coming across from France. And it would be fantastic if we could knock the gangs on the head. But we can't. The gangs are better informed than we are. So I'm not quite sure what we can do about that. We have had a couple of successes. 2 operations have taken them out, but it hasn't really made any difference at all. So we've got to be reliant on what the Home Secretary hopefully will announce tomorrow.
Yeah, and has the failure been because it's difficult to liaise with the French on actually dealing with the problem literally when the boats are being launched from the beaches?
Working relations with the French have improved. But to get them to where we really need them, it's unfortunately political decisions that need to be made in both Paris and London.
And do you believe that, obviously, this change in government, that might be more forthcoming, and bearing in mind the tensions that were there before?
Well, it's quite clear that Monsieur Macron wasn't a great fan of Boris. Whether he's a fan of Liz Truss or not, we'll have to see. I understand that one meeting has already been cancelled, so I'm not holding my breath on that one.
Yeah.
But we do need. It's a political decision to stop the people coming across the channel. There's nothing the border force can actually do to stop it at the moment.
OK, obviously a bad winter, rough seas and bad weather conditions can help, although it obviously puts a lot more people in those boats in peril.
Well, yes, if we had a bad winter, it would slow down the people coming across the channel. But as you so rightly say, if the facilitators are going to launch the boats in bad weather, then you'll see deaths. And that is the last thing that anybody wants.
OK, well, we'll see what the announcement actually provides in detail tomorrow, but clearly Suella Braverman is intent on actually trying to get a grip on it. For the moment, Kevin Saunders, thanks very much indeed for joining us, former Chief Immigration Officer at UK Border Force Calais. Thanks for your time. Now, let's reflect that earlier the Shadow Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, spoke on the government's abandoning of its plans to scrap that 45p top rate of income tax. We're going to be hearing from the Chancellor, of course, in Birmingham this afternoon. But Rachel Reeves said the government's so-called mini-budget should be reversed and that Parliament should now be recalled.
I wrote to the Chancellor yesterday and said that when the OBR give the Prime Minister and the Chancellor their forecast this Friday, that should be available to everybody else as well. We should have got the OBR forecast when the Chancellor delivered his fiscal statement. One of the reasons why the markets then became so volatile was because that failure to produce a forecast, along with the sacking of the permanent secretary at the Treasury, along with the undermining of the Bank of England, all of these things undermine confidence that investors who saw Britain as a safe place, a reliable place to invest. The Prime Minister and the Chancellor are doing so much damage to our country's reputation. The OBR have said that they had a forecast ready for when the Chancellor did his fiscal statement a week and a half ago. We can't afford to wait until the 23rd of November, which is what the Prime Minister and Chancellor currently say. When the OBR present their forecast this Friday to the Prime Minister and the Chancellor, that should also be presented to Parliament and should be presented to the British people. It is wrong that the Chancellor did a fiscal statement without any sort of independent forecast. The government now need to get a grip. They should reverse their budget, recall Parliament to do so, and rethink their whole approach, which is doing such damage to ordinary working people and businesses across our country.
Rachel Reeves, the Shadow Chancellor, and we'll be hearing from the Chancellor himself how he'll be getting a grip. Kwasi Kwarteng to address the conference in Birmingham a little later this afternoon, back live for that. But let's move away from politics to football now, because over the weekend the Premier League returned after the international break. And in the Manchester derby, Man City came out 6-3 winners against Manchester United. Manchester City's Erling Haaland becoming the first player to score 3 successive Premier League home hat-tricks. Also 3-1 win in the North London derby for Arsenal. Wins elsewhere for Chelsea, Newcastle, Everton and West Ham. Joining us now in the studio, broadcaster and writer Aidan McGee. Has he brought his crystal ball? Because you were... saying 0-0 Man City and Man United?
My reputation as a tipster is in tatters. It's lying. My reputation is torn up and strewn across the streets of Paddington.
But who doesn't want 9 goals in a Premier League match?
I said 0-0 yesterday. So somebody could, one of our readers, I'm working for newspapers. No, one of our viewers, Lorraine,
and listeners,
and listeners, contacted me and said, "What's the score going to be?" I said 0-0, and she said, "You need to take the splinters out of your backside." It sounds like you're sitting on the fence. 6-3. I mean,
and this man Haaland, he's just amazing. He's a Superman.
Yes, he is. I mean, Gary Neville said he looks like he's playing against under 5s when he plays, such as the
physical presence,
prowess, his stature. I mean, look, I do believe that in that team there are other strikers in the world who could get that volume of goals, but he's the man with the drum at the moment, and he's really putting them away. And when you consider Manchester City yesterday, I mean, they made 4 changes towards the end of the game. They brought on 4 substitutes. I mean, that's supreme arrogance, that is, because it probably cost them 2 goals, but it just made everyone realise, look, actually, we've got the game won. We're 6-1 up. We can throw on who we want. We've got games coming up.
And Manchester United haven't got that luxury at the moment.
No, not really. I mean, look, there have been signs of improvement in recent weeks. You can't just say, look, they've played some easy games, because in among that group of 4 matches, they beat Liverpool at home, which they hadn't done for a number of years, and they won at home to Arsenal as well. So I don't think their progress was kind of, they weren't flat track bullies, if you like. They just went yesterday, and I think Erik ten Hag was right afterwards. He said they lacked a bit of belief, and he said he's going to show them the video today. And like, I'm going to show them where they had the ball, and they didn't show the bravery and courage to get a result. So Alex Ferguson used to talk about the great players, and he said the great players have courage. Man United didn't show enough.
So it's psychology as much as anything else.
Without doubt. Alex Ferguson, he said you look at George Best. He said 5'7". He's got nothing. He was about 8 stone wet through. But he said he always wanted the ball. He never hid from possession. He was good in the air. He went up against bruising defenders, playing in a bruising era. But what stood out was his courage. And it's the same with the modern players as well.
Norman Hunter bites your legs, Leeds defender, and he just straight round him.
He played in that era at the tail end of his career before he chucked it in at 27. But the modern player as well, they have to show bravery. Teams have to show bravery. United didn't do enough of that yesterday. It doesn't play out well when you're playing against your local rivals.
I'll just wave the flag for Brighton Hove Albion, still 4th in the table with a new manager, so that augurs well. But North London derby as well, that was obviously one that the people were wanting to watch.
Yes, Arsenal needed to win that, I felt. I thought Tottenham might nick a draw because they're quite tight defensively. Arsenal ran out quite comfortable winners, quite convincing winners. Everyone has said at the start of the season they've had quite an easy introduction to life in the Premier League. They lost their really big game at Manchester United. I felt in that game they could have won that match, even though they lost 3-1. But going into the Europa games now, going into the Champions League games now, I think that could be a really decisive victory for Arsenal, because when you enter the European campaign, that's when the stretch comes in your squad. That's when you're travelling in midweek. That's when you're having fixtures delayed by 24 hours to accommodate the schedule. And so they needed that win to go into this group of games. They won't have been impressed by Manchester City's result yesterday because they're breathing down your necks.
Yeah, and Champions League, of course, putting pressure on all these top teams.
Without doubt. I mean, as I say, this is the point. I mean, look, we've already played a round of games, but some of these teams are in trouble. Chelsea have only got 1 point from 2 matches. So they've got to go and get into a game against AC Milan looking for a result. I don't think that's an easy thing to do. At this stage of the competition, they would expect to be reasonably comfortable.
My Scottish producer is just calling up something called Rangers or something.
Yeah, I mean, Liverpool and Rangers haven't played a match in my lifetime, as far as I know. They played a friendly back in about 2012, I think it was, which Liverpool won at Ibrox. But this is a huge, huge occasion, because that's not going to be an easy game for Liverpool. Liverpool, again, have had a very difficult start to life in the Champions League. They lost to Napoli 2-0. Rangers and Liverpool, historically, Rangers have tended to buddy up with Chelsea. Liverpool have tended to buddy up with Celtic, so there's a bit of needle there as well.
Yeah, well, he is actually mentioning he's a Celtic supporter, so he did the right thing. Anyway, Aidan, let's have a thank you, and we'll look forward to your next crystal ball and see where we are.
I might have to get a refund.
Yeah, exactly. That's it. That's it from us for the moment. Plenty more to come from Birmingham, plenty more to come on the weather too. Here's the details.
Hello, I'm Alex Deacon with your latest weather update. Dry and a bright day for most today. There is thicker cloud across western Scotland and Northern Ireland, where there will be some rain at times. That's being created by this little weather feature, this tangle of weather fronts, but taking a glancing blow towards this area of high pressure, which will continue to dominate for most, and hence why most places are going to have a fine, bright day. There's a fair bit of cloud around, but we're seeing some sunny spells over northeastern Scotland, central and eastern parts of England, much of Wales too. But that thicker cloud still bringing a little bit of rain through the afternoon over the west coast of Scotland, perhaps staying a little drier in northern parts of Northern Ireland. Temperature-wise, well, above average for the time of year, most places in the mid to high teens. A bit of sunshine across East Anglia could see temperatures close to 20 degrees. The rain is going to continue across western Scotland, could cause a few issues. Certainly a lot of spray and surface water on the roads here as that rain continues through the night, and we'll see the rain returning to Northern Ireland overnight as well and spreading towards Glasgow. Elsewhere, by the odd shout, most places across England and Wales having a dry night and a pretty mild night too. On to Tuesday, and that rain at first across much of Scotland, but the western coast of Scotland should at least turn drier quite quickly through the day. It'll take a while before that rain clears away from Belfast and from the central belt of Scotland. Quite a damp day for northwest England, and a good part of Wales seeing rain on and off throughout Tuesday. Some of that rain may get to southwest England, but much of the East Midlands, East Anglia and the southeast dry and bright again, and a little warmer as well. We're likely to reach 20 Celsius on Tuesday afternoon. That zone of wetter weather continues to affect a large chunk of the country as we head through Tuesday evening, and it's tied back into a deepening area of low pressure. Now, this needs watching Tuesday night and into Wednesday, going to bring a spell of rain across the country, but also for some very, very gusty winds. As I said, one to watch for Wednesday.
Weekday afternoons on GB News, we've got the whole of the UK covered. From 12 to 3, it's GB Newsday with me, Mark Longhurst.
And me, Gloria De Piero. You'll get the very latest on everything that's been going on across our great nation.
And from 3 till 6, watch out for GB News Live with me, Patrick Christys. I'm not here to mess around. With all the biggest topics and guests, you will always be up to date. GB Newsday and GB News Live from 12 p.m.
Only on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello there, it's Eamon Holmes here from Breakfast on GB News. We're not just on your television and your screens, you know.
We're on DAB plus digital radio, so you can listen to your favourite shows on the move.
If you've not yet listened to GB News Radio, it's very simple. We're on your radio player and TuneIn apps, on your smart speaker, phone or tablet, or online at gbnews.uk.
Take us with you wherever you go. GB News Radio.
You never have to miss a moment of the People's Channel.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club. Oh, my goodness me. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hello, I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m, where I'll be joined by two of the country's top comedians as we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight. If it's a big story, we'll be covering it, I guarantee, but we'll also have some fun along the way. That's GB News Headliners at 11 p.m. We won't put you to sleep, unlike some of the other paper review shows out there. So join us, 11 p.m, 7 nights a week.
Good afternoon, everybody. Patrick Christys with you all the way through until 6 p.m. live from an electric, a chaotic Conservative Party conference right here in Birmingham. Liz Truss might have U-turned, but don't U-turn over to any other news channel, because coming up, I've got... Well, we're going to be hearing live from Chancellor Kwasi Kwarteng after the government did that U-turn on its plan to abolish the top rate of income tax for the highest earners. Will they U-turn over everything controversial now? Let's find out. And it's not the first time the Tories have actually decided to U-turn on major policy decisions following a backlash. Remember mandatory COVID jabs for NHS workers? What about Marcus Rashford's Hungry Children campaign? I'll ask who's actually running the government, who's actually running the country. Is it the government run by mainstream media? Maybe Truss should have cut the tax that they'll all be paying, and she'd have probably got away with it, but there we go. Also this hour, is there an immigration revolution? The new Home Secretary has pledged to tighten immigration rules to end what she called out-of-control channel crossings. Suella Braverman is planning tougher action on illegal migrants, claiming, though, to be victims of modern slavery. Kemi Badenoch also criticised the numbers of legal immigrants arriving in the UK. But will this just be another migration plan that doesn't get off the ground? Rwanda, anybody? And as King Charles and the Queen Consort meet crowds in Scotland during their first official royal engagement together since the royal mourning period ended, I asked whether our new king will be able to be apolitical after the Prime Minister apparently encouraged him to stay away from the COP26 climate conference. But before that, and goodness gracious me, don't blink, otherwise you'll miss it today, right here on GB News Live. It's your latest news.
A very good afternoon to you. Just 3 minutes past 3. I'm Rosie Wright, keeping you up to date on GB News. An economic think tank says the Chancellor's tax U-turn will do little to ease the pressure on the UK's public finances. It's the Institute for Fiscal Studies. They say abandoning plans to cut the 45p tax rate for the highest earners is the smallest part of the mini-budget. They estimate it represents £2 billion out of the £45 billion tax-cutting budget. Mr Kwarteng will defend his plans when he addresses the party conference a little later this afternoon. Well, Chief Secretary to the Treasury, Chris Philp, told us the plan to abolish the TOPS tax rate had become a distraction.
The government is a government that listens, it's taken the temperature, and it's, we are a democracy and we're a parliamentary democracy, so listening both to the public and, of course, to members of parliament is very important. That's what they've done. This had become a distraction from what is a really good plan. There are many bits of this plan that haven't even been reported in the last week and a half.
Parliamentary Secretary at the Cabinet Office, Brendan Clark-Smith, told us the timing of the tax cuts wasn't right.
Of course, we do want low taxes, but you've also got to bring people with you. You've got to do it at the right time. And we just felt that really it was, again, distracting people from actually all the other good stuff that we're actually doing that we want to be talking about at party conference as well. And the Chancellor said that he's listened to colleagues. Some of them had raised concerns about it, and he said, well, I'm going to change.
Well, the shadow Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, says so much damage has already been done.
It was obvious they weren't going to get this through the House of Commons. They were forced into this screeching U-turn, but so much damage has already been done with higher government borrowing costs and huge worries for people about how they're going to afford their mortgages.
In other news now, a 34-year-old man has been remanded in custody after being charged with the murder of Olivia Pratt-Corbell. We can go live now to Liverpool Crown Court, where our reporter Sophie Reaper is there for us. Sophie, just bring us up to date with what's happened today.
Well, at Liverpool Crown Court this afternoon, we had the bail hearing for Thomas Cashman. The 34-year-old was arrested on Thursday on suspicion of the murder of Olivia Pratt-Corbell. And over the weekend, we had it confirmed by the Crown Prosecution Service that he has indeed been charged with that offence. Now, at the bail hearing this afternoon, the defence made no application for bail. And we also heard that the trial date has been set for the 6th of March of next year. Now, that trial is expected to last for around 4 weeks, but until that point, Thomas Cashman will be remanded in custody.
Thank you. Live there from Liverpool Crown Court. Now to some international news. And Ukraine's president says his forces have made advances in the south of the country, liberating a number of besieged cities in the Kherson region. Volodymyr Zelensky's comments come after the UK's Defence Secretary said it's highly unlikely that Vladimir Putin will use nuclear weapons in Ukraine, but warned the Russian leader is not rational. Putin has previously warned the West that he will use all means at his disposal if his country is threatened. Well, Major General Tim Cross doesn't think the West should take Putin's threats lightly.
This guy has got the capability of causing serious strategic damage, not just through nuclear weapons. I mean, everybody's been talking about nuclear weapons, understandably, but he's also got chemical weapons and biological weapons. He's used both of those. He's used biological weapons against us in Salisbury, but more importantly, in one sense, he's used chemical weapons in places like Syria.
Hundreds of residents of Dunfermline in Fife have gathered to welcome the King and the Queen consorts. Well, the pair are visiting to mark the former town gaining city status. It's their first joint public engagement since the period of royal mourning came to an end. Dunfermline is one of 8 places that have won city status as part of the late monarch's Platinum Jubilee celebrations. King Charles addressed the crowd, saying there could be no more fitting way to mark his late mother's extraordinary life of service.
That would, I know, gladden my dear mother's heart, as it certainly gladdens mine. And as you celebrate your well-deserved status as Scotland's new city, I can only offer my warmest congratulations and my heartfelt wishes for the years to come.
Quality Street is axing its plastic wrapping on its chocolates for a recyclable alternative. Almost 2.5 billion individual wrappers will be removed from Nestlé's supply chain globally. The Orange Crunch, though, and the Green Triangle will remain in their existing foil, as they can already be recycled. The move is expected to be finalised in time for Christmas. You're up to date on GB News. I'll bring you more as it happens. Now let's head back to Patrick.
Welcome to Birmingham, everybody. It's a live wire atmosphere here at Tory party conference. Chaos, confusion, calamity and a lack of conviction. It's got it all. There's carnage with protesters outside and carnage with policies inside. A worrying precedent has now been set that may well cripple trust. After today's tax tax-cut U-turn. Does this mean that she will cave in whenever she gets flack from the mainstream media? Will she cave in on other contentious issues, like immigration, like fracking? It's been a tumultuous start for Liz Truss. The corridors here are full of whispers. Those whispers are turning into shouts, not just because they're all queuing up for Kwasi behind the camera there, which I'm sure you can hear. People aren't just worried about Truss's policies. They're worried about that lack of conviction. They're worried about whether or not she's got the communication skills needed to get tough decisions, tough ideas over the line. For a while, Boris was Teflon until he wasn't. Keir Starmer is very wooden. Is Liz Truss made out of polystyrene? I've been asking members here at the conference how they would rate Liz Truss's start as Prime Minister out of 10.
10. Why? I just think she's doing really good. I think this morning with the U-turn on the 45 pence, it shows that the government's prepared to listen.
6.
Why?
I just think she should have had a bit of a bump in the polls.
Yeah.
Most leaders do when they come in.
Between 7.5 and 11.5. I haven't decided yet.
3.
Why?
Well, it's a disastrous start, to put it mildly.
I'd give it a 6.
Go on, why?
I think they've read their mood wrong, and I think the U-turn today, which was going to happen, no doubt, with the pressure that we're facing, but if you're going to make something, stick to it.
Hello? I can hear you. Yes, it's Patrick Christie's here. Your husband's just put me on the phone to you. How do you rate Liz Truss's start out of 10?
I think it's a setup. I just think they're giving her, OK, out of 10.
Yeah.
Rubbish, 2.
A 2? OK, all right, OK. No! Well, there we go. I mean, her husband actually said 11 out of 10, so there's a marital row taking place as we speak. You love to see it. But this morning, Chancellor Kwasi Kwarteng announced that he'll abolish plans to scrap the top rate of income tax for the highest earners, a 45p top rate of tax, following a growing revolt from Conservative MPs. It's not looking good for the new government, with the former Culture Secretary calling on the Prime Minister to hold a general election, believe it or not. We'll get stuck right into that a little bit later on. And the Institute for Fiscal Studies said that the Chancellor's tax-cutting U-turn will do little to ease the pressure on the UK's public finances. But I'm joined now by our editors. We've parachuted them in. It's political editor Darren McCaffrey and economics and business editor Liam Halligan. Darren, I'll start with you. Truss has modelled herself a bit on Thatcher. She's already U-turned. We've got policy led by the mainstream media, not conviction. This is what some people are saying. Has she alienated both the left and the right of the Tory party? Tough for Truss.
So the lady is returning.
She is returning.
True. And I don't know, listen to those vox pops. I mean, if people are giving her 10 or 11 out of 10, I mean, this has been the best possible start she's had. I would try to think what a bad start for them looked like. I mean, let's be honest about this. This is humiliating. I mean, this was the most eye-catching initiative in the mini-budget. Now, Liam will talk about this in a second. Fiscally, actually not that important in terms of the numbers, but it was clearly to send a massive signal to business about the direction of the government. This top 45p tax cuts, getting rid of it and bringing it back down to 40, and now it's gone.
Yeah.
And it's gone because, frankly, as Jacob Rees-Mogg has admitted this afternoon, because of the political reality of the fact that lots and lots, dozens and dozens, maybe even a majority of the Conservative MPs in Parliament were not prepared to back it.
Well, I'm going to come back to you on that issue, but Liam, I'll go over to you right now. A lot of people are saying it's not necessarily bad policy, it was bad comms. She didn't sell it.
It was bad timing, Patrick, and politics is all about timing. Look, the top rate of tax was at 40p throughout the whole of Tony Blair's successive governments, throughout most of the time that Gordon Brown was in number 10. The IFS, the Institute for Fiscal Studies, you just cited there, it won't make much fiscal difference because you may actually make money for the Treasury if the top rate of tax comes down. That's what happened in 2012 when George Osborne lowered the top rate of tax from 50 to 45%. This was all about looking tin-eared and politically flat-footed, lowering the top rate of income tax for the top 2% of earners earning more than 150 grand at a time when the cost of living squeeze was getting tighter. We're going into winter, the nights were drawing in, and lots of Tory MPs, even if they believe in this policy, they know they couldn't sell it on the doorsteps, and that's why they urged her to reverse, and she would not have got this through Parliament, and that's why the Chancellor backtracked this morning.
Lots of other concerns about what this might mean for other U-turns going forward as well. We're going to talk about a lot of them later on in this show, things like migration, fracking, for example, all this stuff. Anything that might be deemed a bit controversial.
So I think what's been revealed today, but maybe not a surprise, is that Liz Truss has been neutered essentially by the Conservative Party, and going forward it's going to be incredibly difficult for her. But let's not forget this. She's been Prime Minister for a month. This is normally the honeymoon period. This is normally when you are at your most authoritative, when you've got the political base to do essentially what you want. And what's now been revealed is even with a nearly 80-seat majority, she is not going to be able to do lots of stuff that she wants to do if it's judged by Conservative MPs, then it's going to be wildly unpopular with the public.
Yeah, but a lot of people now, Liam, are saying this. Well, hang on a minute. Is our economic policy led by people in the mainstream media, for example, who didn't like it?
I think there's something in that, and I think you're right, Patrick, for the next hour or two to be looking at other possible reversals. But let's just give folks, whether they're watching or listening to GB News, just a little bit of the basics in terms of what's happened as a result of this policy announcement today. So before the mini-budget, the pound was about $1.12. It's now back to $1.12. But the big difference is borrowing costs. Before the mini-budget, the borrowing costs are sort of wholesale money, what we call the 10-year gilt yield. That's the rate at which the government borrows. It sets the rate for all other interest rates across the economy, mortgages, personal loans. It ripples out. The 10-year gilt yield, the basic rate of interest, was around 3% before this mini-budget. It's now, literally as we were leading into this show, it just dropped below 4%. So it was up at 4.5%. That's when we were talking about a panic for people remortgaging and so on. So it has come down slightly. But the big picture here, Patrick, is whatever the mini-budget says or does, whatever Kwasi Kwarteng and Liz Truss say or do, we're in a long-term trend here where interest rates are rising. We're all going to have to live with that as we come out of this era of ultra-low rates. And if I was a minister, if I was in government, I would start explaining that to the broader electorate, telling them what's going on, rather than pretending that they can solve all problems.
Just very, very quickly, on the communication thing, I mean, Liz Truss did admit that yesterday, and there is no doubt, you know, they did not lay the groundwork for a lot of this. Like, even in the cabinet, they're surprised at this 45p tax announcement. All I would say are two things on that. First of all, I mean, is Liz Truss the best communicator? She's not, and that's going to be a real problem, I think, for the Conservative Party. Let's be honest about that. But second of all, even I think with the ground laid on all of this, I still think that lots of Conservative MPs, particularly in the Red Wall, felt that they could not go and justify essentially benefits rising with wages and not inflation, so a real terms cut. At the same time, as essentially millionaires were getting a massive tax cut, they could not optically make that work, and that is why the government realised, and they acted pretty quickly, but they realised this is not going to fly.
Yeah, well, both of you two stay exactly where you are, because more reaction coming your way thick and fast. But as you've been hearing, the Chancellor announced that U-turn this morning, with both Kwasi Kwarteng and the Prime Minister Liz Truss claiming that they get it and they've listened, in reference to the backlash, as we were just hearing about that, to the policy to scrap the 45p tax. But I thought, we are the People's Channel. Let's listen to the people right here at Tory Party Conference in Birmingham, whether they think this U-turn was the right decision.
I think it was giving into pressure, basically. I think that the government, if they were going to take that line, should have held it. I think that was the one thing from the budget that I wouldn't have done. Right. But once they'd done it, I think...
Do you think they've given into media pressure?
I think it's partly media pressure and partly pressure from the parliamentary party.
No, I think it was the right thing to do. I mean, one of the things that politicians get goaded for sometimes is making a change of view or policy, but actually that shows they're listening. So, you know, would I have turned in this situation? Yes, I would have.
Because it's actually going to cost the government probably more in terms of taxation revenues.
Okay.
The headline rate, it's a question of whether wealthy people can avoid paying high rates of tax. And they do, if you've got high rates. If they don't, give them more cash. Same on bankers' bonuses, pay them cash, the tax is instantaneous.
No turning for you?
No.
Would you have turned?
I think so. Public opinion is really important.
Well, there we go, a range of views from the public here at Tory Party Conference. Our political editor, Darren McCaffrey, is alongside me, along with our economics and business editor, Liam Halligan. Darren, I'll start with you again, just to pick up on what we were talking about before we threw to those boxes there, which is about this element of communication. Now, my understanding is that Cabinet didn't really know about this particular tax cut until very, very shortly before it was announced. And then on top of that, it was poorly communicated. Does Liz Truss lack the charisma and the communication skills to be a good Prime Minister?
So, I mean, first of all, when it comes to some of the kind of rabbits on the hats and budgets, most of the time, most of the cabinet don't know about it. So I don't think that's necessarily a thing, though clearly, obviously, she had set out during the summer what she was going to do with national insurance and with other tax events, but that wasn't in there. And many people would ask, where's the authority, where was the demand for that tax cut? In terms of her communication skills, I mean, I think Liz Truss itself would admit she's not the best communicator, and I do think fundamentally that is a bit of a problem, because at the end of the day, politicians, particularly in the era in which we live, in 24-hour news and Twitter and social media, like, it's not just policy-driven these days. Communication is key. It's one of the reasons Theresa May was not a very effective Prime Minister, because she wasn't a very effective communicator.
Maybot.
It's the reason that Tony Blair and Margaret Thatcher were very good Prime Ministers, because they were very good communicators. And I think this will be a problem for Liz going forward for the new Prime Minister, in the sense that if she cannot convince other people that she is right, that's clearly going to be a massive problem.
Yeah, I want the views of you at home or wherever you are watching, listening, whatever you're doing, watching us online, gbviews at gbnews.uk, because we're going to be asking whether or not this sets a worrying precedent going forward. Bit of public backlash, quite a lot of public backlash in the media, whether or not that means there's going to be U-turns on everything, or frankly a lack of conviction in politics going forward. I know that immigration's a big topic for everybody there at home, and they're concerned now that this might mean that Liz Truss doesn't really do much when it comes to that, if there's a little bit of backlash. But Liam, I want to ask you about Kwasi Kwarteng, who people are queuing up to listen to here, and we're going to be taking live shortly, about 4 o'clock. So yes, not too long now, unless he's late, of course. Has she thrown Kwasi under the bus here?
I don't think she has. As Darren says, look, these budget rabbits, they're very, very market sensitive. If you tell the whole cabinet, then each cabinet member's advisory team knows they can start trading against this information. Then you've got a crime, you know.
And that's
inside information. So that's not particularly unusual that you wouldn't know about that. And on Liz Truss, just for a moment, Margaret Thatcher wasn't a great communicator at the beginning. She had to work on it. And I do think we saw signs during that Tory leadership contest, when she got off script, when she wasn't being overproduced by her advisors, when she was shooting from the hip, she wasn't a bad communicator. She's certainly been very effective on social media, more so than pretty any cabinet minister over the years. But is she throwing Kwarteng under a bus? Well,
she needs a big bus.
As in any organisation, the blame travels down, right?
Yeah.
So over the weekend, Liz Truss said, when the Chancellor came up with this policy, or whatever form of words she used, now Kwarteng's Treasury is talking about the young Chief Secretary to the Treasury, Chris Philps, the Croydon South MP, very bright guy. Chris wrote a paper about that we should do this, we should cut the 45p basic rate of income tax. I think in the end, they'll get away without big resignations because they've moved quickly, as Darren says. But it'd be really interesting in this speech by Kwasi Kwarteng to see if there's contrition, or if he kind of winks to the Tory faithful, I know this is the right policy, but it just wasn't the right time.
Wasn't the right time. Both of you, thank you very, very much. Electric stuff so far all around me here, and certainly right next to me as well. Well, look, within the next hour, we will hear from Chancellor Kwasi Kwarteng as he addresses Conservative Party members right here in Birmingham. There is a queue building for this right now, just in front of me. I can see it. It's fantastic. It's more of a live audience that you'll get on Question Time. I'm sure, but anyway, you can see the stage there, I believe, just over that side of me. Fantastic. You love to see it. And the atmosphere is certainly building around here. There's not so much a hum, it's an audible buzz, really. Now, I want to know what you think. gbviews at gbnews.uk. Because do you think that Liz Truss is currently facing a bit of trial by mainstream media, or has she maybe caved in to a little bit of mainstream media? Has she maybe caved in to a little bit of pressure due to the fact that she announced a policy, Kwasi Kwarteng announced a policy that, yes, was tough and was difficult, and the optics of it were bad at a hugely difficult time for people financially. Tough to sell on the doorstep. But did she make any attempt to? I want to know whether or not you think that the likes of some of our competitors are wandering around here. Would they actually really just rather have a Labour government? Is that why we've seen such a massive backlash for this? But where do you stand? gbviews at gbnews.uk. I've got loads more coming your way as well, because we're going to be asking about the immigration issue. Suella Braverman, she's been talking about clamping down illegal immigration. in the Channel. That could be a concern if she doesn't do that, because it looks as though the numbers of legal immigration might go up if Liz Truss really does want to go for growth. Does she even want to go for growth anymore? We're going to be discussing about all of this and much, much more. You are locked in live with me, Patrick Christys, coming to you from the Conservative Party conference here in Birmingham, where just under an hour's time we will hear live from Chancellor Kwasi Kwarteng. He's going to be addressing his party members. A tough day for Kwasi at the office. And up next, we'll bring you the latest as a 34-year-old man has now finally been charged with the murder of 9-year-old Olivia Pratt-Corbell as well. He's appeared in court. We've got all that coming your way, a little bit of royal drama as well. We will be back in a tick. Don't you dare move.
Weekday afternoons on GB News, we've got the whole of the UK covered. From 12 to 3, it's GB Newsday with me, Mark Longhurst.
And me, Gloria De Piero. You'll get the very latest on everything that's been going on across our great nation.
And from 3 till 6, watch out for GB News Live with me, Patrick Christys. I'm not here to mess around with all the biggest topics and guests. You will always be up to date. GB Newsday and GB News Live from 12 p.m.
Only on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello there, it's Eamon Holmes here from Breakfast on GB News. We're not just on your television and your screens, you know.
We're on DAB plus digital radio, so you can listen to your favourite shows on the move.
If you've not yet listened to GB News Radio, it's very simple. We're on your radio player and tune-in apps, on your smart speaker, phone or tablet, or online at gbnews.uk.
Take us with you wherever you go. GB News Radio.
You never have to miss a moment of the People's Channel.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh my goodness me.
And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hello, I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m, where I'll be joined by two of the country's top comedians as we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight. If it's a big story, we'll be covering it, I guarantee, but we'll also have some fun along the way. That's GB News Headliners at 11 p.m. We won't put you to sleep, unlike some of the other paper review shows out there. So join us, 11 p.m, 7 nights a week.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Yes, welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Patrick Christys here, live at Conservative Party conference, where shortly I'm going to be asking a man who knows whether or not Liz Truss has been given enough time, whether or not the knives are already out for by people who, frankly, are desperate to have a Labour government. Have they got an agenda that she is falling victim to? But before that, it's another big, big story of the day. A 34-year-old man has been remanded in custody after appearing in Liverpool Crown Court, charged with the murder of 9-year-old Olivia Pratt-Corbell. Thomas Cashman is accused of fatally shooting Olivia inside her home in Liverpool in August, in a case that frankly captivated the nation. He's also charged with the attempted murder of her mother, who was injured in the incident. Let's cross over quickly now to our North West of England reporter Sophie Reaper, who's been in court for the latest. Sophie, go on.
Well, at Liverpool Crown Court this afternoon, we had the bail hearing for Thomas Cashman. He was arrested on Thursday on suspicion of the murder of Olivia Pratt-Corbell. And over the weekend, we heard from the Crown Prosecution Service that he has indeed been charged with that offence. He's also been charged with the attempted murder of Olivia's mother, Cheryl, and of convicted burglar Joseph Nee. Now, at the hearing, the defence made no application for bail, and we also heard that the trial will now be scheduled to start on the 6th of March next year. Now, that's expected to last for around 4 weeks, and until that point, Cashman will be remanded in custody. As for Paul Russell, the 40-year-old who's been charged with assisting an offender after he drove Thomas Cashman away from the scene of the crime and disposed of his clothing, he will appear at Liverpool Crown Court on the 31st of October for his pre-trial hearing after he didn't apply for bail at Magistrates Court this morning.
Sophie, thank you very much. Sophie Reaper there outside Liverpool Crown Court. OK, so back to the Conservative Party conference right now, and that U-turn on the plan to scrap the 45p tax. Well, it's all kicking off because it's not the first time, is it, that the Prime Minister and the Conservative government have gone back on a key policy or a decision since their general election win in 2019. So Prime Minister Boris Johnson made a U-turn on kids' food after speaking to the England footballer Marcus Rashford. Marcus Rashford's hungry children, who could forget that? Tory MPs had refused to extend the £15 vouchers over the October half-term. That prompted fury amongst some, not others, it's fair to say. Businesses and charities stepped in, but the PM then announced a £170 million COVID winter grant scheme for Christmas. Remember the backlash to the government as well then in 2020 for the calculation for awarding A-level results. That was a little bit weird, to say the least. Well, within 2 days, the Education Secretary did decide that teacher-awarded grades would be given instead. Cancelling Christmas in December 2020, Boris Johnson unveiled a plan that would let Christmas bubbles of 3 families meet for up to 5 days. But he rode back on December 19th as COVID rates rocketed and COVID mandatory jabs as well. Mandatory jabs, good grief, that feels like a lifetime ago. The government did have plans for mandatory jabs for NHS and care home staff, but they were ditched after months of warnings they could cause a staffing crisis, and we could have picked more. However, who's actually running the government at the moment? The Prime Minister and the Cabinet Ministers, or is it campaign groups and some elements, frankly, of what I would call the biased left-wing media? The former Chief Secretary to the Treasury, David Mellor, joins me now. David, thank you very much. Look, sometimes governments make U-turns. That's understood. That's all fine. I can't help but feel as though like this U-turn came from a little bit from within the Conservative Party, but the vast majority of it from a lot of elements of the mainstream media who, in my opinion, appear to have some sort of agenda. Am I wrong?
Well, I think you're partially right in that there's no doubt that there were plenty of people who are out to make life difficult, both for the Prime Minister and for the Chancellor. But you know what really spooked this decision were the markets, because the markets had not been prepared for the dramatic change that Kwasi Kwarteng chose to make to personal taxation. I mean, he has inherited a pretty terrible situation in relation to all of the public expenditure that had already been imposed because of the pandemic. And then there was, of course, the terrible increases in the cost of fuel that added a lot of pressure too. And there are plenty of people who would say, at a time when the budgets of ordinary people were being squeezed so much, for him to offer tax breaks to the better off was foolhardy, and he has paid a very heavy price for that.
I do understand that. We're going to be hearing from Kwasi Kwarteng shortly, live here on GB News. But would Liz Truss have not been better articulating the fact that our lockdown policy skinted the nation anyway, and maybe that was an error? We've got a war between Russia and Ukraine. This has potentially been quite a long time coming in terms of this 45p cut as well. Gordon Brown arguably set this up a long time ago, and that Liz Truss should have had conviction and not bowed into bankers who prefer a status quo and potentially the mainstream media, who I think, if you strap them down to a lie detector test, frankly want Starmer running the country.
Well, I think they probably don't wish her well, or Kwasi Kwarteng. But it shouldn't be made too easy for them to damage the government's credibility. And I mean, the sadness for Liz Truss is you've only got one chance to make a first impression. And the first impression that she has made has not been a favourable one. But you see, I was a member of the government all those years ago, I'm sorry to have to tell you, when Nigel Lawson cut the top rate of tax from 60% to 40%. But he didn't do that as a shock move. He did it as the culmination of a lot of work that had been put into cutting public expenditure. And effectively, he said, tax cuts are a way of rewarding the public for the fact that that the economy has got better. And the problem with this tax cut was that at a time when we were already having to pay for, not least all the money that's having to go, a couple of billion a year that's having to go for weaponry in the war against Russia.
I get that.
Basically,
I get that, David. I'm sorry about this. I'm going to have to cut in. I'm afraid, David. Apologies, but we've got to fit in Kwasi Kwarteng, and I've got to fit in a news bulletin quickly as well.
He's
I was thoroughly enjoying that.
Me,
I apologise.
So good luck.
No, I hope you don't think so. We'll get you back on. I know you're a regular on GB News, David. Apologies, I'm getting shouted at here. That was former Secretary to the Treasury, David Mellor, who was joining me. Right, OK, so U-turns, but don't you turn over, because coming up, new Home Secretary Suella Braverman, she's admitted that channel crossings are out of control. Yeah, all right, is the Pope Catholic? She says that she's planning a crackdown on migrants who claim that they're victims of modern slavery. But how? How on earth is she going to do this? We've signed a deal with Albania that's not worth the paper it's written on. Is this just another government policy that will be dead in the water or not take off? Rwanda, anyone? First, though, it's your latest headlines. Don't blink, you'll miss it today, ladies and gents.
Good afternoon, 3:34. I'm Rosie Wright, keeping you up to date. An economic think tank says the Chancellor's tax U-turn will do little to ease the pressure on the UK's public finances. The Institute for Fiscal Studies says abandoning plans to cut the 45p tax rate for the highest earners is the smallest part of the mini-budget. They estimate it represents £2 billion out of the £45 billion tax-cutting plan. Mr Kwarteng will defend his plans when he addresses the party conference very shortly this afternoon. Well, Chief Secretary to the Treasury, Chris Philp, told us the plan to abolish the top-rate tax had become a distraction.
The government is a government that listens. It's taken the temperature, and it's, we are a democracy, and we're a parliamentary democracy. So listening both to the public and, of course, to members of parliament is very important. That's what they've done. This had become a distraction from what is a really good plan. There are many bits of this plan that haven't even been reported in the last week and a half.
The Shadow Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, says so much damage, though, has already been done.
It was obvious they weren't going to get this through the House of Commons. They were forced into this screeching U-turn. But so much damage has already been done, with higher government borrowing costs and huge worries for people about how they're going to afford their mortgages.
A 34-year-old man's been remanded in custody after being charged with the murder of Olivia Pratt-Korbel. Thomas Cashman appeared at Liverpool Crown Court, accused of fatally shooting the 9-year-old inside her home in August. He's also charged with the attempted murder of Olivia's mother, as well as 2 counts of possessing a firearm with intent to endanger life. King Charles III has offered his warmest congratulations to residents in Scotland's newest city in his first public engagement as monarch. The King and Queen Consort have been welcomed by crowds in Dunfermline to mark the former town gaining its city status. It's one of 8 places that got the approval as part of Queen Elizabeth's Platinum Jubilee celebrations. We're on your TV, online and DAB+ radio. This is GB News. Don't go anywhere. Shortly, back to Patrick.
Weekday afternoons on GB News, we've got the whole of the UK covered. From 12 to 3, it's GB Newsday with me, Mark Longhurst.
And me, Gloria De Piero. You'll get the very latest on everything that's been going on across our great nation.
And from 3 till 6, watch out for GB News Live with me, Patrick Christys. I'm not here to mess around. With all the biggest topics and guests, you will always be up to date. GB Newsday and GB News Live from 12 p.m.
Only on GB News.
The People's Channel. Britain's news channel.
Hello there, it's Eamon Holmes here from Breakfast on GB News. We're not just on your television and your screens, you know.
We're on DAB plus digital radio, so you can listen to your favourite shows on the move.
If you've not yet listened to GB News Radio, it's very simple. We're on your radio player and TuneIn apps, on your smart speaker, phone or tablet, or online at gbnews.uk.
Take us with you wherever you go. GB News Radio.
You never have to miss a moment of the People's Channel.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh my goodness me.
And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hello, I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m, where I'll be joined by two of the country's top comedians as we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight. If it's a big story, we'll be covering it, I guarantee, but we'll also have some fun along the way. That's GB News Headliners at 11 p.m. We won't put you to sleep, unlike some of the other paper review shows out there. So join us, 11 p.m, 7 nights a week.
Right, people, welcome back to Tory Party Conference. In the next half hour, we are going to be hearing live from Chancellor Kwasi Kwarteng as he addresses the Conservative Party members here in Birmingham. Those watching us on your TV or online will be able to see the stage. The stage is well and truly set. The atmosphere is building here. I hope you can pick it up. It's getting very, very loud around me. We've got the queue for Kwasi just behind the camera. In fact, it might be snaking around. I don't know if some of you can just see behind me. It's all the way around at this particular centre here in Birmingham. The atmosphere is building. What will he say? What will he do? But we'd like to hear from you as well. GBViews at gbnews.uk. This is indeed GB News Live with me, Patrick Christys. I'm coming to you from this Tory Party conference here in Birmingham, and just under half an hour's time we're going to be covering Kwasi live. But lots of you have indeed already been getting in touch, and I wanted your reaction on this tax U-turn and what it might mean going forward. We're going to get stuck into immigration in a second, but let's do tax U-turn for now. Barbara's been on. Barbara, the only way to help the lower paid is to simply raise the personal tax allowance to £15,000. That would help millions. That's Barbara's view. David says, I feel so sorry for Liz Truss that she is the leader of a party that has so many weak-kneed, cowardly MPs. I've been asking this, David, I've been asking this rather a lot. Are they just going to give in to public pressure at the slightest whiff of discontent? Anything controversial? Sometimes you've got to be cruel to be kind. But he also says, a revolt so soon will gift the number 10 keys to Starmer. Later on, David, we're talking about whether or not it's time for a general election, so you can have your say again then. Derek says, Thatcher did a U-turn on the poll tax. Nothing unusual about it, just sensible optics. So a range of views here. Keep them coming in. GBViews at gbnews.uk. But something I know for a fact you all got a boxload of views on. Home Secretary Suella Braverman has admitted that channel crossings are out of control. Well, yeah, quite. And is planning to crack down on migrants who claim that they are victims of modern slavery. So it's been reported that a record 32,800 migrants have so far crossed the channel into the UK on small boats this year. They're just the ones we know about. Up to a 60% now from Albania. They're believed to be from Albania. Braverman will seek to reform Theresa May's Modern Slavery Act, which she has said is being abused by these migrants because the threshold for being classed as a victim is far too low. There's also been news this afternoon that the leaders of Hungary, Serbia and Austria pledged new measures to stem the flow of illegal migrants. The plans involve further deporting of illegal migrants and creating areas outside the bloc's borders to submit asylum requests. Lots to get stuck into here, and I am joined even by Hampshire Police and Crime Commissioner Donna Jones. Thank you very much, Donna. Great to have you on the show. Lots to get stuck into here. First and foremost, people are going to be concerned that a U-turn that we've already seen because of poor optics might filter through to other U-turns. Dealing with the channel requires some tough, unpalatable, sometimes unpopular tones and rhetoric and decisions. Is Suella Braverman able to do that?
Well, look, I mean, Suella is a tough cookie. She's a bright woman. She knows what she wants. And more importantly, she made it really clear that dealing with the migrant boat crisis was one of her top top priorities, as well as driving down crime. As you've just said, Patrick, we've got a record number of people that have come to Britain. We've tried the Navy. It could be argued that the Navy have just made the passage of crossing into Britain that little bit safer. Over 32, nearly 33,000 people coming into Britain so far, and it's only October. We're definitely going to be topping that 40,000 mark. 8,600 in August alone. Something needs to be done. And these people are not coming from countries where they can claim political asylum, so now they're coming here and claiming that they are victims of modern-day slavery.
Well, talk to me on that point, that exact point, because people are saying that Britain's, well, I suppose goodwill, or maybe frankly just the law itself, is being used and abused by these people. How, in that regard to modern slavery? What's going on there?
Well, the top 3 countries that people are coming into Britain, these economic migrants, mostly men aged between sort of 18 and 25 to 30. They're coming from Albania, as you said in your VT. They're coming from Eritrea, and they're coming from Sudan. Now, we know that these are not countries where they are being necessarily trafficked for modern-day slavery. We know, as Suella has said, that that threshold is low. It's a low bar to meet to be able to claim modern-day slavery, and therefore she's looking at reviewing that to make sure that we are truly able to help people who are being trafficked into Britain, who are being exploited, sex slaves, working as, people in car washes, building sites here illegally, but actually too many people are taking advantage of the good nature of Britain, and that's got to stop.
Yeah, indeed. Are you sick and tired of the fact that we're being taken for a ride?
I'm a bit fed up of it, because actually what it does mean is that we can't help those that genuinely need political asylum and or being trafficked here around the world. But secondly, it's sending a message to people all across the world: go to Britain. Go to Britain, and the threshold to get in is low. Once you're there, your chances of being deported are incredibly low. Suella's going to change that. Suella's going to crack down on that. And I know her. I've known her for
well, didn't you actually meet up with her recently as well?
Yeah, caught up with her last Friday. So she's a Hampshire MP, which is where her constituency is Fareham. I'm the police commissioner there, and actually my other national portfolio is serious and organised crime, which of course modern day slavery comes into that. So I've had a good chat to her about some of this.
Yeah, good. So we'll talk, give us a bit of the inside scoop on that then. So what was she saying? What was she like? Was she quite bullish about it all?
Yeah, I mean, we spoke about options around, the migrant boat crisis, and she, as I said, she knows that something needs to be done. She's looking at the legislation, she's looking at the wording. Devil's always in the detail here to see what she can do. But simply saying we're going to turn these boats around and send them back to France, she knows that that's not necessary. We can't do that legislatively. We can't do that legally with France. So she's trying to find other ways that we can get them processed through the immigration system and then send them back to their own safe countries, which is where they've come from.
With respect to a legal layman and your average man and woman at home, your average man and woman on the street, who frankly are the people who matter, that is the vast majority of people in this country. That's me, really. I'm certainly no legal boffin. A lot of people go, well, can't we just rip these laws up and start again? If it's bad law, can we?
Well, it's not as easy as that. And actually, it's not wholly bad law. The principle is right. So we can amend law. Lots of bits of legislation get secondary and third amendments to them. So that's what she has the ability to do, to table that as the Home Secretary, to bring it back into the House of Commons, to make sure it has its hearings, but to make it much more difficult to be able to remain in Britain and claim political asylum. So it's only those that really, truly should be here that are here.
This requires it to get through Parliament, and I am deeply concerned, and we just had a viewer who emailed in, gbviews@gbnews.uk there, who alluded to the fact that he thought that a lot of our political class are just too weak to do anything that might cause a bit of controversy. Are they?
Well, look,
because this requires a bit of spine, this.
It does, but what you can see from Liz Truss's government, that's 3 weeks old now, it's taken a step to the right. I think it's safe to say that. Tax cuts, Suella, tax cuts with a slight
for a second there were, yeah.
But the economic ideology there, getting back to some core conservative principles. So what I think you're going to see is this permeating throughout all government departments. And Suella was picked for a reason. She was picked because she's got clear views, she's tough on crime, including immigration crime, and she's got a job to do, and I think she'll deliver on it.
I want to ask you in my next question about the impact it's got on the streets here in Britain, it says law and order. But before that, I go to Hungary, Serbia and Austria. They are apparently going to introduce something that makes it a bit tougher for people to get through. Can we work more with them? What's going on? Explain that to me.
Yeah, we are doing an awful lot with them, actually. Right. We had a contingent over here from Albania last week. Home Office organised. There were 2 mayors, there were 2 government ministers here. I hosted them.
I won't ask how they got here, don't worry, I won't make that joke.
They came legally, they came on visas into Britain, but I hosted them for a day in my patch in Hampshire in the Isle of Wight, and actually sitting down and talking to them about how the 2 governments can work much closer. We already have data sharing agreements with all those countries you just mentioned around criminal records. So, for example, paedophiles, if they're travelling over into Hungary, into Romania, Albania, if there is a sex ring, a paedophile ring they are trying to work within, or if they're coming into this country, we are sharing criminal records of some of the most dangerous people living around the world. And we have agreements with most countries now around the world. So yes, there is an awful lot being done, of course supported by the Foreign Office as well, but of course, always more to be done.
Yeah, and just back to Britain, back to Blighty, as it were. If Liz Truss does want to go for, as it would seem, maybe more immigration, but we're talking targeted skilled immigration, legal immigration on our terms, then I think a lot of people, if that meant that it went for economic growth, would be, broadly speaking, okay with that. But only really on the condition that we got illegal immigration nailed.
Yes.
And do you agree with that?
I do agree with that. There's two things here. One is legal, as you say, immigration to the country, and the illegal. The illegal is out of control. Everyone acknowledges that. But legal immigration is key. We know that at the moment we've got more people in employment in this country than ever before. Employers are struggling to recruit. So attracting the right skills to support our economy, so the people that are living and working here, who are citizens of other countries, are able to give something back positively to meet, whether it be in the healthcare sector, nurses, doctors. We need to make sure that we're bringing the right skill set into Britain and not just having it as an open door for anybody. That clearly is not going to help us and help our economy.
There can be no doubt. I mean, we're based here, we're sitting in Birmingham, which is one of the most culturally diverse cities possibly in the world, actually. And, this is a great thing. But at the same time, people have to be able to have a conversation about demographic changes and immigration from different cultures and countries, etc. That may well not have the same exact values if it comes to women's rights or just the idea of how to live, really, I suppose.
Yeah.
Are you concerned by that? Because we did see something happen recently in Leicestershire, wasn't it, where we had, elements of a Muslim community, elements of a Hindu community kind of going at it, really. People concerned that this might be on the increase across the country. Talk to me a bit about potential demographic changes. Does that bother you at all or concern you when it comes to law and order on the streets or not?
I think people that I've spoken to, and I represent 2 million people, I'm directly elected to represent 2 million people, I think their concerns about us retaining and making sure we're not losing our British identity, our British values, our British cultures. So it's great that we are able to integrate other people, different, Sikh, Muslim, whoever it may be, and their cultures. And I'm in fact, some of the mosques in my patch are very spiritual when you go to them, when they're chanting. And I've got lots of friends in the Muslim community, and particularly in Portsmouth, where I used to be the council leader there. But actually, just because we're integrating other cultures and other beliefs, it doesn't mean to say that we have to lose our own. And it's about getting that balance right. And actually, Birmingham is a great example, as you said. A conservative mayor that covers this multicultural, second largest city, or third largest city, I should say, in Britain. Represented by Andy Streets, a fantastic captain of industry, was CEO of John Lewis, went into politics, 6-7 years ago now, doing a sterling job at really trying to represent Birmingham around the world, bringing industry over here, representing Birmingham all across the globe. A great example of capitalism in play with a Conservative mayor.
Look, great stuff. Thank you very much, as always. I'm sure it won't be long until I have you back on again, because I think we're supposed to be hearing from our Home Secretary tomorrow as well. So might be a perfect opportunity to rope you back in, I think, Donna. But thank you very much. Donna Jones there, who is, of course, the Hampshire Police and Crime Commissioner. What do you make of that, ladies and gentlemen? A massive, massive topic, I know, for a lot of our viewers, and frankly, a discussion that you probably won't have heard on other news channels. GBnews at gbnews.uk. But we're shifting over to something, well, I say less political. Just you wait and see, because King Charles and the Queen Consort embarked on their first joint public visit today when they granted city status to Dunfermline. Well, the couple also visited the grave of Robert the Bruce, one of Scotland's most renowned warrior kings, at Dunfermline Abbey. Well, as Prince of Wales, Charles frequently went into battle for causes that he championed. Some would say got a bit political, which is why we're hooking it into this show, such as climate change, architecture, for example. But will he now be silenced that he's monarch? A planned speech at the environmental conference COP27 has been cancelled, possibly after an intervention by Prime Minister Liz Truss. I'm going to ask right now, is Charles too political to be king? And joining me to discuss King Charles's new role are royal experts Jenny Bond and Michael Cole. Thank you very much. Jenny, I will start with you. We are here now at a massive, massive political gathering, Conservative Party conference, but I want to ask you, is King Charles too political to be king?
No, I don't think he is at all. I think it's a shame that he's not going to COP27. He's a perfectly sensible adult. He has made it clear he knows that he has got a new gig, a new responsibility as king, that he can't act as he did when he was Prince of Wales. He's perfectly capable of going to a conference like that. And who can argue against climate change, a debate about climate change? He's perfectly capable of going there and wishing them well, hoping the conference goes swimmingly. And making a neutral speech in the way his mother did to COP26. So I don't know why he's been told he can't go.
Well, if he can't talk at COP27, he's going to have to talk to the plants instead. Michael Cole, your views, is King Charles too political to be king?
This has definitely been a good home win for the famously unwritten British Constitution, because what happened here is the king sought advice of the government. The Prime Minister gave that advice. There was an agreement, and they both decided not to go. Now, that is the British Constitution and its procedures working perfectly well. The monarch has the right, he has a royal prerogative, and that's the right to be consulted, i.e. informed, the right to encourage, and the right to warn. And you can bet your life that in his weekly meetings of the Prime Minister, when the Prime Minister has an audience of the monarch, I'm sure he will make his views known. The Queen did, but there was never any leaks. If she ever raised her eyebrow and she said, Prime Minister, do you think this is entirely a good idea? And every Prime Minister went away and thought, well, perhaps I have got that wrong. But we don't actually have to speculate about this, because when he was Prince Charles, he was asked if he would change when he became king. Would he continue lobbying ministers, writing the Black Spider letters and championing his pet projects? And he said, of course I'll change. I'm not as stupid as all that. And of course, he made it very clear that he had to change. And that's quite right. As monarch, if he's going to be successful, he has to be politically neutral and above the fray. And this first Michael, challenge just showed that he is.
All right, Michael. Firstly, I was rather good, actually, impression of the new King Charles. I think if your commentary career ever dries up, then you're more than welcome to go into impersonation. But Jenny, I'll throw you back in, because one of the issues, especially when it comes to environmentalism, is it may well have been a passion project for King Charles, but now it's been hijacked by a load of people who are essentially rabid lefties who want us all sleeping on beds of moss for the rest of our lives. And has he got himself embroiled in that?
Oh, you do talk some nonsense sometimes, you really do. No, honestly, I think we have to distinguish between political with a small p and party political, as monarchy can't be party political. I personally think in the 22nd century, we can have a monarch who expresses views which we know that he holds in a neutral fashion on subjects which you cannot argue against. Climate change, for example, is something we all surely believe in, don't we? Or most people do. So I think that he can be a modern monarch. We can't pretend that after 50 years of campaigning, we don't understand the man, we don't know the man. And I think it would be hypocritical if he wasn't allowed to at least voice some of his opinions. But he's wise enough to know that he can't be party political.
Patrick.
Well, Michael, I'll throw back over to you. I mean, why is it more palatable for King Charles to comment on global warming and not about what's going on in the Channel?
Now, Patrick, I don't think you're talking nonsense at all, because actually every decision, every topic, at the end of the day is political. And if you take it beyond political, it becomes theological. And what they'll be talking about in Sharm el-Sheikh are very, very important political issues. These are the decisions that governments must take. They each take a slightly different view on what's to be done about the terrible problems of climate change. Now, Prince Charles, as he was, made his views very, very clear, and they were quite respectable views, and some people agreed and some people didn't. But now he's moved up to the top job, as Princess Diana once called it, and he has to stay out of those sort of conflicts. And if he doesn't, he'll be in problems. And I'm encouraged by the fact that he started off in the right decision, made the right call here, and he's staying out of it, and he's not going to this conference.
All right, well, there we go. I love a good debate. That debate even managed to erupt into whether or not I was talking rubbish. So great stuff. It was King Charles, is King Charles, too political to be king. Jenny Bond and Michael Cole, two royal experts going hammer and tongs there. Thank you very, very much. Great to have you both on the show. I believe we can give you a little sneaky preview yet again of that stage where Chancellor Kwasi Kwarteng is going to be talking here at Conservative Party conference, where I'm very much live here in Birmingham. That stage is set for Kwasi. A tough day for Kwasi after that U-turn. Was he thrown under the bus a bit by Truss? Has he been led through the nose by unpopular mainstream media, for example, or people getting in touch saying, oh, hang on a minute, you can't cut taxes for the rich at this particular time? Who's running the country? That's what I think everyone else wants to know, but people are taking their seats right now. The queue for Kwasi is stretching all around here. I don't know if we can quite pick it up behind me, but there's a lot going on. The murmur is turning into more of a steady hum, and Kwasi Kwarteng will shortly address this Conservative Party conference. We will be taking it live, and we're going to be getting box office reaction to it as well. People starting to take their seats in the auditorium as we speak. There'll be lots of pressure on his speech, lots of pressure on him to deliver. A tough one, this, because now he's U-turned, okay, so that has happened. How does he try to get out of this? Does he show conviction? How can he show conviction if the U-turn has been done? Does he do a little nod and a wink where he says, this is the right policy, I think it is the right policy, but maybe it wasn't the right time, which does beg the question, why the heck did you do it in the first place? But I want to know what you think. GBviews at gbnews.uk. Do you think this U-turn was right? Do you think now that there are serious concerns about who's running this country? Is it politicians with conviction in what they say, or actually is it people who bow down in the face of media opposition and a little bit of public backlash? Because you cannot have a country that's led by the mainstream media, even if they do all want a Labour government, in my opinion. But I'm going to go to your views now. GBviews at gbnews.uk. And migration has been a hot topic in the inbox because Kate says, new person, same old message. Nothing will be done because the government must be happy with them arriving. This is immigrants and illegal immigrants, I believe, specifically, or something would have been done by now. Nicholas says about our inability to return illegal migrants to Albania. Albania, so dangerous that Saga offer holidays there. Yes, yes, I suppose that's a fair point. Actually, you can go on whatever it is, an over-70s cruise to Albania. Anyway, Anthony says, Home Secretary Suella Braverman needs to take us out of the ECHR now. Concerns, people, that this U-turn on the tax cuts might pave the way for other U-turns on slightly unpalatable topics. So are you concerned now that what this means is that we're going to end up with a government that doesn't want to do anything when it comes to a sticky wicket that is illegal immigration? But the government won't deport or change laws while following the World Economic Forum and UN agenda. That is another particular email with no name on it as far as I could see, but keep those emails coming in. Coming up with me, Patrick Christie's, live here from Conservative Party conference in Birmingham, where it is an electric atmosphere, which I must say is rubbing off on me somewhat. We will hear from Chancellor Kwasi Kwarteng very, very shortly. On that day, he announced a U-turn on the scrapped rate of 45% tax. He'll address Tory members very, very shortly. We'll bring you all of that live, all of the reactions. Stay with me, Patrick Christie's, right here on GB News Live. Don't go away. Well, no need to go away because apparently I'm straight back. So there we go. It's 4 o'clock or nearly. Yes, in fact, it's just gone 4 o'clock. And this is GB News Live with me, Patrick Christie's, coming to you from Conservative Party conference in the heart of the Midlands, Birmingham. Over the next hour, a raft of Conservative cabinet members will take to the stage to address party members. I wonder what reaction they're going to get today. Within the next few minutes, we're going to hear from bigwig Chancellor Kwasi Kwarteng after the government U-turned on its plan to abolish the top rate of income tax for the highest earners. Will they U-turn over anything else that's controversial? That's what I want to know. But right now it's time for your latest news headlines. Whew.
Just after 4 o'clock, good afternoon. An economic think tank says the Chancellor's tax U-turn will do little to ease pressure on the UK's public finances. The Institute for Fiscal Studies says abandoning plans to cut the 45p tax rate for the highest earners is the smallest part of his mini-budget, estimating it represents £2 billion out of the £45 billion tax-cutting budget. Mr Kwarteng, who's due to speak soon at Conservative Party conference, will defend his plans when he addresses the hall this afternoon. Chief Secretary to the Treasury, Chris Phillip, told us the plan to abolish the top rate of tax had become a distraction.
The government is a government that listens, it's taken the temperature, and it's, we are a democracy and we're a parliamentary democracy, so listening both to the public and of course to members of parliament is very important. That's what they've done. This had become a distraction from what is a really good plan. There are many bits of this plan that haven't even been reported in the last week and a half.
Well, Parliamentary Secretary at the Cabinet Office, Brendan Clark-Smith, told GB News the timing of the tax cuts wasn't right.
Of course, we do want low taxes, but you've also got to bring people with you. You've got to do it at the right time. And we just felt that really it was, again, distracting people from actually all the other good stuff that we're actually doing that we want to be talking about at party conference as well. And the Chancellor said that he's listened to colleagues. Some of them had raised concerns about it, and he said, well, I'm going to change.
But the Shadow Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, says the U-turn comes too late as the damage is already done.
It was obvious they weren't going to get this through the House of Commons. They were forced into this screeching U-turn, but so much damage has already been done with higher government borrowing costs and huge worries for people about how they're going to afford their mortgages.
Well, the pound has returned to a similar market position it held before the mini-budget was announced, sterling surging overnight as reports emerged about the Chancellor's plans for his tax U-turn. The pound hit $1.13 at one stage, but has since dipped again to 1.12 rather. In other news, a 34-year-old man has been remanded in custody, charged with the murder of Olivia Pratt-Corbell. Thomas Cashman appeared at Liverpool Crown Court, accused of fatally shooting the 9-year-old inside her home in August. He's also charged with the attempted murder of Olivia's mother, as well as 2 counts of possessing a firearm with intent to endanger life. Ukraine's president says his forces have made advances in the south of the country, liberating a number of besieged cities in the port city of Kherson. President Zelensky's comments come after the UK's Defence Secretary says it's highly unlikely Vladimir Putin will use nuclear weapons in Ukraine, but warned the Russian leader is not rational. Putin has previously warned the West that he will use all means at his disposal if his country is threatened. Major General Tim Cross doesn't think that the West should take Putin's threats lightly.
This guy has got the capability of causing serious strategic damage, not just through nuclear weapons. I mean, everybody's been talking about nuclear weapons, understandably, but he's also got chemical weapons and biological weapons. He's used both of those. He's used biological weapons against us in Salisbury, but more importantly, in one sense, he's used chemical weapons in places like Syria.
The authorities in Indonesia have launched an investigation after a deadly stampede at a football match on Saturday. The incident in East Java killed at least 125 people, 32 of those were children. The crush happened after police tear-gassed fans who invaded the pitch. FIFA president called the incident a dark day for football. The King has offered his warmest congratulations to residents in Scotland's newest city in his first public engagement as monarch. The King and Queen consort have been welcomed by crowds in Dunfermline to mark the former town gaining city status. It's one of 8 places that have won city status as part of Queen Elizabeth's Platinum Jubilee celebrations. The King said there could be no more fitting way to mark his late mother's extraordinary life of service.
That would, I know, gladden my dear mother's heart, as it certainly gladdens mine. And as you celebrate your well-deserved status as Scotland's new city, I can only offer my warmest congratulations and my heartfelt wishes for the years to come.
Now, Quality Street. A A favourite at Christmas in British households is axing its plastic wrapping on its chocolates for a recyclable alternative. Almost 2.5 billion individual wrappers will be moved from Nestlé's supply chain globally. You may be interested to hear Orange Crunch and Green Triangle will remain in their existing foil wrappers as they can already be recycled. The move is expected to be finalised in time for Christmas. You're up to date on TV, online and on DAB+ radio. More news as it happens on GB News. Now back to Patrick.
OK, people, welcome back to Tory Party conference here in Birmingham with myself, Patrick Christys, and we are on Kwasi Watch, ladies and gentlemen. Chancellor Kwasi Kwarteng will shortly be addressing the Tory Party conference here in Birmingham. And this is, of course, after he announced earlier that he will abolish the plans to scrap the 45p top rate of income tax for the highest earners, following, well, a growing revolt from Tory MPs, yes, but fundamentally a near total lack of communication or a sales pitch from Liz Truss or Kwasi Kwarteng, and some would say as well a lot of outrage from elements of the mainstream media. But with the Institute of Fiscal Studies say the Chancellor's tax-cutting U-turn will do little to ease the pressure on the UK's public finances, coupled with former Culture Secretary Nadine Dorries, get this, calling for the Prime Minister to now hold a general election. Well, it really is taxing times for the government. A general election, really? What do you make of that? We'll be going live to this speech, which, well, in true fashion, was supposed to have started right now, but hasn't yet. So Kwasi Kwarteng may well walk past me shortly, which I'm hoping gives me the opportunity to do my impression of those morons that normally stand at Downing Street shouting questions to the Prime Minister that they know will never answer. But anyway, his speech will be listened to and watched by many people, including every single person who is here both at conference pretty much and sad acts like me and Darren McCaffrey. Darren joins me now. What can we expect?
I'm one of those morons.
Yeah. What's he going to say?
What's he going to say? Good question. I think he is going to have to address essentially the bottom line of setting out this narrative. We talked about this a little earlier, didn't we? About what the government's actually trying to do here. Because irrespective of what you think of the policy, I think there's an acceptance, certainly even within government now, and we heard Liz Truss talk about this yesterday on the TV, that it's not been terribly well communicated. That if you're going to do bold and radical, if you're trying to get the economy regrowing by actually changing quite a lot of things, you need to explain to people what you're doing and, more importantly, why you're doing it. So I suspect this will talk an awful lot about trying to bring back growth. That's what this party has talked about time and time again. They feel that there's been anemic growth over the last kind of 10, 15 years or so. They want to hit this target of 2.5% by 2024 of GDP growth. And so I think the whole speech is essentially going to be focused on that. The big question is he going to bring up having to U-turn on that 45 pence?
Well, it's got to, surely.
I think he probably will reference it. I don't think he's going to probably labour it too much, yeah. But I think he will mention it. But, you know, his credibility's been damaged. Let's be honest about this. This has been a very difficult day. It is not often chancellors have to have, you know, big announcements, eye-catching announcements, and have to U-turn on them within 10 days.
Yeah, I mean, Kwasi Mojo was, I believe, the Sun's headline in the immediate aftermath of his announcement, his mini budget, as it were. And there was a little bit of optimism about it all, I think. And then, obviously, the pound tanked, and here we are in U-turn territory. Any idea of a potential rift between him and Truss at all? Because did he really want to U-turn? Did Truss make him? Do we know?
Well, it's quite difficult. We don't know in the end. I mean, he's made it clear that he's owning this, that it was his decision in the end to essentially not get rid of that 45p tax rate. We know the Prime Minister yesterday essentially also put it on him. That's important, of course. The Prime Minister wants to keep a little distance. And in the end, obviously, the Chancellor does make those decisions, but in conjunction with the Prime Minister. And the buck does stop with the boss, doesn't it, in the end? But yeah, I think there has been a little bit of political dancing, if you like, around who precisely came up with this idea in the first place. But, you know, this is Kwasi's moment now, isn't it? To try and win people back, to try and get the party on side. It's not going to be an easy task. It really isn't. You speak to Conservative MPs here, there are not many happy bunnies, I can tell you that. There really are not.
So just this intrigue, bear in mind, if you are just tuning in, by the way, the image that you can see next to my rather hideous face is that stage where Kwasi Kwarteng will be speaking live from any second. We'll be going to that as and when he does, so stay tuned for that. But why are there, in your opinion, so many unhappy Tory MPs? Is it because they backed what Truss wanted to do and then she U-turned on it? Is it because she didn't communicate it well enough? Is it because they didn't like it enough to begin with?
I think it's a combination of all these things. So first of all, you have to remember, a large section of this party didn't vote for Liz Truss. A large section of the parliamentary party. I always think there's about a third of Conservative MPs who wish they'd probably never got rid of Boris Johnson.
Well, yeah.
Dean Doran's been a very good example. There are a third who backed Rishi Sunak and think all this is economic madness. And then there's about a third who kind of are on sides with Liz over the summer and wanted her to win. But even within that third, there's been uneasiness actually in the last couple of weeks about how it's all been handled, about the terrible communication of it. And so when you add that all together, you've actually got fewer than 100 Conservative MPs who are pretty happy with where the government is at in all of this. So it's not a surprise. It's not a surprise that actually one of the most notable things is that when you do walk around, how few MPs are here.
Yeah, well, you can't actually help but notice that. A question that I'm not sure has been asked yet, unless you're about to prove me wrong. Do you think, actually, secretly, quite a few Tory MPs want a bit of time out of office now?
You know what? Privately, some of them do say that. They say, essentially, that the Conservative Party could do with a time in opposition to regroup, rethink, whatever. Now, you know, at the end of the day, turkeys don't vote for Christmas, so I'm not saying lots and lots of Tory MPs want to lose their seats, but there are MPs who genuinely think that's happened. And it reminds me of the James Callaghan quote. Not often we quote James Callaghan.
No.
But, you know, he says that once every 30 years there's a sea change in politics.
Yes.
And that actually it's very difficult when that tide starts to turn for governments to try and stop it. And there is a sense, I think, among some Conservative MPs that a bit like in the mid to late 90s, this is the sea change that, you know, will sweep in a Labour government. However, let's not get ahead of ourselves. The opinion polls aren't good for the Conservative Party, clearly, but I was speaking to someone who actually does focus group activity yesterday, and they were saying on Thursday they went to a red wall seat, they talked to lots of swing voters, and actually lots of voters were prepared to give Liz Truss time. They said, you know what, she's only been in the job a couple of weeks, we need to give her more time.
But does she not need to have conviction if that's the case? Give you something to get behind. If you feel like you're being led by someone who wants one thing and then there's some... Oh, in fact, sorry, we can see, talking of Truss, there she is. There she is. Liz Truss is now entering the auditorium. I'm going to stay with you, though, Darren, for now.
Is that Nadeem? Yeah, I think it is.
Yes, it is.
So they're taking the seat, so I expect we're going to hear from Kwasi at any second now.
So Kwasi's about to drop. We're about to wait for Kwasi Kwarteng to come and give his big speech here at Conservative Party conference. She's all smiles at the minute, Darren.
And it must be said, actually, you know, Birmingham's not necessarily been a great place for Conservative leaders. The last time they had conference was when Theresa May did her dancing on stage.
Didn't a bit of the set fall off as well, which is quite important?
Indeed.
Yes, because there's very little set behind it to fall off unless Kwasi gets crushed by a TV screen. Actually, there's none of the lettering that could do for him. Anyone with a P45 in the audience? Hopefully they've been booted this time as well. Presumably.
Indeed, I forgot about that. Yeah. So I think in the end, what I'm trying to say is that I think, you know, there are also a lot of people, a lot of Conservatives willing essentially to give Liz Truss a bit of time. The problem is that if she, as you rightly point out, if she has to continually make U-turns, if she cannot get her policy agenda through, lots of people will then start to question, well, what is the point of the government at all? And that's where it's going to get very, very, very tricky for Liz Truss. And we saw a sign of that today, because believe me, this will not be the last row within the Conservative Party than the one we've seen in the last 24 hours or so about the 45p tax rate.
I'm being reliably informed in my ear that there is currently a promotional video of Kwasi Kwarteng playing in the auditorium. The lights have come on, ladies and gentlemen, so I don't know quite what this means, but there we go. In fact, yes, I do, because we can go live now and hear from Chancellor Kwasi Kwarteng, who's speaking at the Tory Party conference. Let's have it.
Thank you, conference. What a day. It has been tough, but we need to focus on the job in hand. We need to move forward. No more distractions. We have a plan, and we need to get on and deliver it. That's what the public expects. That's what the public expects from the government. But first, conference, welcome back to Birmingham. This is a remarkable city. It has a history of great brilliance. Joseph Chamberlain in the 19th century was an extraordinary civic leader who led Birmingham and the world through the Industrial Revolution. And today, Andy Street is following in that great tradition. Grafts and grit turned this small town first into a thriving industrial market, then into one of the centres of the Industrial Revolution, which powered and grew not just the British economy, but provided the new technologies that changed the world forever. The Industrial Revolution was one of the most monumental transformations in human history, and it began here, with determination and application. Those Britons built a thriving economy. They inspire me today. They remind us that in Britain, with the British people, absolutely anything is possible. Our plan today focuses on the same bold sentiment, the same inspiration, to deal with the challenges of today by giving people the tools they need to thrive tomorrow, to get Britain moving. We have great ideas. We have the same inspirational people, and I know we have the same determination. Our growth plan, set out 10 days ago, will ensure we focus relentlessly on economic growth, because we must face up to the fact that for too long, our economy has not grown enough. The path ahead of us was one of slow, managed decline. But I refuse to accept that it is somehow Britain's destiny to fall back into middle league status, or that the tax burden reaching a 70-year high is somehow inevitable. It isn't, and it shouldn't be. We needed a new approach focused on raising economic growth, because that is the only real way to deliver opportunities, to deliver higher wages, to deliver more jobs, and crucially, to deliver that revenue to fund our precious public services. And it is the best and only way of achieving long-term fiscal sustainability. Because it is only by raising economic growth that we will spread opportunity and prosperity to every corner of our country. With economic growth, everybody benefits, and I mean everybody. While we all believe in growth, we as Conservatives also believe that it is an important principle that people should keep more of the money they earn. I don't need to tell you that. I don't need to tell you that. I don't need to tell you that. That isn't radical, that isn't irresponsible. It is a deeply held belief that we all share as Conservatives. We were faced with a 70-year high tax burden. We were confronted with low growth, and the path we were on was clearly unsustainable. So that's why we are cutting taxes for working people. That's why we will reverse the national insurance hike on the 6th of November. And that's why we will bring forward the 1p cut to the basic rate of income tax by 1 year. That's why we will take 200,000 people out of paying stamp duty altogether. Taken together, this is what our support will do for all our people. Thanks to our energy intervention, a typical person in a semi-detached property will save £1,150 on their energy bills this winter, on top of the £400 discount. And if they are earning an average salary, they will benefit from an additional tax cut of around £400. That is almost a £2,000 saving this year alone. But I can be frank, I know the plan put forward only 10 days ago has caused a little turbulence. I get it. We are listening and have listened. And now I want to focus on delivering the major parts of our growth package. Because with energy bills skyrocketing, a painful COVID aftermath, war on our continent, a 70-year high tax burden, slowing global growth rates, and glacially slow infrastructure delivery, we couldn't simply do nothing. We can't sit idly by. What Britain needs more than ever is economic growth, and a government wholly committed to economic growth. That is why we will forge a new economic deal for Britain, backed by an ironclad commitment to fiscal discipline. More businesses. More businesses, more jobs, higher pay, more money for public services. Because we cannot have a strong NHS without a strong economy. We can't have good schools without a strong economy. We cannot fund our armed forces without a strong economy. So growing our economy should be our central and guiding mission. With this plan, we are aiming for 2.5% annual trend growth. We've done it before, and we can do it again. And even in the face of extreme volatility in global markets, with major currencies wrestling an incredibly strong US dollar, and longer-term trends from demographic change to climate change, we will show that our plan is sound, that it is credible, and that it will increase growth. That is our pledge to the people of this country. However, conference, there is an immediate challenge facing not just our country, not just our people, but the whole of Europe. The high cost of energy driven by Putin's barbaric invasion of Ukraine. Cast your mind back just 4 weeks ago. We had dire warnings of extreme energy prices to come. Corner shops to heavy industry predicted unprecedented disruption. Business groups feared mass unemployment. Entire livelihoods were on the line. Make no mistake, this was a very real prospect for our country. So within 48 hours of taking office, we announced one of the most significant interventions ever conceived by the British state. Annual energy bills of up to £6,500 from next year were staring us in the face. Everybody was worried. Now we are holding down the price at an average of £2,500. Not just this winter, like the Labour Party promised, but next winter too. 2 years of significant taxpayer support to protect our people. Because this government will always be on the side of those who need help the most. For our businesses too, conference, help is on its way. A local pub could save £3,100 a month, cutting their bills by 40%. And we've also frozen alcohol duty. Make no mistake, this is a monumental support package to protect millions of families and businesses from devastating price hikes unleashed by Vladimir Putin. There is no doubt that this is a substantial intervention. But we had no choice. Doing something was simply not an option. We couldn't just cross our fingers and hope for the best. The price of inaction would have been far greater than the cost of the scheme. We will deal with the short-term shocks caused by Putin, but we must also go for growth to ensure we are much more self-sufficient. We will tackle the mistakes of the past to ensure the UK can never again be blackmailed by people such as Putin and his like. When COVID hit our shores, we were right to intervene to protect lives and livelihoods. And I can say in all sincerity that we went into that crisis in a much better position because of the action we have taken over the last decade. Because of successive Conservative governments, the UK now has the second lowest debt to GDP ratio in the G7. And throughout this urgent endeavour of ours to protect Britain from high energy costs, and in response to the urgent need to grow our economy, we have taken the appropriate action. Our entire approach will be underpinned by a strong institutional framework which enhances growth in our country, including our independent Bank of England and Office for Budget Responsibility. We will have a strong fiscal anchor with debt falling as a proportion of GDP over the medium term. That is the Conservative way. But today we face new challenges. And in addressing those challenges, we will act in a fiscally sustainable and responsible way. That is why, shortly, we will publish our medium-term fiscal plan, setting out our approach more fully. It will set out how we plan to get debt falling as a percentage of GDP over the medium term. And I have asked the OBR to publish a full economic and fiscal forecast alongside our medium-term fiscal plan. There is no path to higher sustainable growth without fiscal responsibility. Conservatives have always known this, and we know it still. And it is because we are Conservatives that we remain absolutely committed to being serious custodians of the public purse. This is what defines us and separates us from the Labour Party. But conference, to grow the economy, we really do need to do things differently. We know that it is our towns and cities which drive much of our economic growth today. Business investment, skills, science and technology, infrastructure, housing, energy supply, strong financial services. These are the key ingredients for higher economic growth and well-funded public services. I had the great privilege of being Business Secretary for nearly 2 years. I visited every corner of this country. I saw the creativity, the drive, the entrepreneurial spirit. We have to celebrate our entrepreneurs, our business people, our job creators, people who are taking risks. But I also saw where government got in the way of progress. My job now is to free that potential. This starts with investment zones. We will empower local areas to do things differently, just as here in Birmingham. We will liberalise planning rules, releasing land and accelerating development. We will cut taxes for businesses in those zones. We will accelerate tax reliefs for new structures and for new buildings. We will provide relief on investments on plant and machinery. We will lower taxes which stop businesses hiring and skilling up their workforce. That is an unprecedented set of incentives for business to invest, to create jobs, to build right across our country. And it will start right now. Conference, we will get Britain moving. But too often, regulation holds business and Britain back. Stifling red tape puts up too many barriers for entrepreneurs looking to scale up. There are too many rules for small business owners who want to take on an apprentice. There are too many burdens on our finance sector, stopping it from investing in key projects. And when Britain's innovators, job creators, entrepreneurs and risk takers are held back, so is Britain. That is why we will review, replace or repeal retained EU law holding our country back. We will also speed up the delivery of infrastructure and promote house building to create a true home-owning, shareholding democracy. Unapologetically and emphatically, we will get out of the way to get Britain building and on its feet. Over the coming days and weeks, we will forge ahead and break down the barriers that have held our country back for too long. On childcare, agriculture, immigration, planning, energy, broadband, business, financial services. Sensible economic reforms to produce more of the products and services we need to drive down costs, to create jobs, and to generate higher pay and productivity. And when it comes to those who would hold us back, we will act. Pernicious strike action disrupts the lives of British people and slows down our economy. It stops children going to school. It stops parents from going to work. And it stops people from getting the vital care that they need. Action which slows down our economy, cannot be the policy of any serious party serious about growth. And a party which is not serious about growth can never be considered fit for office. So we will introduce important reforms to stop strike action from derailing our daily lives. Reform to get Britain moving. Conference, I am unashamedly a pro-business Conservative. I know that the interests of business and hard-working families are not in conflict. They are aligned. When businesses thrive, they create more jobs, they raise wages, and they contribute more for our public services. Rather than bashing business, we are backing it. That is why we need to make our tax system simpler, more competitive, and pro-growth. So we will reverse the planned increase in corporation tax, ensuring we have the lowest rate in the G20. This will plough almost £19 billion a year back into the economy. That's £19 billion for businesses to reinvest, to create jobs and raise wages. We will reverse the reforms to IR35 that have added unnecessary complexity and cost for so many businesses. We will maintain the £1 million annual investment allowance, giving 100% tax relief on investments in plant and machinery. For over a decade, the Conservative Party has stood up for working people in this country. Since 2010, we have delivered the lowest unemployment since the 1970s, 1 million new businesses, more than doubling the tax-free personal allowance. We've taken 2 million of the lowest paid out of paying tax altogether. The national living wage, boosting the pay packets of the lowest paid. Fuel duty, frozen for 12 years. The £1,000 uplift in universal credit, making sure work always pays. These are great achievements, Conservative achievements. And let us not forget, when this party came into government, we were met with the full force of Labour's economic incompetence. No money left, taxes raised, record unemployment. We reversed that story of national decline. But even after 3 election defeats, they still haven't learnt their lesson. The Labour Party would have you believe that every penny you earn should go straight into the government's coffers. The Labour Party believe that they know how to spend your money better than you do. The Labour Party believe that they can tax their way to growth. We don't believe that. We believe in low tax, high growth, and fiscal discipline. We are Conservatives. And that conference is what our growth plan delivers. Last week we saw a Labour Party with the same old ideas, renationalisation, empty slogans, no plan for growth. But we as Conservatives believe in Britain. We love this country. Our patriotism isn't something that we turn on and off and negotiate like the Labour Party. It goes to the core of what it is to be a Conservative. It is an unyielding quality. Yes, we have challenges to face, but our plan will take this country forward. We will get Britain moving. We will deliver lower taxes for you and your family, and we will grow our economy. I know we can achieve that goal. With grit, with drive, and with determination, we can meet the challenges of this new era. Thank you.
Well, there we go. That was Chancellor Kwasi Kwarteng addressing Conservative Party members at the conference right here in Birmingham. We can see a lot of happy faces in that crowd, although whether or not those smiles are real remains to be seen. In his speech, Kwarteng said the government's growth plan will deal with the challenges of today to get Britain moving. He added that a new approach focused on raising economic growth was needed because that is the only way to deliver higher wages, jobs and revenue to fund public services and long-term fiscal sustainability. He did get some small laughs small, really, during the speech from the audience, specifically when he admitted that his mini-budget had seen a little turbulence. Yeah, that was small to say the least. Anyway, let's speak to our political editor, Darren McCaffrey, and we are joined now by Andrew Pearce, who is the consultant editor at the Daily Mail. I'm going to start with you, Andrew. You are livid, aren't you, at the minute?
And what?
Livid, angry.
It's hopeless. It's hopeless. What a disaster this has been all day. Frankly, they'd be better off not having had this Tory conference. She made that big pledge in the interview on Sunday morning, and hours later it was unravelling. The Chancellor's humiliated. The markets don't know what to make of him anymore, and it was all unnecessary. £2 billion this cut in the top rate of income tax, as opposed to £65 billion on the energy policy. That's what we should have been focusing on, but they've become completely sidetracked by this. Nobody was asking for it. I talked to some Tory donors here today earlier. They were very wealthy men. They would benefit hugely from that top rate of tax cut. They said, good idea, but not now. Wrong timing. The optics were wrong from start to finish. And the polls are going to be catastrophic.
So we're just watching. We're weirdly at this conference. We're not weirdly, I should say. We're right next to the backstage entrance.
Yes.
We get to see all the ministers. You can see them, but we get to see all the ministers coming in and out. Chris Phillips there having to answer a few different questions.
He's one of the architects of the policy.
Well, so I think, Patrick, what's really interesting that Andrew and I were just talking about just now is essentially Liz Truss has managed to annoy everyone.
Yeah.
A lot of people who do not agree with the policy, who didn't like it, and they're annoyed because they didn't like the policy in the first place. And then there are a lot of people who did like the policy who are now annoyed because she scrapped it.
And won't stick to her guns.
And won't stick to her guns. And that was her strongest suit, wasn't it, in many regards?
The Telegraph leader today said that Liz Truss, the lady's not for turning. She's turned, big time. She ordered the Chancellor to turn. She ordered the Chancellor to turn. Did he want to? Was it his policy? Whose policy was it really?
Well, who's running the country though? This is the thing. Who's actually running the country?
Supposedly. She's the First Lord of the Treasury. That's one of her titles.
Well, hang on a minute though. Is it? Because if it is the Prime Minister running the country, then she wanted this policy. But then she's got a bit of resistance from, certain members of the public, a lot of the mainstream media, a lot of people in the Labour Party, for example. She thought it's going to cause a bit of a kerfuffle. I bet a U-turn. That's not leadership.
No, but I think the reason she had to do it is because the arithmetic was coming through loud and clear. They weren't going to get it through the Commons. They'd have been defeated. Yes. For a new Tory Prime Minister to be defeated on a major budget measure, catastrophic.
But is that because of a lack of communication? She didn't even bother to sell it, did she?
But the problem... Well, I think there is a truth in that, and there is a thought process there. This was never going to come in until April anyway.
Yeah.
So if you're going to do it, why not let things calm down, let things bed in, prepare the ground, announce it, let's say, in March, whatever. But the other big fundamental problem, I think, even if she had have done that, is that we're probably going to see benefits now rise with wages rather than inflation, which means effectively a real terms benefits cut. Can Conservative MPs, in particular red wall seats, where there's no one who earns over 150,000, or maybe there might be like 6 people who earn over 150,000, can they genuinely on the doorstep say that we're giving a tax cut to people who earn over £150,000, while at the same time to most of their voters saying that you're going to see a real terms cut? The optics, I don't think we're going to work for.
Well, yeah, but now is this a slide, a slippery slope to more U-turns, etc.? Because people are going to go, hang on a minute, we can smell blood on this one. In fact, we've got it. Let's go in for the kill and just U-turn over everything.
Well, I think she has to draw a line in the sand now. The cut in income tax, which again I think could have been delayed, but the Labour Party's embraced that. And if you don't forget, the Labour Party's embraced most of this actually. But the corporation tax cut, that'll be the next thing that Labour will be crying blue murder over. The banker's bonus cap, not popular at all. I've seen polling which shows it's really unpopular. But you have to remember about the corporation tax, it does help quite a lot of small businesses who earn over profit of 50,000 a year. That's not vast if you're employing 5 or 6 people. Corporation tax isn't just about fat cats.
I think what's really fascinating is that speech, though. First of all, obviously, there's a recognition. I think, what did he say? It's been a tough day, which is an understatement. But what you got there, time and time again, is a reminder, and the government should be praised for this, a reminder that they have actually done quite a lot of things, particularly when it comes to the energy price freeze, that will make a real difference. And that, again, is the really frustrating thing for Conservative MPs, and I'm sure for Conservative commentators as well, is the government this enormous intervention to help people out during the winter, and then it all got completely overshadowed.
No one's talking about it.
Well, of course, but also lockdowns, for goodness sake. What situation do people actually think this country's in financially? And I don't feel that's being articulated well enough. Andrew, can I ask, Do you think that they've got good enough people behind the scenes here? I was talking, right, good, but let me elaborate on this. I was talking to somebody who, essentially, as far as I can tell, writes Liz Truss's speeches, who I was outside having a cigarette with about this time yesterday, and I'd just done a load of vox pops, and we were going, whether or not you think she should U-turn. And he came up to me and went, what were you vox popping on? I said, whether or not I think you should U-turn. And he went, what did they say? I went, well, the majority of people I spoke to said no. And he went, oh, and scuttled off. And I thought, are they surrounded by idiots?
Well, it's shocking, really. Look, you've got to be grown up. You've got to be big grown-ups in that job. In the hothouse, it was the Downing Street kitchen, and they can't make many more mistakes like this because you've got to remember she's got barely a third of a Tory MP supporting her, and this has done her no favours at all with Tory MPs at all. So her stock has plummeted further with MPs. Rishi Sunak, he's the beneficiary of all of this, isn't he?
Well,
William Hague, not William Hague. I mean Boris Johnson.
Well, I keep saying. I was saying this to Patrick earlier. In my estimation, there's a third of MPs that would want to keep Boris Johnson.
Yeah.
There's a third that back Rishi Sunak, essentially. And then there's a third who might have been either like Liz Truss or willing to give her time. And that third has dropped a little bit as well because, as you say, actually, lots of people feel that their authority is starting to ebb away already at this stage.
I know.
Yeah. Would, given a choice now, if you did a straw poll of people at this conference, think they'd have Boris back?
Oh, I think a lot of people would, yeah. And can I say also about this conference, there's not very many people here.
No. Well, there's more than there are at Labour.
Yeah. Well, there's hardly any MPs. And also there's a rail strike too. I mean, have they factored in the rail strike on Wednesday? I mean, how many people are going to be in the hall for the Prime Minister's speech?
It's going to look really bad. It's going to be really fascinating.
Yeah.
Because I think a lot of people are going to leave tomorrow.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So that could be quite. No, you're contracted to be here, all right? Yes, you're being paid handsomely for what I can gather to be here, right? So you're going to have to keep it. Yes, you are. You are indeed.
Well, I think the mayor will be.
I don't think we'll ask Andrew the question of whether he might have been a beneficiary of the tax changes.
I never discuss my tax.
No, because I think we already know. But yes. There's a lot of things kicking off here, which is, I believe anyway, that we're going to go very, very shortly to potentially a bit more of the Chancellor's clips, and we'll get some of that to you.
Not a great speaker either, can I just say?
Well, this is the other thing.
Not a great orator, nor the Prime Minister.
The thing was, though, I thought he was quite a cool dude at the dispatch box, but today he looked like a man who's been browbeaten. He's only been in the job a few weeks.
He has. I saw him. I mean, what a drama this morning. 7:20, we're all up on one of these corridors, and we know the Chancellor is about to announce this huge, seismic shift in policy, and he looked broken. He looked crushed.
To be fair, he had been saying in recent days that he wasn't sleeping very well.
No, well,
that doesn't bode well, does it? I mean, yes, we would have wanted him to thin even more on top. Anyway, now it is time to turn to the Secretary of State for Digital, Culture, Media and Sport, Michelle Donnellan. She is now speaking live at the Conservative Party conference. Let's just listen into that.
On helping to prevent losses from cyber attacks and data breaches, while also protecting data privacy. This will allow us to reduce the needless regulation and business stifling elements, while taking the best bits from other countries to create a truly bespoke British system of data protection. But let me be clear, this is not another wave of legislation on business. Business won't have to wrap themselves up in complicated legislation. This is about simplification. In fact, it is the government seizing the opportunity to support our job creators. And I will be involving them right from the very beginning, starting in the design, so that together we can create a tailored, business-friendly system. One that protects the consumer, protects data advocacy, increases the trade, and that also is a good data protection system, but enables us to create and increase productivity and avoids the pitfalls of a one-size-fits-all system. It is truly time that we seize this post-Brexit opportunity, that we unleash the future growth potential of our British business. We can be the bridge across the Atlantic and operate as the world's data hub. But conference, you also know there is much more to DCMS than just data. And as someone who is passionate about grassroots sport, especially having Melksham Town Football Club and Chippenham Town Football Club in my constituency, I've seen firsthand the impact that they can have on local communities. And I could not
OK, all right. Well, that was Michelle Donlan, but I decided that was too dull for us to stick with, so we're moving away. Secretary of State for Digital Culture, Media and Sport. Good grief. Andrew. Andrew Pearce joins me now alongside, of course, Darren McCaffrey, who are with me locked in here at Conservative Party conference.
I was locked out for a while, actually.
Were you? What? Why?
There was an incident going on. I don't know if it was involving Darren, but there was a lot of us locked out for 25 minutes. 30 minutes.
It's weird. The Hyatt Hotel, which is the kind of conference hotel, certainly wasn't locked out up until very recently. You couldn't come in or out, so I'm not entirely sure what went on.
A security breach, potentially.
Poor old Chancellor. If he wasn't struggling up already, then hundreds of people couldn't get into
But talking of that, we had a bit of a gauntlet of hate yesterday from some of these protesters. One thing I will ask, Andrew, genuinely, can we tell that the tide is changing because of the kind of smug barometer from some people on the left? They have got rather cocky recently.
Well, I felt it at the Labour conference last week. They think it's in the bag. They think they've won Sir Keir Starmer Prime Minister because they thought the top rate of tax had delivered it to them. And I remember saying to quite a few of them last week, don't count your chickens too soon, my dears. And apart from anything else, I don't think this top rate of tax is going to survive. Even then, that was my prediction. And I can remember still when Ed Miliband had poll leads of 17-18% and he lost the general election.
I think there are two really interesting things about this. First of all, I was speaking to Luke Trill last night, who is a focus group guy. He goes around the country talking to actual real people rather than just polling numbers.
Yes.
And he said it was really interesting in a red wall seat he was in last Thursday that actually lots of voters, particularly female voters, wanted to give Liz Truss time.
I think they do.
Also, they're not at all still enamoured with Keir Starmer. And the other thing I would also add to all of this is, there is a path for the Conservative Party here. Expectations about the economy amongst voters are now, literally at the bottom of the pile. Everyone thinks the economy is about to fall off the edge of the cliff. Let's say it doesn't. Let's say interest rates don't actually hit 6.5%. Let's say that the economy starts to grow in 2023, 2024.
Yes.
And this Truss messages stick with it. Is there an opening? Is there a gap there for the Conservative Party? You bet the bottom dollar there is. You know what? If there's one thing we should all know about politics that we've learned, at least in the last decade or so, is you never make predictions.
Exactly.
Because you don't know where things
don't forget, we were supposed to have been in recession. That was what all the official statistics were suggesting. The last quarter we were going in recession. We weren't because economic growth was stronger than expected.
But this is part of the problem. If you'd have listened to a lot of other voices in the media, you'd have thought that Britain was basically on fire, right? That we were all outside just wearing loincloths, fighting each other for what scraps of food are left outside a burning Lidl, right? But it wasn't the case, okay? No. And this is one thing I'm concerned about, is the government was being led by that kind of narrative. And that narrative was feeding through to the British public. Just before I let you answer this, I'm going to just do a quick tease to some of the stuff we've got coming up. A lady who I just called dull, so don't tell her, okay? Because Michelle Donlan apparently is going to be coming on the show very shortly. We'll keep that one quiet. Also, our very own Liam Halligan is in conversation with Kemi Badenoch. Potentially should have been Conservative Party leader, could have been Conservative Party leader, the darling of this conference. So we're going to be giving you that. That will be interesting. I heard her talk yesterday at an IEA and Taxpayers Alliance discussion. She was very, very good at that. I'm going to get some reaction as the People's Channel to some people before I return to my box office panel who are joining me throughout. So we've heard from the Chancellor now in a hugely important speech. That was after he announced his U-turn this morning, claiming that he gets it, that he's listened in reference to the backlash from the policy to scrap the 45p rate. Earlier on, I asked people right here at Conservative Party conference in Birmingham whether or not they thought that the U-turn was the right decision. Let's listen.
I think it was giving into pressure, basically. I think that the government, if they were going to take that line, should have held it. I think that was the one thing from the budget that I wouldn't have done.
Right.
But once they'd done it, I think...
Do you think they've given into media pressure?
I think it's partly media pressure and partly pressure from the parliamentary party.
No, I think it was the right thing to do. I mean, one of the things that politicians get goaded for sometimes is making a change of view or policy, but actually that shows they're listening. So, would I have turned in this situation? Yes, I would have.
Because it's actually going to cost the government probably more in terms of taxation revenues.
Okay.
The headline rate, it's a question of whether wealthy people can avoid paying high rates of tax. And they do, if you've got high rates. If they don't, give them more cash. Same on bankers' bonuses, pay them cash, the tax is instantaneous.
No turning for you?
No.
Would you have turned?
I think so. Public opinion is really important.
OK, well, those were the views of some people here at Conservative Party conference. Did that speech by Kwasi Kwarteng give you at home, or if you're listening in your car or wherever you are, did that give you more confidence in the government? Lots of you have been getting in touch with your thoughts. gbviews@gbnews.uk. Let's hold a mirror up to the nation now by going to Christine, who says, how refreshing to listen to a speaker who is not reading from an auto cue. Ironically, cheers, Christine, thank you very much. Or from notes. Neither is he waiting for applause. A quick speech where he's talking about me.
Stop it.
Not me. No, don't shatter the illusion. Anyway, yes, Christine saying that she likes Kwasi. Sal has been on. Thank you. Loving Kwasi Kwarteng. Classy orator, classy guy. I put my whole trust in him and Liz. Interesting. Christopher says, I would like to say the Conservatives need to get a grip and stop acting like children and back the Prime Minister. Conviction is hard when your own MPs are attacking you in a coordinated way. And it's on this issue I'm going to get some reaction now from my deeply enthusiastic panel here. Andrew Pearce, we'll start with you. Do you think the Tories just need to get their act together and stop eating themselves from within?
Look, they've got to just remind people what they're there for, what to do, what's needed, and what is the vision, what is the strategy. There wasn't any vision particularly with Boris. I was a big fan of Boris Johnson, but I just don't think he had a clear plan for what he was doing. In fact, he wasn't doing enough. We thought Truss had a very clear view and a clear plan, but she's been blown off course already. They've got to get to grips with where they are now and move forward. No point harking back. That's what, we know what's gone wrong. Now let's kick forward. She's got a big speech to make on Wednesday. Yep. I don't know how many people are going to be here to listen to it. We'll be here, obviously.
We'll be here.
She's not a great public speaker, but she's got to be strong on detail. Policy.
I think what's extraordinary is, for a lot of people, this is the first Conservative government they've had since 2010. You listen to even Kwasi Kwarteng's speech just now, where he was talking about how essentially we've had years of decline, a decline under the Conservative Party. But fundamentally, you had the coalition government. Then you had essentially May trying to deal with Brexit. Then you had Boris Johnson. When you think Boris Johnson, he wasn't a classic Conservative. No. When you feel this is a good Conservative government with really good Conservative ideas, i.e. low tax,
small state. Now Conservative MPs are eating it apart.
But the problem is, for Liz Truss, the Conservatives have been in power for 12 years. They are bitterly and deeply divided. And frankly, she doesn't have the authority. And one of the reasons she doesn't have the authority is because she doesn't have a personal mandate.
No.
At the end of the day, the population out there have not voted for this.
Well, on that note then, Nadine Dorries, OK, skin in the game, good old Nadine, but she's saying, hang on a minute, it's time for a general election. Is it?
No.
Right.
No. Do we want the Tories to get crushed?
The turkeys aren't going to
wiped out. No, they're not going to do that. They're not going to do that.
I can see.
Do you think the public want one though? This is the thing.
They don't like general elections. Remember Brenda from Bristol?
Oh yes, another one.
We don't want another one. And don't forget when Gordon Brown took over from Tony Blair, it was a coronation. He served for 3 years without a general election. So this is not unusual where we are.
It's not. And I just don't think that, at the end of the day, MPs are there to represent the constituents, but it's also their job, as in, they get paid for it. There's not many people who want to essentially sack themselves very keenly or readily. So I think the Nadine Dorries is slightly blowing in the wind there. What I do think, though, is one of the problems that Liz Truss, and I've just said it, but is going to face time and time again, when she faces all these really, really difficult decisions she's going to have to make, is the question that Laura Kuenssberg asked her yesterday, which is essentially who voted for this? Yeah. And that's going to be her consistent problem, I think.
Such a lazy question, though.
Well, no, because it gets to the heart of her authority, is that she's trying to do really radical things that might be popular with the public, they might not, but in the end, where is the mandate?
No one voted for lockdown, did they?
No.
Where was Kuenssberg then? She was calling. Laura Kuenssberg was calling for more lockdowns. Good grief, sitting there, unrelenting lockdowns. We'd still be locked down if it was for Kuenssberg. Who voted for Kuenssberg? That's what I want to know. Who voted for Kuenssberg? Anyway, right. Jenny's been on. Jenny says the Tory party has imploded. Sunak's attack dog stride. Shapps and Gove will undermine her time and time again. Is this an issue, Andrew? Because we had Rishi Sunak, who I think delivered one of the greatest lines. He said he's going to sit back and let her own the moment.
Yeah, that's right. So he did. Yeah, well, he was never coming to this conference in the first place because he hates them. Most Tory MPs hate in fact, all Tory MPs hate conference, so he's never coming.
They have to pay for it. They have to pay for it.
Yeah, they do. It's expensive. But also, Rishi Sunak is on manoeuvres. He started his manoeuvres the day she became leader of the Tory party. Okay. And he now sees this debark over tax, which he will say, I predicted.
Well, the thing is, he did give that speech where he essentially has mapped out the first couple of weeks of this Liz Truss government, to be fair to Rishi Sunak.
Yes, OK, fair enough.
So he's chuckling and smiling. He thinks he's back in the game.
Okay.
And
We'll
of
have to
course
wait.
And you've got agitator provocateur Michael Gove.
Oh yeah.
Going to every single fringe meeting, every event he possibly
He's
can.
at 9. I said to him, "Are you going to be nice and loyal about Liz Truss in any of them, Michael?" I said, "That's a thought. Let me think on that."
Who's he going to these fringe events with? Anyway, stay with us. More coming up in the next hour from the Conservative Party conference in Birmingham, including I will be speaking to Culture Secretary Michelle Donnellan, and we're going to be getting more reaction to the Chancellor Kwasi Kwarteng's speech. Stay with me, Patrick Christie's right here on GB News Live. And right now, though, I believe, OK, you know what, it's all changed. We're going to go, instead of going to a break, something much more interesting. Kemi Badenoch is talking right now, International Trade Secretary. Kemi Badenoch is in conversation with GB News' economics and business editor, Liam Halligan. Yes, no break, let's go to that. Liam's just sat down with her, let's hear what they're going to say.
I'm Liam Halligan. I'm from GB News. I'm also a long-standing columnist in the Sunday Telegraph, and I've been asked by Kemi to host a Q&A session with her so you can get to know her a little bit better. We've only got 20 minutes. I think I can see the clock somewhere. So let's kick off. Kemi, I think the first time you took the stage at the Conservative Party conference was in 2017. You were the warm-up act for the Prime Minister, no less, Theresa May, in Manchester. Certain things happened in that speech, like letters falling off the set and so on, which meant perhaps you didn't get the headlines you deserved. But you'd already made a mark in politics. You came into the House in 2017. You'd given your maiden speech on Brexit. It was a very fast elevation to centre stage of the Conservative Party. But you'd been in politics for quite a long time, hadn't you? I think you first stood against Tessa Jowell in 2010.
Yes. Sorry, what's the question?
So the question... So I guess the question was, how did it feel after quite a long time to stand up and address conference on that day?
Absolutely terrifying. It's wonderful because I tell people the Conservative Party is my family. And even in that speech, I talked about how I married my deputy chairman. But giving speeches is terrifying, which is why I'm doing an in conversation this evening. Because despite the fact that people seem to like it when I say stuff, I worry about the things that can go wrong. And I find having a conversation an easier way of explaining some of the things that are important about Conservative philosophy than just talking in a speech.
The Conservative Party have known about you and your talents for a long time, despite the relatively short time you've been in Parliament. And I think the whole country really got to know you during the Conservative leadership contest. When you saw that there was going to be a leadership contest, how long did it take you, Kemi, to decide to stand?
About 24 hours. And it's very hard to describe the mindset that I was in at the time. I had resigned after agonizing over resigning. I didn't want to resign, and I resigned with my friends, who are both sort of friends personally as well as philosophically. And there were so many things which I felt I had not been able to say because I'd been on payroll for a very long time. I'd been a minister, party vice chairman, and I thought, now I'm a backbencher. Now I can say exactly what I think, but what will make people listen, and what is it that I think our party needs to do? And quite a few people also encouraged me to stand, so it wasn't just a fit of megalomania. I did have a lot of people encouraging me. But it was difficult because when you're standing to be leader of a party, and in this case to be Prime Minister of a country, it's a very serious decision. There's going to be a huge impact on your family. And you can't also help feeling overwhelmed by imposter syndrome. So on the one hand, someone who is fairly ideological like me, I know what I think, and things have to be done in a certain way. This absolutely has to be done. And then you think, oh my God, being Prime Minister of a country, the imposter syndrome sort of overwhelms you. So you're going through quite a lot of turmoil of emotions. But I'm really glad I stood in the contest. I think that I said a lot of the things that the party wanted to hear, and I don't think I would have been a Secretary of State without it. It was nice to be able to show Liz, now the Prime Minister, that I could do more than what I had been doing, and I'm really grateful for the opportunity that she's given me.
And I have to say, to quote Bruce Forsyth, ladies and gentlemen, Didn't she do well? Tell us a little bit about your early life. You were born in the UK, but then you very quickly went back to your family in Nigeria. It wasn't just a passing thing. You spent your childhood in Nigeria. You had a properly African childhood. How did that impact your political philosophy, your ideology? How did that impact your drive to get to the top of British politics?
Significantly. Almost everything that I think is formed from having grown up in a developing country. And I mean, my political philosophy is probably Roger Scruton plus Thomas Sowell, for those of you who know who those authors are. I'm a child of both of those two men. That's what I think about the world. And growing up in Nigeria meant that I had experiences that can't be taken away by poor arguments. So I was born into a relatively wealthy family, but we lost all our money. So people are often confused when I talk about growing up in poverty, but I experienced both. Which means I'm terrified of inflation, because inflation wiped away everything that my...
And you understand financial insecurity.
Exactly.
In a way a lot of people in our political class and our media class don't.
Precisely. So it's informed a lot of my economic views, my views on authoritarianism. I grew up under a military government, so loving freedom and being free to be able to do things and think for yourself is really, really important. When I was at school, there was one particular military government where if teachers were late, they got flogged on the streets before they got to the school, not just the students. It was such a contrast to moving to a place where freedom is really important, but also even things like free trade and learning that you can't buck the market, the iron laws of supply and demand. You would get, export controls and capital controls, and all of a sudden the currency would go haywire. So a lot of very strong views on economics, but also even, and I know that it's been covered a bit, some of the comments I've made in earlier panels about immigration. My views on immigration were formed by my father, who was a GP, not being able to hire medical staff because all of them had come here or gone to the US. And we need to be very careful about what we're doing to other countries in the way that we think about migration. Migration is... I don't think we should talk about immigration as if people are economic units. They are more than that. And when people come to a country, there is a contract that's being made about joining an existing society, and we need to think about it more broadly rather than people come here to work and make us wealthier or look after our elderly. There's something more that's going on, and I'm hoping that we can have a much better conversation about immigration than the one we've been having in this country. And I speak as a first-generation immigrant, so I know that there are a lot of things that's probably easier for me to say than others, and I think that I should use my voice to have a civilized conversation about what kind of country we want to be.
And just briefly, I've been to Nigeria several times, West Africa in general. Nigeria is an incredibly dynamic, entrepreneurial place. It's full of very, very, very talented people, but it's also a place which, with all respect, and I say this with a lot of respect for Nigeria and West Africa in general, it needs leadership. And I guess that's another lesson that you learned from living in Nigeria.
Yes, good leadership, a respect for institutions, a respect for the rule of law, all of the things that make the United Kingdom great. And we know that our country is great because every day we see, thousands of people trying to get here. And it's one of the reasons why I'm so frustrated with the narrative about how terrible the UK is and how everything we do is wrong. And it's quite striking to hear people talk about their own country in this way. Many people who you would consider part of the establishment, thank you, and elites talking down their country, because it has an impact. It even has an impact on things like my new role in trade. If you are telling the rest of the world that your country is terrible and racist, what do you think happens when your trade secretary goes to a developing country to ask for things? It means that they suddenly will view you with suspicion. There's so many knock-on effects of this type of talk that people don't realize. It is very indulgent, and it frustrates me because when I try and talk about these things, I end up being characterized as a culture warrior. These things they're not trivial. They are very, very serious, and we need to get a little bit more serious about them. Our economic problems and our cultural problems, as we think, they are quite interlinked, and separating the two isn't necessarily helpful in terms of finding a way forward.
Now, as I've got to know you over recent years, I've come to understand that you really are a politician with a hinterland. You're a trained engineer. You really know your way around coding and computers and so on. You work very closely in terms of your politics with Hamish Badenoch, who himself stood as a Conservative councillor, was a Conservative councillor in Merton in South London. You've got 3 lovely young children. Politics is really, really important to you, and indeed to Hamish, but it's not everything, is it? You do have a life outside of politics.
Not anymore. I don't. It's just my family and work, really. Yeah.
But you did do things before you came into Parliament. How important is that you had a career in your own right? You weren't just you didn't just go from a PPE course to become a SPAD and then into politics.
No, I actually think a lot of the things I did just before and during university helped shape me. I mean, anyone who watched the leadership hustings would have heard me talk about McDonald's 1,000 times. Yeah, that was my first job, and it had a profound impact. No, actually, I wasn't, because I never got the stars.
Oh, you didn't get the stars?
No, so it was not my. It was not where my core skill set lay.
Was it the fries station you didn't perform, or the shakes?
I was very bad in the kitchen, but I was okay with the money.
Hamish is a great cook.
Yeah, he is. And so jobs like that, having grown up, as I said, in a family that was wealthy and didn't have to do things like that, that really shaped me. And I had to do lots of temp jobs. I had an apprenticeship before I went to university. So all of those things influenced me. And then after my degree, going into software consulting and working in banks, it just sort of gave me a little bit of a broader sort of job history before politics.
But you made your way into politics, onto the candidates list. Many people here and Conservatives across the country will be very grateful for that. I think somebody called Francis Maude played a role.
Yes, so Francis Maude, actually, it was my trade minister. I don't know if I thought you were going to ask me questions about trade, Leo.
We're coming to it.
Okay, fine. So actually, I met a man at a party, a Christmas party for the Young Conservatives, whose name's Conor Burns, and he said, "I think you're amazing, you should meet the party chairman," who was Francis Maude. And Francis Maude said, "Oh, you should really think about becoming an MP." And it's really funny because Conor Burns is, of course, now my junior minister in the Department for International Trade.
We won't make that mistake again.
But it's fantastic having him working with me, because I actually wouldn't be here if we hadn't had that conversation. I went into that room, I didn't know anybody. And it's one of the examples of how our party is so welcoming to so many people. And just having somebody say, "Hello, who are you?" and have a conversation. And then 17 years later, here I am.
You do now have a big, hefty role in Cabinet, the trade portfolio. I think you were in the States last week,
yes.
Trying to drum up business for the UK, banging the drum, as you say. Tell us about what you want to try and achieve during your time as Trade Secretary, Kemi.
So the Prime Minister has given me a mandate. You all know that we have a growth plan, and the Department for International Trade is integral to that plan, and I'm going to do everything to help her deliver on her agenda. I fully support the Prime Minister 100%. I think that we do. I do. I think. I think we do need to make sure that the Conservative message around the economy is one that doesn't get lost in a lot of the media storms that we see. So yes, trade is going to be very important. I am trying to shift the Overton window of trade as we see it beyond trade deals. So everyone thinks the Department of International Trade does trade deals. So trade deals are great, but they're not the only thing. Trade deals are like the motorway. It's fantastic, you get them built, but if the cars aren't going back and forth, then you might as well not have built them. And the going back and forth is exports and investment. We have a new investment minister, Dominic Johnson, who I'm delighted to hear has joined the team with James Duddridge and Conor Burns, and I think that I think we're going to be a fantastic team. But we're going to be working not just on signing deals, but making sure that people are actually using them, making sure that our businesses are able to get their goods out there, that people want to invest in the UK. And what I learned in the US is that people really love our country. They think that this is a safe place for them to invest their money. The US is the single biggest investor in the UK without a trade deal, 459 billion.
And 17% of our trade.
Absolutely. 1.5 million Brits work in, go to an American company every day. So trade deals, yes, they are essential, but actually making sure that we stop people from creating new regulations outside the trade deal that will harm our businesses requires quite a lot of day-to-day dialogue. It's not exciting. A lot of it's very technical, dealing with the WTO, but it makes a difference to everyday people. It helps businesses grow, and it means that we continue to develop our reputation in the world. And so that's what I'm going to be doing as Trade Secretary.
Even before Brexit, of course, the majority of our trade was outside of the EU. We were unique in the EU in that sense, which is one reason why the customs union, in the eyes of many, I know you, wasn't suitable for the UK. But of course, Europe remains, doesn't it, a major trading partner. So I guess you'll be spending quite a lot of your time talking to EU members as well.
Yes, that's right. And just because we're not within the single market doesn't mean that there aren't other things that we can do. So, for instance, I know that we have an investment partnership that we're working with Norway on, for example. There are loads of individual partnerships that we can have. And even though the US is not doing any trade deals at the moment, we are able to have a memorandum of understanding with states. So we can do mini trade deals with the 50 states of the US. And one of the things that I'm more worried about is that the entire world is becoming more protectionist. Whether it's the US focusing on Buy America or other countries subsidizing their markets, you look at what China is doing. We need a level playing field in order to have good free trade. And trade is not just, the primary purpose of trade in my view is as a tool for prosperity, but it's not just for prosperity. It's also a tool for security. When you look at food security or even energy security, our trade policy is going to have an impact on how we live our lives far into the future. What are the critical minerals that we need to get to ensure that we can build electric vehicles, for example? Are we going to get locked out of those regions because China and Russia got there first? We mustn't allow anything like that to happen, and it's going to require a very front-footed trade team and a trade policy from the UK that is global and outward-looking, but making sure that we still stay in a close relationship with our existing allies.
Now, you're a member for Saffron Walden, of course, beautiful North Essex market town, distinguished...
Liam is a constituent, which is why, that's why I asked him to do this.
Former members for Saffron Walden, of course, have included Deputy Common Speaker Alan Hazelhurst and indeed nobody less than R.A. Butler,
that's right,
who is, whose grave is next to the beautiful Saffron Walden St Mary's Church. Just give us a little bit of your sense of how important education has been to you in getting you where you are now and your passion for education.
It's been absolutely vital. It's a cliche to say so. I would not be here without the very good education which I had supported, of course, by my parents and their philosophy.
Okay, all right. Well, that is GB News' very own Liam Halligan. They're in discussion with Kemi Badenoch. What did you make of that, ladies and gentlemen? Make sure that you do email in, let Liam know, gbviews@gbnews.uk. That was International Trade Secretary Kemi Badenoch there in conversation with Liam Halligan. But don't go anywhere, because in a few moments' time I'll be joined fresh from the stage, that's right, just hot off the press, by the Secretary of State for Digital, Culture, Media and Sport, Michelle Donnellan. Well, you're with me, Patrick Christys, for GB News Live on TV, online and DAB radio. In the last hour, the Chancellor Kwasi Kwarteng has admitted that it's been a tough day after he announced a U-turn on scrapping the top rate of tax one of the measures in his mini-budget, which was revealed nearly 2 weeks ago. In a speech to the Tory party conference, he said the UK needed a new approach and that economic growth is the only way to spread opportunity and prosperity. He also said his controversial tax cuts were not radical or irresponsible, despite a frosty reception from the markets, which saw the pound reach a 37-year low against the dollar. We'll bring you the latest reaction to his political speech throughout the hour. Make sure that you do not move, because we'll be bringing you all of that. OK, well, welcome back. So earlier we heard from Kwasi Kwarteng as he addressed the Tory party conference right here in Birmingham, where I am indeed live, in case you couldn't tell. And the Chancellor admitted to having had a tough day. Of course, there was this U-turn on the 45p rate of tax, but he promised to get Britain moving and continue just about to go for growth. He defended tax cuts. He said, we really do need to do things differently, but there we go. Well, let's now, OK, speak to a former advisor to Boris Johnson. It's Tim Montgomery and our political correspondent, Tom Harwood. It's Tim and Tom. You've heard of Dick and Dom. We've had Ant and Dec. We've had Bill and Ben. But now we've got whatever the heck you two.
Birth of a new partnership.
Yeah,
it's special.
Very absolutely. You're here all the time, so I'll start with you. What do you make of it?
Well, look, I think Kwasi Kwarteng at least was honest with people. There's been a little bit of evasion, I think, from the Tory leadership, pretending that everything's been OK, that all this market turbulence that we've been witnessing, Patrick, was somehow always part of the plan. And I think he recognised today the U-turn was difficult. The last week or so has been difficult. And finally, what they're trying to do is put this extraordinary turbulence behind them by being honest.
Tom Harwood, your hot take.
Yeah, I broadly agree. There was a bit of humility there. There was also a bit of emphasis that 2 billion out of a package that could well run into hundreds of billions is not the largest bit of that package, and the emphasis from Kwasi Kwarteng there was if he could get 95% of what he wanted through with less trouble, with less turbulence, then that would be worth it. However, there is that big worry that this was a government elected only a couple of weeks ago by the Conservative Party membership with a promise to be radical, with a promise to be bold, with a promise to be uncompromising, with a promise to be willing to take unpopular decisions to get this country back to growth, to break that chain of malaise we've seen for a couple of decades now. And the worry for many people is, if this first hurdle is what they've fallen at, what else might they not be able to do?
Well, where's the bar now, Tim? Because people are going, well, hang on a minute, it might not be popular to actually shove people on a plane and fly them to Rwanda. It might not be popular to send them back to Albania. It might not be popular to, I don't know, frack in some old biddy's back garden. But if this is the bar now with which they U-turn, they're going to get nothing done, are they?
Look, Tom is right that they had a mandate to be radical. What they didn't have a mandate to do was to cut the top rate of tax. Liz Truss did not mention this at all during her leadership campaign. And you're right, they need to get on with some radical policies. But this, whether you like it or not, you can argue for cutting the top rate of tax, but this is one of the most unpopular things that any government could do. And I think Tory activists were worried about going on the doorstep and saying, I know you can't pay your energy bill, but we're going to cut the top rate of tax.
It is bizarre, though, that we have moved the conversation this far. I mean, the Labour Party must be so happy with how this conversation has moved, how it's all been framed. Because, of course, this is a top rate of tax that is higher than any year under the last Labour government. If the debate, if the terms of the debate, if the Overton window, so to speak, has shifted this far to the left, where what was normal under a Labour government is now unconscionable under a Conservative government, that's got to be a concern in other areas.
It's not unconscionable in normal times. I think it is very difficult when people are already... This is probably the period when people are more worried about making ends meet than they've been for years. And to look like you're on the side of the wealthy at this time is very difficult. It's always been the most toxic thing for the Conservative Party, Patrick.
Well, yes.
The Conservative Party looks like it's the party of the rich. It's one of the worst things it can be in electorally.
And yet most rich people in this country actually find ways to avoid paying that top rate of tax. They don't get paid in normal PAYE salary payrolls. They find peculiar ways to get money through investments and everything else. So to look at the way that we have our tax structure at the moment, arguing for simplification,
framing it as if this is just handing money to rich people, it might be the wrong way to frame it, because it might actually make rich people pay more tax rather than less.
Yes, indeed. It's all a bit chaotic, but we're going to be sticking with this, because in the last hour, the Chancellor has now defended his mini-budget here at the Tory party conference. He admitted that it had been a tough day after the U-turn that we've been banging on about relentlessly now for what seems like forever. Kwasi Kwarteng insisted economic growth would benefit everyone.
Our growth plan set out 10 days ago will ensure we focus relentlessly on economic growth, because we must face up to the fact that for too long our economy has not grown enough. The path ahead of us was one of slow, managed decline. But I refuse to accept that it is somehow Britain's destiny to fall back into middle league status, or that the tax burden reaching a 70-year high is somehow inevitable. It isn't, and it shouldn't be. We needed a new, we needed a new approach focused on raising economic growth, because that is the only real way to deliver opportunities, to deliver higher wages, to deliver more jobs, and crucially, to deliver that revenue to fund our precious public services. And it is the best and only way of achieving long-term fiscal sustainability. Because it is only by raising economic growth that we will spread opportunity and prosperity to every corner of our country. With economic growth, everybody benefits, and I mean everybody.
OK, so that was Chancellor Kwasi Kwarteng there, live here from just behind that wall, actually, just over there, earlier on, giving his big speech, repenting a little bit and then trying to come out stronger. Tim, we're going to go back to you here for a bit more reaction. I can't help but wonder whether or not a vast majority of the mainstream media have just decided that they've had enough of this particular Conservative government. They've got used to chaos during the lockdowns, which they helped perpetuate. They've decided the next thing they want is Mr. Boring himself, so wooden birds are nesting in him. Keir Starmer there running the country, and they thought, you know what, we're going to go out and get it and just hammer something that actually wouldn't have been that bad to begin with.
Well, look, fundamentally, you're right in one respect. The British media is not well disposed to the Conservative Party. I used to work on the Times newspaper, and when I was there, I think I was the only pro-Brexit columnist.
That's shocking.
You know, and I remember, the day after the Brexit debate, Rupert Murdoch, who was a supporter of Brexit, came through the newsroom, jubilant because his newspapers had led this campaign, and it was like someone had died
like Darth
in
Vader.
The newsroom. So look, you are absolutely right that the news media are not the Conservative Party's best friends. But if you have the news media largely against you, you don't need to do self-inflicted wounds that give them the meat.
That's true, but I don't want to. I won't do this person, well, these people, the disservice of exactly naming them. But a lot of the Westminster lobby happen to be staying in the hotel that I'm staying in. Okay, and they were all at breakfast this morning, and isn't it absolutely fascinating that after the U-turn was announced, they weren't talking about that. They were talking about which book one of them had written the night before, and all this kind of tosh. Okay, actually, they just give it large on the press. They don't really care. My concern is the government has caved to fake media outrage.
It can seem a bit insular, can't it? But we do need to take the bigger picture here, because of course this particular tax cut wasn't particularly big, but listening to Kwasi Kwarteng there saying that he found it unacceptable that the tax burden was rising to a 70-year high. Well, all of his measures taken together, all they've done is take it back to the level it was in 2018. It's still a 40-year high for this tax burden. So the idea that this is like a radical tax-cutting government, I think doesn't stand up to too much.
Can I push back on both of you a little bit here? Because,
Please do.
Look, there was a YouGov poll last week. We all know the one I'm about to talk about.
Yep.
It was a 33% Labour lead.
Yes.
This hasn't happened for 20 years. YouGov delayed that opinion poll. They put it into the polling the following day because they weren't sure the numbers were robust. They got the same result with another sample. This isn't just a few media commentators unhappy with the Conservative Party. This was a huge section of the British population. Tamper with people's mortgages and pensions, and you frighten them.
Thank you for providing some much-needed balance. Right, OK, this is GB News Live with me, Patrick Christie's. Coming up, the Home Secretary has admitted that channel crossings are out of control. Yeah. That they are victims of modern slavery. whether his party with their migration policies. I will be back in a tick. Don't you dare move.
Weekday afternoons on GB News, we've got the whole of the UK covered. From 12 to 3, it's GB Newsday with me, Mark Longhurst.
And me, Gloria De Piero. You'll get the very latest on everything that's been going on across our great nation.
And from 3 till 6, watch out for GB News Live with me, Patrick Christys. I'm not here to mess around. With all the biggest topics and guests, you will always be up to date. GB Newsday and GB News Live from 12 p.m.
Only on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello there, it's Eamon Holmes here from Breakfast on GB News. We're not just on your television and your screens, you know.
We're on DAB plus digital radio, so you can listen to your favourite shows on the move.
If you've not yet listened to GB News Radio, it's very simple. We're on your radio player and tune-in apps, on your smart speaker, phone or tablet, or online at gbnews.uk.
Take us with you wherever you go. GB News Radio.
You never have to miss a moment of the People's Channel.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh my goodness me.
And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hello, I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m, where I'll be joined by two of the country's top comedians as we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight. If it's a big story, we'll be covering it, I guarantee, but we'll also have some fun along the way. That's GB News Headliners at 11 p.m. We won't put you to sleep, unlike some of the other paper review shows out there. So join us, 11 p.m, 7 nights a week.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Welcome back, everybody, to Conservative Party conference, which has been stacked full of a particular U-turn. But can we actually turn something else round? That's right, we're going to be talking about mass immigration, specifically some illegal elements of it. The Home Secretary, Suella Braverman, has admitted that channel crossings are, quote, out of control. Yeah, all right, fair enough. And is planning to crack down on migrants who claim that they are victims of modern slavery. How easy is it to claim you're a victim of modern slavery? Well, very is the answer. Braverman will seek to reform Theresa May's Modern Slavery Act, which she has said is being abused by some migrants because the threshold for being classed as a victim has been set far too low. There's also been news this afternoon that the leaders of Hungary, Serbia and Austria pledged new measures to stem the flow of illegal migrants. So we'll be getting stuck into all of the detail on that. But do you really think that we can actually start deporting more illegal migrants? What can we actually do? Will it go ahead? I am joined now by James Daly MP, who was part of the 2019 intake. Thank you very much. Great to have you on the show. Right, so a lot of people very concerned that, frankly, Liz Truss, Suella Braverman, they're going to talk a good game, but do absolutely naff all when it comes to illegal immigration.
Well, it's a statement of the obvious. The system isn't working. It hasn't been working for years and years and years. When people, so I was a councillor from 2010 onwards in my area of the north of England. By a million miles between 2010 and the Brexit referendum, immigration was the #1 issue.
Absolutely.
By a million miles.
Absolutely.
Between that date and today's date, Nothing has been done of any, there's been attempts to do it, but nothing has been done to address the problem upon which people voted for Brexit in 2017, the 2019 general election. So I welcome what Suella Braverman is saying. We have to look at a bit more detail in what's going on with this, but it is nonsense that we've got to this situation. The people who voted for me voted for tighter immigration controls. It's time we just got on with it and did it.
I'll tell you what is a real concern is I was at the Labour Party conference and Keir Starmer, albeit on the quiet a little bit, did say that he wanted essentially a controlled points-based immigration system. And I wonder though, yeah, you laugh, but I mean, I would laugh because I think that's nonsense. However, the point is that people now may be so fundamentally let down by what the Tories have not done with immigration, they might think, oh, we'll give Keir a go.
Well, if you want open-door immigration, give Keir a go. He's in respect to that. And it's a fair point that you make in terms of perception and communication and how you get these policies out there. But the be-all and end-all of it, people know that we're not addressing the problem. People know that we're not solving it. So just standing up and saying there's no problem and rehashing the same words but in a different order is nonsense. There is legislation where we can start deporting people who are here illegally. It is insanity that we are allowing this many people to cross in boats illegally. We are letting criminal gangs, people traffickers run amok. We are putting people's safety at risk. It is madness, and we have to take a fair but hard approach against illegal immigration before we get more deaths. And the situation is going to get out of control. And you see, I'm on the Home Affairs and Justice Select Committee. And the other thing about this situation is that these people know that once they get here, it's virtually impossible for the authorities to get them out of the country. So that's why it's happening. We don't have any means of getting people out of the country when they're here illegally. And nobody I've heard, unless you can tell them, Patrick, to the contrary, says that we should be welcoming illegal immigration. People can be judged on the merits of their case, but it needs to be done quickly.
Well, some lawyers might beg to differ with you, to be fair, unfortunately.
Well, I'm a lawyer, so
Well, I think it's really important in this conversation. We've been talking so much about illegal migration, but that is a very important distinction. There is generally looking at social attitudes, there is a broad consensus developing in this country that controlled legal migration is to be welcomed. Indeed, doctors or scientists or nurses, those are the sorts of people who can come legally under that points-based system, filling the skills that we need. And then it's the area of uncontrolled illegal immigration that needs sorting out. Because broadly, that points-based system that was introduced by Boris Johnson has been working well on the legal side of things. It's the illegal that has been the issue.
This is a good point. And now, I want to ask you as a Conservative MP, what is Liz Truss's immigration policy?
Well, the immigration policy, as far as I understand it, is what Suella Braverman set out in her speech and the recent things that she said. As I say, these are the basic things we expect from an immigration policy. We expect, hopefully more cooperation from the French, more interceptions, more use of the...
It's more of the same, though, isn't it? And it's not worked.
And, well...
I know it's not your fault.
No.
It's reflecting the anger of the nation.
No. What I'm saying is that there is a difference between words and action, isn't there? What we've seen is inaction, but a lot of words previously. What I do have faith in this Home Secretary, and I say me and Tom know this Home Secretary, she does mean what she says, so we've got somebody in place who really does understand. I've done it for a long time and wants to get to the root of this problem, but it's going to be difficult decisions. This is all about democratic accountability. We could go into different things, but we said we would get immigration under control. That is not going to please a lot of Liberal voters in southern-facing seats, but in areas where we have made a pledge that we are going to sort immigration out, we need to get on with it. The legislation is there. We can use various bits and bats in the Nationality and Borders Act to make sure that people who are here illegally, we can get them out.
And certainly when it comes to red wall seats, I've talked about this all day, we are going to have to leave it there, by the way, but certainly when it comes to red wall seats as well, that is going to be a key vote winner if they can get this right. If they can get that right, after this chaos, forget this chaos, right? Forget all of this stuff. At the time they go to the ballot box the next time round, if the Tories can point at something and legitimately go, we've sorted out what's going in the Channel, or we've at least made a good road into doing that, then frankly, I think you're away. But there we go. James Daly, thank you very, very much. Great to have you on the show. James Daly, MP there, who was part of that 2019 intake. Interesting stuff. Great to have him on the programme. Right, after the break, we will be hearing from the Business Secretary, Jacob Rees-Mogg, who's speaking to the Conservative Party conference. Moggy. No, OK, fair enough. He'll also ask if now is the time to have a general election after former Culture Secretary Nadine Dorries said that the new Prime Minister should call one. Do you want another general election? Or are you like Brenda from Bristol or wherever the heck she was from? Oh, no, not another one. That's next, but first, it's your latest headlines.
And the latest news headlines just after 1734. The Chancellor has acknowledged it's been a tough day after he announced a U-turn on tax cuts for the wealthy. Addressing the Tory party conference in the last hour, Kwasi Kwarteng said it's now time to get Britain moving again, promised there'd be no more distractions. Hours before his speech, he confirmed he was scrapping the 45 pence income tax rate for people earning more than £150,000 annually. He also told party members, rather than bashing business, the government would be backing it.
More jobs, higher pay, more money for public services. Because we cannot have a strong NHS without a strong economy. We can't have good schools without a strong economy. We cannot fund our armed forces without a strong economy. So growing our economy should be our central and guiding mission.
Well, in other news, a man has been remanded in custody after being charged with the murder of Olivia Pratt-Corbell. Thomas Cashman appeared at Liverpool Crown Court, accused of fatally shooting the 9-year-old girl inside her own home in August. The 34-year-old is also charged with the attempted murder of Olivia's mother, as well as 2 counts of possessing a firearm with intent to endanger life. Ofgem is warning the UK faces a significant risk of gas shortages this winter as a result of Russian disruption to supplies in Europe and the war in Ukraine. The energy regulator says Britain is in a good position with a few direct imports of gas from Russia, but that needs to be prepared for all scenarios this coming winter. Those are the headlines. You're up to date on TV, online and on DAB+ radio. You're with GB News, the People's Channel, where now it's time to go back to Patrick at Tory party conference.
Welcome back, everybody. It is 5:36, action-packed show here. We are, of course, GB News Live, and we're very much live at Conservative Party conference in Birmingham. Earlier, we heard from Kwasi Kwarteng as he addressed the Conservative Party conference. The Chancellor admitted to having a, quote, tough day following his U-turn on the 45p tax rate cut just this morning, promising to get Britain moving. He pledged basically he wants to grow the living heck out of the economy and keep growing it. He defended tax cuts and said, we really do need to do things differently. Well, earlier on, we heard from Culture Secretary Michelle Donnellan talking to Tory party conference right here in Birmingham, and I'm pleased to say she joins me now. There we go, as if by magic, walk from just over there to just over here. Michelle, thank you very much. Cheers for joining us. How are you?
Yeah, very well. Thank you for having me.
It's been a bit of a tricky day, hasn't it? Can I just ask you something firstly, actually, about something your predecessor, Nadine Dorries, said earlier, where she said, we need a general election. How do you feel about that?
Well, I certainly think we definitely don't need a general election. You know, what my constituents are telling me and the general public are saying is that they really need us to help them through the cost of living crisis. That's why we delivered the energy price guarantee. That's why we're trying to grow the economy and make sure that they've got better paid jobs. If we have an election, all of that stalls. It's like navel-gazing for political parties and the country at large. And that would be devastating in terms of the impact on the economy. So we need anything but an election at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. I think people have been slightly concerned either A, by the tax cuts themselves, or B, by the U-turn on the tax cuts. So not necessarily a great look either round, but we've just spoken a bit about immigration as well, a way that the Tories could claw something back. But culture, I want to know what you're going to do to stand up for British culture.
Well, so my speech today was also speaking about digital, which is a massive part of my brief. So it's not just culture.
I know, but that's what I care about.
So what I care about in terms of that is making sure that we're protecting our culture, we're protecting our British values, and we're not interested in tearing it down. We're interested in protecting and connecting people to their cultural institutions. And we have a wealth of culture, aren't we, here in the UK? And look at our creative industry, look at our arts sector. They're some of the fastest growing sectors in the economy, and there's opportunities for them to grow even more.
One of the interesting points in your speech was a bit of deregulation, perhaps,
yes.
or changing the way that we do data protection in this country. Of course, the EU imposed what was called GDPR, a big burden on businesses in this country. And you're going to change that. How?
So what we're saying is we're no longer part of the EU. We have the real opportunity to seize that now and make sure that we do deregulate. Because at the moment, businesses are telling me, and so are organisations and charities, that they're wrapped up in this red tape and this minefield. It makes them cautious when they're handling data, and it also means that they're spending a lot of time on bureaucracy rather than adding to the productivity of the nation. So we want to free them up. And I will be calling on business to co-create it with me so that we get it right. But one thing is for sure, it will be simpler, it'll be easier, it's not going to be a complicated system. And there's lots of really good examples out there in other countries where we can take the best bits. And we've got to remember, GDPR is not the only game in town. Loads of countries have data adequacy so they can still trade, but they don't have GDPR. And if we take all the best bits and we consult with business and we work it up with them, we'll get a system that is truly British and fit for purpose.
Now, it came in a little bit before GDPR, but another EU rule. Every time I go on a website, I have to click accept cookies.
Yeah.
No matter if I know what cookies are. I don't know the cumulative hours wasted of the nation every year clicking accept cookies. Are we going to get rid of that?
Yeah, I mean, I hear the frustration on that loud and clear. And a lot of people actually, they're not quite sure what it means, so they either accept or reject, not fully informed as to what the ramifications are of that. So that is something that we will address in the data bill, which will cover the GDPR element and also other things like that.
Now, finally, there's a really big part of your brief, the online safety bill.
Yes.
This was contentious over the leadership campaign, of course. The Prime Minister promising to change the terms of that bill, protecting under 18s, but allowing a freer internet for over 18s. Just diving into the detail there, is legal but harmful, that term that was in the draft of the bill, is that being got rid of for over 18s in its entirety?
Yeah, so what I've announced today is that we are committed to the bill. We're going to bring it back to the House of Commons as soon as we possibly can. We're prioritising and going to strengthen the elements that protect children. I think that is vitally important, and make sure that that is the clear objective of the bill. I think most people would agree with that. But I don't think we got it right on the balance of free speech, and that's why I've been looking at how we can readjust that balance for adults, so when they go online, they can talk freely, but we haven't announced the specific details, because I want to do that in the Commons under the due process, but you can be assured that I'm going to get this right.
I do want to ask on one specific point of this bill, separate from the well-publicised legal but harmful clauses. This is something about the illegal content duty. The duty placed upon on companies to remove content from their website. Now, the terms of the bill say that content that companies has reasonable grounds to infer to be illegal must be removed. That's a very different standard to what we apply in the offline world, beyond reasonable doubt, as we know in courts of law. That's how we determine what is illegal in the offline world. Why is the bar going to be so much lower to determine what is illegal in the online world?
Look, I've been looking at all of these things in the rounds to make sure that we do get this right. We are a party that believes in free speech, and we're a country that is proud of our history on free speech. I would argue, we're an exporter of free speech as well, so we certainly don't want to be introducing legislation that cripples and fails it.
On that reasonable grounds to infer point, do you agree that for over 18s, on the internet, it should be the same rules online as offline?
So these are the things that I've been looking at. I can see that you're trying to get me to make a full announcement on all of the things we're going to be doing, and I don't think that would be the right place, because we do have to do that in Parliament. I've gone as far as I possibly can today, but when I come back with that bill, I'll be addressing some of those points.
There is a slight concern by some people that some people's speech is maybe slightly more free than other people's speech in this country, where it's possible potentially to call for things like essentially blasphemy laws, or what we saw outside Batley Grammar, for example. That was pretty bad, right? Whereas actually someone who maybe puts something online that's pro-Brexit, or dare I say it, questioning things like trans ideology, they can find themselves with a knock on the door from the police. That needs to be levelled up, doesn't it?
Well, of course, if that happens, absolutely, because things are either illegal or they're not illegal, aren't they? And that is the reality of the country that we live in. And we can be offensive to one another, but it doesn't mean that has to be muted. If everybody walked around on eggshells, we probably wouldn't progress anything or do anything, and certainly Parliament would ground to a halt.
Yes, indeed. Yes, nothing will ever be as offensive as your search history, though, which you alluded to earlier. There we go. Thank you very much. Great to have you on the show, Michelle. Brilliant stuff. And yes, Michelle Donlan there, coming to us live, hot off the press, as it were, from your very own speech here at Conservative Party conference. Right, loads to get stuck into here. We've had the Chancellor apparently going to go to Jacob Rees-Mogg shortly as well. And on that point as well, from a different culture secretary, her predecessor, she said to us, former culture secretary Nadine Dorries has called for Liz Truss to fight a general election if she continues to change government policy. Dorries expressed disappointment that a lot of the work that she had done whilst in Boris Johnson's cabinet had been put on hold, and argued that Truss did not have a mandate to erase what had been done following the 2019 general election. Right, OK, so let's cut right to the very crux of this now. Does Nadine Dorries have a point? Do we need more stability? Should we have a general election? Joining me is Emma Burrell, a former Labour List columnist and contributing editor. And I believe that's it. There we go. It's not a head-to-head. It's just you, Emma. Emma, you'll do. Thank you very much. Great to have you on the show. Right, should we have a general election?
I mean, I'm a lefty, so obviously I want rid of this government as soon as I can. It's a very rare day that me and Nadine Dorries agree on anything, though. So I think there are two questions. There's are we constitutionally obliged to have a general election? No, the government is absolutely not obliged to do that. They can stagger on as long as they want, unless they face a vote of no confidence, which would mean a vast number of their own MPs voting against them. That's the constitutional position. The political position is more of a grey area. Can they actually get anything done? Or are they going to spend the next 18 months feeling like the last week was actually a day at the beach for the Tories, and it's just going to get worse and worse and worse? And there may well be a point at which the Conservative Party go, you know what, we can't take it anymore. We've got to go to the country.
Is Labour putting too much stock in the red wall seats basket? Because I'm not convinced that Keir Starmer goes down massively well with people up north. I'm not sure he's their kind of Labour man. Do you really think that Keir Starmer will get that red wall shifting?
I think that the polls are saying that he has got them shifting. I think we put too much stock by people being the ideal. Keir Starmer is probably not the if you were to draw the absolute cartoon of what a red wall politician would look and sound like. No, of course he's not. He's a North London lawyer. But then so was Tony Blair, and a lot of people voted for him. And so, frankly, is Boris Johnson, a North London dinner party circuit journalist. Journalists, yes, possibly, you and I know, even more on lawyers.
But you've hit the nail on the head there, and I think this is a point that can cross both parties, right? You mentioned Tony Blair, you mentioned Boris Johnson. What did both of them definitely have? A bit of charisma, a bit of bubble, a bit of something going on. Keir Starmer versus Liz Truss. Good grief, which paint do you want to watch dry first?
Well, I mean, I think after the last week, it might be the case that Conservatives would like Liz Truss to be a little more boring, frankly. And a little more stability might be what the country is desperate for, certainly anyone with a mortgage. So I think that there is probably a contrast that Labour can draw really clearly between a nice, stable, fiscally sensible Labour Party and an exciting Conservative offer fronted by a robot.
OK, all right, but is Keir Starmer actually in a position to improve the country? Part of me does wonder whether or not he's been dealt a Hobson's choice here as well, because he is going to inherit a very, very difficult position, and it is always easier sniping from the sidelines than it is to actually run a country, isn't it?
Absolutely, of course it is. That's why you and I do this rather than go and run for Parliament. But the truth is... can he do everything he wants to on day one? No, we're not in an economy where anybody could do that. But I do believe that there are different priorities the Labour Party would put forward, and there is definitely a choice for the country here between two very real sets of priorities. Whether it's, OK, we're not seeing the tax cuts for the poor, but bankers' bonuses still happening, or whether it's investment in public services that Labour wants to see rather than even further cuts, which the Conservatives are now talking about, £16 billion of cuts over a year for the next 2 years. That's the place we're going to be when we get to the next election, if it happens when it's supposed to happen.
Emma, quickly, let's just live in Nadine Dorries' land where she wants a general election right now. Does Labour win that general election right now?
Oh God, I'm so superstitious. I'm not going to say yes. I'm going to say that as a betting woman, I've put 2 bets on this week. One, that Labour is the largest party after the next election, and secondly, that Michael Gove's the next Tory leader.
Okay, all right. I was going to chastise you for not answering my question, Ling. You gave me a little bit of something extra at the end, so I'll let you off. Thank you very much, Emma. Great to have you on the show, as always. Emma Burnell there, a former Labour list columnist and contributing editor, just reacting to whether or not, actually, we are due a general election. What do you think, people? Do you want another general election? Are you sick and tired of it? Nadine Dorries has said that it's time for a general election, potentially, but I know she has got some skin in the game, of course. Massive Boris fan. Interesting, though, isn't it? I can't help but wonder that if Boris Johnson was here now, good grief, I think people would vote him back in as the Tory leader. Anyway, lots of you have been getting in touch with your thoughts on the Tory party conference. Keith says, stop bashing the government. We need to get behind them. It's in all of our interests. Keith, look, I believe, I agree with you, and I have been trying to say throughout the course of this that my concern is that there's been a concerted campaign by the media against Liz Truss so far. My other concern is that she's made it pretty flipping easy for them. But there we go. Barbara says, I'm sure Kwasi gets it, and I wish he hadn't U-turned, but he was probably under too much idiotic pressure. I'd have stuck to my guns. Now, was it Barbara? I think it was Barbara. Great point, this, Barbara, because when I was milling around here, doing the rounds, talking to people, even a lot of the people who said, look, I don't really agree with this, I tell you what they didn't really want, is they didn't really want weakness. They didn't really want someone to not stick to their guns. They like someone with conviction. And I think that is potentially a bit of a concern. Has this U-turn managed to alienate, A, the people who didn't agree with the policy in the first place, and B, the people who didn't want them to U-turn on it, i.e., everyone, OK? Not necessarily sound politics, but Bertie's been in touch about the migrants. We've been talking about illegal migrants a lot after Suella Braverman, of course, made her statement that it was out of control in the Channel. Yeah, absolutely. Home Secretary Suella Braverman, this is Bertie's view, will never be able to do anything about the illegal immigrants as long as we're signed up to the ECHR, and that's a massively contentious issue that I'm actually going to be asking tomorrow on my show, live from Conservative Party conference here in Birmingham, 3 until 6. Are we going to biff the ECHR? Can we biff the ECHR? We've got Kathy, also on immigration. Kathy says immigration is out of control. Stop picking them up from the Channel. Heard nothing but promises for years from Priti Patel. Is Suella Braverman going to be the same? And that, frankly, is a massive, massive concern, and especially when it turns out as well that we've just had a U-turn when it comes to the old tax cuts. Is something just as contentious, if not even more contentious, i.e. what's going on in the Channel, going to get solved? I strongly suspect not. But hey, we'll have to wait and see. It's been a big few days for Prime Minister Liz Truss, to say the least, as she addresses Tory members as Prime Minister for the first time. And I've been asking members here at conference how they would rate Liz Truss's start so far as Prime Minister out of 10. Rate Truss out of 10.
10. Why? I just think she's doing really good. I think this morning, with the U-turn on the 45 pence, it shows that the government's prepared to listen.
6.
Why?
I just think she should have had a bit of a bump in the polls.
Yeah.
Most leaders do when they come in.
Between 7.5 and 11.5. I haven't decided yet.
3.
Why?
Well, it's a disastrous start, to put it mildly.
I'd give it a 6.
Go on, why?
I think they've read their mood wrong, and I think the U-turn today, which was going to happen, no doubt, with the pressure that we're facing, but if you're going to make something, stick to it.
Hello? I can hear you. Yes, it's Patrick Christie's here. Your husband's just put me on the phone to you. How do you rate Liz Truss's start out of 10?
Oh, I think it's a setup. I just think they're giving her, OK, out of 10.
Yeah.
Rubbish, 2.
A 2? OK, all right, OK. No! Yes, expect more of me annoying the living heck of everyone here at conference later on. I am joined by Tom Harwood, our political correspondent, who is sitting next to me right now. But I'm going to have to ignore him because Jacob Rees-Mogg is speaking at Conservative Party conference. Shut up, Tom.
For being here, because you are the beating heart of the Conservative Party. You're the stalwarts who do all the work for us and make sure people like me get elected. So I thank you for all you do for conservatism and supporting us so much. That you make it work. You make sure we have Conservative governments, and your getting here was proof of that. And some of you may think that I should be going round the trains, putting out little calling cards saying how much I look forward to seeing people back at work soon. Because actually, we have a tireless quest for productivity in this country, and we need to make sure that everybody is working efficiently, and we want them obviously to be working in their proper places of work. But also I want to thank you for giving me almost as warm a welcome as I got outside the hall. But I think that's rather marvellous. I happen to think that having a democracy where you can actually walk through the streets and people can exercise their right to peaceful protest shows the strength of our society. And if people really want to call me Tory scum, I don't mind. And it has to be said, walking through the beautiful streets of Birmingham, turned blue once again, or turning blue once again, thanks to the great efforts of Andy Street, is a great privilege. And it's lovely to be here, and to be here with this fantastic audience, and to be speaking to you as Business Secretary. And I'm going to reintroduce a great tradition that Secretaries of State used to have when they came into the conference, of introducing my brilliant ministerial team. So my fellow Cabinet Minister, Graham Stewart, is here as Minister for Climate. Jackie Doyle-Price is here as Minister for Industry. Nusrat Ghani, Minister for Science and Investment Security. Dean Russell, Minister for Enterprise and Markets. And Lord Callanan, who I can't actually see here, but is nonetheless a very great man, is the Minister for Business, Energy and Corporate Responsibility. I am so lucky to be supported by what I think is the A team of ministers, and you can tell that to all the other departments who only have B teams, so let's be clear that I have the A team supporting me. But it's also quite fun to be speaking for the first time in all the years I've been a Member of Parliament from the main stage. I did once in the old days when I was the candidate in Wrekin get up to the main stage, but that was only for about 3 minutes, and I've got a bit longer now. But it makes a change. I used to do the rounds of the fringes, when sometimes I wasn't entirely in line with what the government was then doing. So it's nice to be on the main stage and leaving the fringes to certain other right honourable friends of mine who seem to be having a jolly time. But instead, I'm here in full support and honoured to serve a first-class Prime Minister. And the Prime Minister, since she took office, has completed about a year's government business in a fortnight. And I'm glad to say, I think the Prime Minister, and I say this as Minister for Energy, is a genuine dynamo and is producing electric fields that are making sure that things get done. And she knows how urgent the challenges we face are. And the challenges are particularly in energy. First of all, affordability this winter. Second, securing energy supplies. And third, what I would like to call intelligent net zero. And how are we tackling those challenges? Well, rapidly is the answer. As the opposition sniped and catcalled and did what it usually does, we got on with it. We worked properly, night and day, and actually the civil servants in Bays worked incredibly long hours to create the energy price guarantee for households and the energy bill relief scheme for businesses. We have ensured that the British people, families and businesses, will get help now from the 1st of October with energy price support that took effect on Saturday, regardless of where they live in the United Kingdom and however they get their energy. His Majesty's government has acted with speed and foresight to deliver this protection for households throughout the entire kingdom. And the same is true for... Thank you, somebody agrees with me, that's so nice. You've all been here a very long time, so the fact that one person is paying attention is a great relief. I'm very much obliged. So the same is true for businesses. We have averted a genuine economic disaster by protecting businesses, charities and public services, including schools and hospitals, particularly care homes, from catastrophic rises in their energy costs. We did this, we had to do this, because of Putin's monstrous invasion of Ukraine. It seems that his ambition is to make Ivan the Terrible look like Padre Pio. And his wicked acts are what forced up the price of gas to an extent that would have ruined almost every business and left virtually every family unable to afford their energy. I actually said to a journalist from The Sun that the only person who could have afforded an energy bill this winter would have been the proprietor of The Sun. Everyone else would have been in penury. And that's why, ladies and gentlemen, we have done what we have done, not some blunt instrument that our socialist counterparts might have used, but a well-designed, effective way of getting support to all, and a support that will decline as the energy price normalises. Now, you are proper Conservatives, aren't you? You are the bluest of the blue. And there may be some of you who think it's not Conservative to intervene in this way. But I would say that there was no question that we had to come to the British people's aid. We could not let people face this winter alone. This is actually fundamentally what the state is there for, to do the things for people that they cannot do for themselves. Some burdens are too great for individuals and families to bear, and these must be borne by the nation herself. These are the burdens of security, of policing, of defence. And this action is an act of defence for our people every bit as much as making munitions or tanks. And our great hero, I expect he's a great hero of all of you, scanning this hall even before you know who I'm going to say, I'm confident that this man is a great hero of many of you. Adam Smith himself, the father of free marketeers, the paterfamilias of economic theory, put the defence of the nation above all else. He told us that the Navigation Acts, which you will all recall from your O-level history, against the Dutch, it's quite interesting, you know all those things we say about Dutch courage and so on and so forth all come from the 17th century wars we fought against the Dutch. But he said the Navigation Acts were the wisest of all the commercial regulations of England because they stopped a then hostile nation, and just for the record, we're now very friendly with the Dutch, harming Britain. Defence, Adam Smith said, was of much more importance than opulence. And what he meant by that was it was worth the short-term cost to defend Britain from national animosity. And as so often, what was true in the 18th century is true today. The war may not be on our shores, but we will defend the United Kingdom against Mr. Putin's evil. And our decisive... Our decisive action will save millions of families and businesses from penury. And do you know what? Imitation is the greatest form of flattery. We're being imitated by our German friends who have rolled out an almost carbon copy scheme. So, this intervention, helping families from falling into debt and misery through crippling energy costs imposed on them by a tyrant in Moscow, has averted a disaster for Britain's small businesses this winter, salvaging the livelihoods that would have been destroyed. So this winter, we are once again standing together with the British people. But there is more to do, because we have to make sure that this doesn't occur again. We must act to provide energy security and to use our energy better. But the more we produce, the more affordable the scheme we have introduced will be. Energy supply, cheap energy, is the foundation of our prosperity. Our reserves of coal and the pursuit of new technologies to dig it out. No, I'm going back to history, I'm sorry. I'm not advocating coal now. I'm disappointing one person in the audience. Digging it out of the ground spurred the Industrial Revolution. The discovery of North Sea oil and gas, combined with Mrs. Thatcher's visionary leadership, turbocharged the British economy in the 1980s. And now our future prosperity depends on our ability to secure affordable energy in abundance. High energy costs have made our industries uncompetitive and increased the cost of building roads and railways. They've often meant the difference between business choosing to invest in the United Kingdom or turning their backs. So we have an energy supply task force led by the highly esteemed Maddie McTurn, who delivered the vaccines that rescued us from the COVID pandemic, and she is moving to secure our energy supplies in the coming months. Our aim is secure, cheap and plentiful supplies, the veritable engine of economic growth. Now that may lead socialist commentators to paint me as a fossil fuel junkie. But I am neither a fossil fuel junkie, nor, it has to be said, a junkie of any other variety. So let me reassure you that I'm committed to net zero by 2050. But the green agenda does not mean an agenda of poverty. It does not contradict the growth agenda. So we will go green in a way that makes the British people better off, not worse off, drives growth instead of hindering it, levels up by boosting industries in our region instead of imposing costs that drive them to the brink of ruin. The faddish Islingtonian Labour Party was happy to destroy industries like steel by imposing needless costs on their energy, which wasn't just unfair, it was ungreen, and simply forced manufacturing overseas, making us import more polluting products. We need intelligent greenery, not religious zealotry. And as for the socialist ideas of a nationalised energy dream, that would do nothing but create shortages, rationing and intermittency. So, ladies and gentlemen, you've heard me called before, no doubt, the honourable member for the 18th century. Actually, right honourable member nowadays. I mustn't forget the promotion I was kindly given by the great Boris Johnson, who put me in Her Majesty's Privy Council. But it's not an insult to me, because the Georgians were pioneers, innovators, inventors of the power loom and the spinning jenny, the fathers of the Industrial Revolution. Think of Jethro Tull, whose seed drill transformed agriculture, the beginnings of the agricultural revolution. Now, some of you thought he was a pop star, but actually we're talking about agriculture.